Section 0 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. Preface. Homer, that king of storytellers, traveller, and well-loved school-teacher, is supposed to have lived in Greece about 3,000 years ago. Trained storytellers, or bards, with extraordinary memories, were not rare in that simple age. Many argue that writing for literary purposes was not used by the Greeks at that time, and that Homer recited his tales to groups of friends, to his schoolchildren, and at the great yearly festivals. It is amazing what memories people had in the days when there were no books, when there were not 1,001 things to distract them. Yet we have proof that such memories are possible in our time. About 50 years ago, poor, uneducated, blind Jamie was a well-known character in the town of Stirling in Scotland. He could recite the Bible from beginning to end without mistake, and could even repeat any verse from any part of the Bible. From the mass of old folk tales that he gathered on his travels, Homer, the inspired minstrel, wove one continuous story, the greatest epic poems of all time, the Iliad and the Odyssey. Later, one of the Greek chroniclers tells us Pisistratus edited them with taste and care, in the order in which we have them. Although the world we visit in Homer's pages is a Greek world, it is singularly like our own in many respects. His men and women face the same problems of war and peace, of triumph and defeat, of pleasure and pain, as we do. His soldiers and sailors in the spirit-stirring war might be men of today. And best of all, he makes us see, feel, hope, fear, laugh and cry through these marvellous pages, over which for hundreds of years boys and girls of all countries have lingered, entranced. The Iliad is the account of the Trojan War. The Odyssey tells of the Grecian hero Ulysses, and of his years of wandering and adventure after the fall of Troy, before he finally reaches his home and wife and son in Ithaca. Later, Virgil, greatest of Roman poets, in his desire to do for the Latin nation what Homer did for the Greeks, wrote the Aeneid. In this he describes the adventures of the Trojan hero, Aeneas. As you will see, his book is modelled after Homer's, even in small details. Homer and Sir Thomas Malory may be said to have each performed for his native country a somewhat similar task, each, of course, in his own way. Each retold the current folk tales in such a superior manner that his became the accepted version, to the practical exclusion of all others. And it is thus, in a very real sense, that we are indebted to Homer for Ulysses and to Malory for King Arthur. The old Greek tales at the beginning of the book are from Ovid, 43 BC, Apollodorus, 140 BC, and Pindar, 522 BC, and they have been retold in delightful fashion by Nathaniel Hawthorne, Charles Kingsley, and Miss Buckley. As the stories from Homer and Virgil, in the versions here given, can only be looked upon as introductory to more extended reading, and are consequently something with which scholarship can have little, if any, quarrel, it has seemed desirable to make them as simple and clear as possible. For this reason, the Latin names for the gods and goddesses of the Greek mythology have been used throughout. These names have been handed down to us in the works of Shakespeare, Milton, Keats, and many others, and usage has made them familiar. Jupiter, Juno, Mars, Diana, and Neptune are old friends whose attributes are recognized at once, while to many the Grecian Zeus, Hera, Ares, Artemis, and Poseidon are strangers whose names might have to be looked up in the classical dictionary. With the exception of a word here and there has been no editing of the stories, but occasional passages that delayed the movement of a story have been omitted. William Patten. The principal gods and goddesses mentioned in these pages, with their Latin and Greek names. Latin, Cybele, the great mother of the gods, mother of Jupiter and Juno, Greek Rhea. Latin, Saturn, father of Jupiter, the greatest Olympian god, of Pluto and of Neptune. The world was divided between the three brothers. Pluto was given the lower world, Neptune the sea, and Jupiter the heavens and upper regions of the air. Greek Cronus. Latin Pluto, son of Saturn and Cybele, king of the lower world. Metals and all the productions of the earth are his gifts. Greek Aidoneus, or Hades. Latin Proserpina, daughter of Jupiter and Ceres, wife of Pluto and queen of the lower world. Greek Persephone. The 12 Olympian gods. Latin Jupiter, the greatest of all, king of heaven. Greek Zeus. Latin Juno, wife of Jupiter and queen of heaven, goddess of love, marriage and births. Greek Hera. Latin Mars, son of Jupiter and Juno, god of war. Greek Ares. Latin Vulcan, son of Jupiter and Juno, god of fire. Greek Hephaestus. Latin Mercury, son of Jupiter and Maia, daughter of Atlas, the messenger of the gods. Greek Hermes. Latin Neptune, son of Saturn and Cybele, god of the sea. Greek Poseidon. Latin Minerva, daughter of Jupiter and Metis, protectress of the state and of all useful arts, a friend of the Greeks in the Trojan War. Greek Athene. Latin Diana, daughter of Jupiter and Latona, sister of Apollo, generally represented as a huntress. Greek Artemis. Latin Apollo, twin brother of Diana, god of prophecy, of song and music, the god who gives help and turns away evil. Greek Apollo. Latin Vesta, daughter of Saturn and Rhea, goddess of the hearth. Greek Hestia. Latin Ceres, daughter of Saturn and Rhea, goddess of the earth. Greek Demeter. Latin Venus, daughter of Jupiter and Dione, though some say she sprang from the foam of the sea, the goddess of love. Greek Aphrodite. End of section 0. Section 1 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Old Greek Tales, Part 1. How Theseus Slays the Minotaur, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Part 1. In the old city of Troezen, at the foot of a lofty mountain, there lived a very long time ago a little boy named Theseus. His grandfather, King Pythias, was the sovereign of that country, and was reckoned a very wise man, so that Theseus, being brought up in the royal palace, and being naturally a bright lad, could hardly fail of profiting by the old king's instructions. His mother's name was Aethra. As for his father, the boy had never seen him, but from his earliest remembrance Aethra used to go with little Theseus into a wood and sit down upon a moss-grown rock, which was deeply sunken into the earth. Here she often talked with her son about his father, and said that he was called Aegeus, and that he was a great king, and ruled over Attica, and dwelt at Athens, which was as famous a city as any in the world. Theseus was very fond of hearing about King Aegeus, and often asked his good mother, Aethra, why he did not come and live with them at Trojan. "Ah, my dear son," answered Aethra with a sigh, "a monarch has his people to take care of. The men and women over whom he rules are in the place of children to him, and he can seldom spare time to love his own children, as other parents do. Your father will never be able to leave his kingdom for the sake of seeing his little boy." "Well, but, dear mother," asked the boy, "why cannot I go to this famous city of Athens and tell King Aegeus, that I am his son?" "That may happen by and by," said Aethra. "Be patient, and we shall see. You are not yet big and strong enough to set out on such an errand." "And how soon shall I be strong enough?" Theseus persisted in inquiring. "You are but a tiny boy as yet," replied his mother. "See if you can lift this rock on which we are sitting." The little fellow had a great opinion of his own strength, so grasping the rough protuberances of the rock, he tugged and toiled amain, and got himself quite out of breath, without being able to stir the heavy stone. It seemed to be rooted into the ground. No wonder he could not move it, for it would have taken all the force of a very strong man to lift it out of its earthy bed. His mother stood looking on with a sad kind of a smile on her lips and in her eyes, to see the zealous and yet puny efforts of her little boy. She could not help being sorrowful at finding him already so impatient to begin his adventures in the world. "You see how it is, my dear Theseus," said she. "You must possess far more strength than now before I can trust you to go to Athens and tell King Aegeus that you are his son. But when you can lift this rock and show me what is hidden beneath it, I promise you my permission to depart." Often and often after this did Theseus ask his mother whether it was yet time for him to go to Athens, and still his mother pointed to the rock and told him that for years to come he could not be strong enough to move it. And again the rosy-cheeked and curly-headed boy would tug and strain at the huge mass of stone, striving, child as he was, to do what a giant could hardly have done without taking both of his great hands to the task. Meanwhile the rock seemed to be sinking farther and farther into the ground. The moss grew over it thicker and thicker, until at last it looked almost like a soft green seat, with only a few grey knobs of granite peeping out. The overhanging trees also shed their brown leaves upon it as often as the autumn came, and at its base grew ferns and wildflowers, some of which crept quite over its surface. To all appearance the rock was as firmly fastened as any other portion of the earth's substance. But difficult as the matter looked, Theseus was now growing up to be such a vigorous youth that, in his own opinion, the time would quickly come when he might hope to get the upper hand of this ponderous lump of stone. "Mother, I do believe it has started," cried he after one of his attempts. "The earth around it is certainly a little cracked." "No, no, child," his mother hastily answered. "It is not possible you can have moved it, such a boy as you still are." Nor would she be convinced, although Theseus showed her the place where he fancied that the stem of a flower had been partly uprooted by the movement of the rock. But Aethra sighed and looked disquieted, for no doubt she began to be conscious that her son was no longer a child, and that in a little while hence she must send him forth among the perils and troubles of the world. It was not more than a year afterwards, when they were again sitting on the moss-covered stone. Aethra had once more told him the oft-repeated story of his father, and how gladly he would receive Theseus at his stately palace, and how he would present him to his courtiers and the people, and tell them that here was the heir of his dominions. The eyes of Theseus glowed with enthusiasm, and he would hardly sit still to hear his mother speak. "Dear Mother Aethra," he exclaimed, "I never felt half so strong as now. I am no longer a child, nor a boy, nor a mere youth. I feel myself a man. It is now time to make one earnest trial to remove the stone." "Ah, my dearest Theseus," replied his mother. "Not yet, not yet." "Yes, mother," said he resolutely, "the time has come." Then Theseus bent himself in good earnest to the task, and strained every sinew with manly strength and resolution. He put his whole brave heart into the effort. He wrestled with the big and sluggish stone as if it had been a living enemy. He heaved, he lifted, he resolved now to succeed or else to perish there and let the rock be his monument forever. Aethra stood gazing at him and clasped her hands, partly with a mother's pride and partly with a mother's sorrow. The great rock stirred. Yes, it was raised slowly from the bedded moss and earth, uprooting the shrubs and flowers along with it, and was turned upon its side. Theseus had conquered. While taking breath, he looked joyfully at his mother, and she smiled upon him through her tears. "Yes, Theseus," she said, "the time has come, and you must stay no longer at my side. See what King Aegeus, your royal father, left for you beneath the stone when he lifted it in his mighty arms and laid it on the spot whence you have now removed it." Theseus looked and saw that the rock had been placed over another slab of stone containing a cavity within it, so that it somewhat resembled a rough-made chest or coffer, of which the upper mass had served as the lid. Within the cavity lay a sword with a golden hilt and a pair of sandals. "That was your father's sword," said Aethra, "and those were his sandals. When he went to be king of Athens, he bade me treat you as my child until you should prove yourself a man by lifting this heavy stone. That task being accomplished, you are to put on his sandals in order to follow in your father's footsteps, and to gird on his sword, so that you may fight giants and dragons, as King Aegeus did in his youth." "I will set out for Athens this very day," cried Theseus. But his mother persuaded him to stay a day or two longer, while she got ready some necessary articles for his journey. When his grandfather, the wise King Pythius, heard that Theseus intended to present himself at his father's palace, he earnestly advised him to get on board of a vessel and go by sea, because he might thus arrive within 15 miles of Athens without either fatigue or danger. "The roads are very bad by land," quoth the venerable king, "and they are terribly infested with robbers and monsters. A mere lad like Theseus is not fit to be trusted on such a perilous journey all by himself. No, no, let him go by sea." But when Theseus heard of robbers and monsters, he pricked up his ears, and was so much the more eager to take the road along which they were to be met with. On the third day, therefore, he bade a respectful farewell to his grandfather, thanking him for all his kindness, and after affectionately embracing his mother, he set forth, with a good many of her tears glistening on his cheeks, and some, if the truth must be told, that had gushed out of his own eyes. But he let the sun and wind dry them, and walked stoutly on, playing with the golden hilt of his sword, and taking very manly strides in his father's sandals. I cannot stop to tell you hardly any of the adventures that befell Theseus on the road to Athens. It is enough to say that he quite cleared that part of the country of the robbers about whom King Pythius had been so much alarmed. One of these bad people was named Procrustes, and he was indeed a terrible fellow, and had an ugly way of making fun of the poor travellers who happened to fall into his clutches. In his cavern he had a bed, on which, with great pretence of hospitality, he invited his guests to lie down. But if they happened to be shorter than the bed, this wicked villain stretched them out by main force, or if they were too tall, he lopped off their heads or feet, and laughed at what he had done as an excellent joke. Thus, however weary a man might be, he never liked to lie in the bed of Procrustes. Another of these robbers, named Scinis, must likewise have been a very great scoundrel. He was in the habit of flinging his victims off a high cliff into the sea, and in order to give him exactly his deserts, Theseus tossed him off the very same place. But, if you will believe me, The sea would not pollute itself by receiving such a bad person into its bosom, neither would the earth, having once got rid of him, consent to take him back. So that between the cliff and the sea, Skinnes stuck fast in the air, which was forced to bear the burden of his naughtiness. After these memorable deeds, Theseus heard of an enormous sow which ran wild and was the terror of all the farmers round about. And as he did not consider himself above doing any good thing that came in his way, he killed this monstrous creature and gave the carcass to the poor people for bacon. The great sow had been an awful beast while ramping about the woods and fields, but was a pleasant object enough when cut up into joints and smoking on I know not how many dinner tables. Thus, by the time he reached his journey's end, Theseus had done many valiant feats with his father's golden-hilted sword, and had gained the renown of being one of the bravest young men of the day. His fame travelled faster than he did, and reached Athens before him. As he entered the city, he heard the inhabitants talking at the street corners, and saying that Hercules was brave, and Jason too, and Castor and Pollux likewise, but that Theseus, the son of their own king, would turn out as great a hero as the best of them. Theseus took longer strides on hearing this, and fancied himself sure of a magnificent reception at his father's court, since he came thither with Fame to blow her trumpet before him, and cry to King Aegeus, "Behold your son!" He little suspected, innocent youth that he was, that here in this very Athens, where his father reigned, a greater danger awaited him than any which he had encountered on the road. Yet this was the truth. You must understand that the father of Theseus, though not very old in years, was almost worn out with the cares of government, and had thus grown aged before his time. His nephews, not expecting him to live a very great while, intended to get all the power of the kingdom into their own hands. But when they heard that Theseus had arrived in Athens and learned what a gallant young man he was, they saw that he would not be at all the kind of person to let them steal away his father's crown and sceptre, which ought to be his own by right of inheritance. Thus these bad-hearted nephews of King Aegeus, who were the own cousins of Theseus, at once became his enemies. A still more dangerous enemy was Medea, the wicked enchantress, for she was now the king's wife, and wanted to give the kingdom to her son Midas, instead of letting it be given to the son of Aethra, whom she hated. It so happened that the king's nephews met Theseus and found out who he was, just as he reached the entrance of the royal palace. With all their evil designs against him, they pretended to be their cousin's best friends, and expressed great joy at making his acquaintance. They proposed to him that he should come into the king's presence as a stranger, in order to try whether Aegeus would discover in the young man's features any likeness either to himself or his mother Aethra, and thus recognize him for a son. Theseus consented, for he fancied that his father would know him in a moment by the love that was in his heart. But while he waited at the door, the nephews ran and told King Aegeus that a young man had arrived in Athens who, to their certain knowledge, intended to put him to death and get possession of his royal crown. "And he is now waiting for admission to your majesty's presence," added they. "Aha!" cried the old king on hearing this. "Why, he must be a very wicked young fellow indeed. Pray, what would you advise me to do with him?" In reply to this question, the wicked Medea put in her word. As I have already told you, she was a famous enchantress. According to some stories, she was in the habit of boiling old people in a large cauldron, under pretence of making them young again. But King Aegeus, I suppose, did not fancy such an uncomfortable way of growing young, or perhaps was contented to be old, and therefore would never let himself be popped into the cauldron. If there were time to spare from more important matters, I should be glad to tell you of Medea's fiery chariot drawn by winged dragons, in which the enchantress used often to make an airing among the clouds. This chariot, in fact, was the vehicle that first brought her to Athens, where she had done nothing but mischief ever since her arrival. But these and many other wonders must be left untold, and it is enough to say that Medea, amongst 1,000 other bad things, knew how to prepare a poison that was instantly fatal to whomsoever might so much as touch it with his lips. So when the king asked what he should do with Theseus, this naughty woman had an answer ready at her tongue's end. "Leave that to me, please your majesty," she replied. "Only admit this evil-minded young man to your presence, treat him civilly, and invite him to drink a goblet of wine. Your majesty is well aware that I sometimes amuse myself with distilling very powerful medicines. Here is one of them in this small phial. As to what it is made of, that is one of my secrets of state. Do but let me put a single drop into the goblet, and let the young man taste it, and I shall answer for it, he shall quite lay aside the bad designs with which he comes hither." As she said this, Medea smiled, but for all her smiling face, she meant nothing less than to poison the poor innocent Theseus before his father's eyes. And King Aegeus, like most other kings, thought any punishment mild enough for a person who was accused of plotting against his life. He therefore made little or no objection to Medea's scheme, and as soon as the poisonous wine was ready, gave orders that the young stranger should be admitted into his presence. The goblet was set on a table beside the king's throne, and a fly, meaning just to sip a little from the brim, immediately tumbled into it dead. Observing this, Medea looked round at the nephews and smiled again. When Theseus was ushered into the royal apartment, the only object that he seemed to behold was the white-bearded old king. There he sat on his magnificent throne, a dazzling crown on his head and a sceptre in his hand. His aspect was stately and majestic, although his years and infirmities weighed heavily upon him, as if each year were a lump of lead, and each infirmity a ponderous stone, and all were bundled up together and laid upon his weary shoulders. The tears both of joy and sorrow sprang into the young man's eyes, for he thought how sad it was to see his dear father so infirm, and how sweet it would be to support him with his own youthful strength, and to cheer him up with the alacrity of his loving spirit. When a son takes his father into his warm heart, it renews the old man's youth in a better way than by the heat of Medea's magic cauldron. And this was what Theseus resolved to do. He could scarcely wait to see whether King Aegeus would recognize him, so eager was he to throw himself into his arms. Advancing to the foot of the throne, he attempted to make a little speech, which he had been thinking about as he came up the stairs, but he was almost choked by a great many tender feelings that gushed out of his heart and swelled into his throat, all struggling to find utterance together. And therefore, unless he could have laid his full, over-brimming heart into the king's hand, poor Theseus knew not what to do or say. The cunning Medea observed what was passing in the young man's mind. She was more wicked at that moment than ever she had been before, for, and it makes me tremble to tell you of it, she did her worst to turn all this unspeakable love with which Theseus was agitated to his own ruin and destruction. "Does your majesty see his confusion?" she whispered in the king's ear. "He is so conscious of guilt that he trembles and cannot speak. The wretch lives too long. Quick, offer him the wine." Now King Aegeus had been gazing earnestly at the young stranger as he drew near the throne. There was something, he knew not what, either in his white brow, or in the fine expression of his mouth, or in his beautiful and tender eyes, that made him indistinctly feel as if he had seen this youth before, as if indeed he had trotted him on his knee when a baby, and had beheld him growing to be a stalwart man, while he himself grew old. But Medea guessed how the king felt, and would not suffer him to yield to these natural sensibilities, although they were the voice of his deepest heart, telling him as plainly as it could speak that here was our dear son and Aethra's son, coming to claim him for a father. The enchantress again whispered in the king's ear, and compelled him by her witchcraft to see everything under a false aspect. He made up his mind, therefore, to let Theseus drink off the poisoned wine. "Young man," said he, "you are welcome. I am proud to show hospitality to so heroic a youth. Do me the favour to drink the contents of this goblet. It is brimming over, as you see, with delicious wine, such as I bestow only on those who are worthy of it. None is more worthy to quaff it than yourself." So saying, King Aegeus took the golden goblet from the table and was about to offer it to Theseus, but partly through his infirmities, and partly because it seemed so sad a thing to take away this young man's life, however wicked he might be, and partly, no doubt, because his heart was wiser than his head, and quaked within him at the thought of what he was going to do. For all these reasons, the king's hand trembled so much that a great deal of the wine slopped over. In order to strengthen his purpose, and fearing lest the whole of the precious poison should be wasted, one of his nephews now whispered to him, "Has your Majesty any doubt of this stranger's guilt? There is the very sword with which he meant to slay you. How sharp and bright and terrible it is! Quick, let him taste the wine, or perhaps he may do the deed even yet." At these words, Aegeus drove every thought and feeling out of his breast, except the one idea how justly the young man deserved to be put to death. He sat erect on his throne and held out the goblet of wine with a steady hand, and bent on Theseus a frown of kingly severity, for after all he had too noble a spirit to murder even a treacherous enemy with a deceitful smile upon his face. "Drink," said he, in the stern tone with which he was wont to condemn a criminal to be beheaded. "You have well deserved of me such wine as this." Theseus held out his hand to take the wine, but before he touched it, King Aegeus trembled again. His eyes had fallen on the gold-hilted sword that hung at the young man's side. He drew back the goblet. "That sword!" he exclaimed. "How came you by it?" "It was my father's sword," replied Theseus with a tremulous voice. "These were his sandals. My dear mother, her name is Aethra, told me his story while I was yet a little child. But it is only a month since I grew strong enough to lift the heavy stone and take the sword and sandals from beneath it and come to Athens to seek my father." "My son, my son!" cried King Aegeus, flinging away the fatal goblet and tottering down from the throne to fall into the arms of Theseus. "Yes, these are Aethra's eyes. It is my son." I have quite forgotten what became of the king's nephews, but when the wicked Medea saw this new turn of affairs, she hurried out of the room, and going to her private chamber, lost no time in setting her enchantments at work. In a few moments she heard a great noise of hissing snakes outside of the chamber window, and behold, there was her fiery chariot and 4 huge winged serpents wriggling and twisting in the air, flourishing their tails higher than the top of the palace, and all ready to set off on an aerial journey. Medea stayed only long enough to take her son with her and to steal the crown jewels, together with the king's best robes and whatever other valuable things she could lay her hands on. And getting into the chariot, she whipped up the snakes and ascended high over the city. The king, hearing the hiss of the serpents, scrambled as best as he could to the window and bawled out to the abominable enchantress never to come back. The whole people of Athens, too, who had run out of doors to see this wonderful spectacle, set up a shout of joy at the prospect of getting rid of her. Medea, almost bursting with rage, uttered precisely such a hiss as one of her own snakes, only 10 times more venomous and spiteful, and glaring fiercely out of the blaze of her chariot, she shook her hands over the multitude below, as if she were scattering 1,000,000 of curses among them. In so doing, however, she unintentionally let fall about 500 diamonds of the first water, together with 1,000 great pearls and 2,000 emeralds, rubies, sapphires, opals, and topazes, to which she had helped herself out of the king's strong box. All these came pelting down like a shower of many-coloured hailstones upon the heads of grown people and children, who forthwith gathered them up and carried them back to the palace. But King Aegeus told them that they were welcome to the whole, and to twice as many more if he had them, for the sake of his delight at finding his son and losing the wicked Medea. And indeed, if you had seen how hateful was her last look as the flaming chariot flew upward, you would not have wondered that both king and people should think her departure a good riddance. And now Prince Theseus was taken into great favour by his royal father. The old king was never weary of having him sit beside him on his throne, which was quite wide enough for two, and of hearing him tell about his dear mother and his childhood and his many boyish efforts to lift the ponderous stone. Theseus, however, was much too brave and active a young man to be willing to spend all his time in relating things which had already happened. His ambition was to perform other and more heroic deeds, which should be better worth telling in prose and verse. Nor had he been long in Athens before he caught and chained a terrible mad bull and made a public show of him, greatly to the wonder and admiration of good King Aegeus and his subjects. But pretty soon he undertook an affair that made all his foregone adventures seem like mere boys' play. The occasion of it was as follows. One morning, when Prince Theseus awoke, he fancied that he must have had a very sorrowful dream, and that it was still running in his mind, even now that his eyes were open, for it appeared as if the air was full of a melancholy wail, and when he listened more attentively, he could hear sobs and groans and screams of woe, mingled with deep, quiet sighs, which came from the king's palace, and from the streets, and from the temples, and from every habitation in the city. And all these mournful noises, issuing out of thousands of separate hearts, united themselves into one great sound of affliction, which had startled Theseus from slumber. He put on his clothes as quickly as he could, not forgetting his sandals and gold-hilted sword, and hastening to the king, inquired what it all meant. "Alas, my son," quoth King Aegeus, heaving a long sigh, "here is a very lamentable matter in hand. This is the woefulest anniversary in the whole year. It is the day when we annually draw lots to see which of the youths and maidens of Athens shall go to be devoured by the horrible Minotaur." "The Minotaur!" exclaimed Prince Theseus, and, like a brave young prince as he was, he put his hand to the hilt of his sword. "What kind of a monster may that be? Is it not possible, at the risk of one's life, to slay him?" But King Aegeus shook his venerable head, and to convince Theseus that it was quite a hopeless case, he gave him an explanation of the whole affair. It seems that in the island of Crete there lived a certain dreadful monster called a Minotaur, who was shaped partly like a man and partly like a bull, and was altogether such a hideous sort of a creature that it is really disagreeable to think of him. If he were suffered to exist at all, it should have been on some desert island, or in the duskiness of some deep cavern, where no one would ever be tormented by his abominable aspect. But King Minos, who reigned over Crete, laid out a vast deal of money in building a habitation for the Minotaur, and took great care of his health and comfort, merely for mischief's sake. A few years before this time, there had been a war between the city of Athens and the island of Crete, in which the Athenians were beaten and compelled to beg for peace. No peace could they obtain, however, except on condition that they should send 7 young men and 7 maidens every year to be devoured by the pet monster of the cruel King Minos. For 3 years past this grievous calamity had been borne, and the sobs and groans and shrieks with which the city was now filled were caused by the people's woe, because the fatal day had come again when the 14 victims were to be chosen by lot, and the old people feared lest their sons or daughters might be taken, and the youths and damsels dreaded lest they themselves might be destined to glut the ravenous maw of that detestable man-brute. But when Theseus heard the story, he straightened himself up so that he seemed taller than ever before, and as for his face, it was indignant, despiteful, bold, tender, and compassionate, all in one look. "Let the people of Athens this year," "Draw lots for only 6 young men instead of 7," said he. "I will myself be the 7th, and let the Minotaur devour me if he can." "Oh, my dear son," cried King Aegeus, "why should you expose yourself to this horrible fate? You are a royal prince, and have a right to hold yourself above the destinies of common men." "It is because I am a prince, your son, and the rightful heir of your kingdom, that I freely take upon me the calamity of your subjects," answered Theseus. "And you, my father, being king over this people and answerable to heaven for their welfare, are bound to sacrifice what is dearest to you, rather than that the son or daughter of the poorest citizen should come to any harm." The old king shed tears and besought Theseus not to leave him desolate in his old age, more especially as he had but just begun to know the happiness of possessing a good and valiant son. Theseus, however, felt that he was in the right, and therefore would not give up his resolution, but he assured his father that he did not intend to be eaten up unresistingly like a sheep, and that if the Minotaur devoured him, it should not be without a battle for his dinner. And finally, since he could not help it, King Aegeus consented to let him go. So a vessel was got ready and rigged with black sails, and Theseus, with 6 other young men and 7 tender and beautiful damsels, came down to the harbour to embark. A sorrowful multitude accompanied them to the shore. There was the poor old king too, leaning on his son's arm, and looking as if his single heart held all the grief of Athens. Just as Prince Theseus was going on board, his father bethought himself of one last word to say. "My beloved son," said he, grasping the prince's hand, "you observe that the sails of this vessel are black, as indeed they ought to be, since it goes upon a voyage of sorrow and despair. Now, being weighed down with infirmities, I know not whether I can survive till the vessel shall return. But as long as I do live, I shall creep daily to the top of yonder cliff to watch if there be a sail upon the sea. And, dearest Theseus, if by some happy chance you should escape the jaws of the Minotaur, then tear down those dismal sails and hoist others that shall be bright as the sunshine. Beholding them on the horizon, myself and all the people will know that you are coming back victorious, and will welcome you with such a festal uproar as Athens never heard before." Theseus promised that he would do so. Then, going on board, the mariners trimmed the vessel's black sails to the wind, which blew faintly off the shore, being pretty much made up of the sighs that everybody kept pouring forth on this melancholy occasion. But by and by, when they had got fairly out to sea, there came a stiff breeze from the northwest, and drove them along as merrily over the white-capped waves as if they had been going on the most delightful errand imaginable. And though it was a sad business enough, I rather question whether 14 young people, without any old persons to keep them in order, could continue to spend the whole time of their voyage in being miserable. There had been some few dances upon the undulating deck, I suspect, and some hearty bursts of laughter, and other such unseasonable merriment among the victims, before the high blue mountains of Crete began to show themselves among the far-off clouds. That sight, to be sure, made them all very grave again. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Old Greek Tales, Part 2. How Theseus Slays the Minotaur, by Nathaniel Hawthorne, Part 2. Theseus stood among the sailors gazing eagerly towards the land, although as yet it seemed hardly more substantial than the clouds, amidst which the mountains were looming up. Once or twice he fancied that he saw a glare of some bright object a long way off, flinging a gleam across the waves. "Did you see that flash of light?" he inquired of the master of the vessel. "No, Prince, but I have seen it before," answered the master. "It came from Talus, I suppose." As the breeze came fresher just then, the master was busy with trimming his sails and had no more time to answer questions. But while the vessel flew faster and faster towards Crete, Theseus was astonished to behold a human figure, gigantic in size, which appeared to be striding, with a measured movement, along the margin of the island. It stepped from cliff to cliff, and sometimes from one headland to another, while the sea foamed and thundered on the shore beneath, and dashed its jets of spray over the giant's feet. What was still more remarkable, whenever the sun shone on this huge figure, it flickered and glimmered. Its vast countenance, too, had a metallic lustre, and threw great flashes of splendour through the air. The folds of its garments, moreover, instead of waving in the wind, fell heavily over its limbs, as if woven of some kind of metal. The nigher the vessel came, the more Theseus wondered what this immense giant could be, and whether it actually had life or no. For though it walked and made other lifelike motions, there yet was a kind of jerk in its gait, which, together with its brazen aspect, caused the young prince to suspect that it was no true giant, but only a wonderful piece of machinery. The figure looked all the more terrible because it carried an enormous brass club on its shoulder. "What is this wonder?" Theseus asked of the master of the vessel, who was now at leisure to answer him. "It is Talus, the man of brass," said the master. "And is he a live giant or a brazen image?" asked Theseus. "That truly," replied the master, "is the point which has always perplexed me. Some say indeed that this Talus was hammered out for King Minos by Vulcan himself, the skilfullest of all workers in metal. But whoever saw a brazen image that had sense enough to walk round an island 3 times a day, as this giant walks round the island of Crete, challenging every vessel that comes nigh the shore? And on the other hand, what living thing, unless his sinews were made of brass, would not be weary of marching 1800 miles in the 24 hours, as Talus does, without ever sitting down to rest? He is a puzzler, take him how you will." Still the vessel went bounding onward, and now Theseus could hear the brazen clangour of the giant's footsteps as he trod heavily upon the sea-beaten rocks, some of which were seen to crack and crumble into the foamy waves beneath his weight. As they approached the entrance of the port, the giant straddled clear across it, with a foot firmly planted on each headland, and uplifting his club to such a height that its butt end was hidden in a cloud. He stood in that formidable posture, with the sun gleaming all over his metallic surface. There seemed nothing else to be expected but that, the next moment, he would fetch his great club down, slam bang, and smash the vessel into 1,000 pieces, without heeding how many innocent people he might destroy, for there is seldom any mercy in a giant, you know, and quite as little in a piece of brass clockwork. But just when Theseus and his companions thought the blow was coming, the brazen lips unclosed themselves, and the figure spoke. "Whence come you, strangers?" And when the ringing voice ceased, there was just such a reverberation as you may have heard within a great church bell for a moment or two after the stroke of the hammer. "From Athens!" shouted the master in reply. "On what errand?" thundered the man of brass. And he whirled his club aloft more threateningly than ever, as if he were about to smite them with a thunderstroke right amidships, because Athens, so little while ago, had been at war with Crete. "We bring the 7 youths and the 7 maidens," answered the master, "to be devoured by the Minotaur." "Pass!" cried the brazen giant. That one loud word rolled all about the sky, while again there was a booming reverberation within the figure's breast. The vessel glided between the headlands of the port, and the giant resumed his march. In a few moments this wondrous sentinel was far away, flashing in the distant sunshine, and revolving with immense strides around the island of Crete, as it was his never-ceasing task to do. No sooner had they entered the harbour than a party of the guards of King Minos came down to the waterside and took charge of the 14 young men and damsels. Surrounded by these armed warriors, Prince Theseus and his companions were led to the king's palace and ushered into his presence. Now Minos was a stern and pitiless king. If the figure that guarded Crete was made of brass, then the monarch who ruled over it might be thought to have a still harder metal in his breast, and might have been called a man of iron. He bent his shaggy brows upon the poor Athenian victims. Any other mortal, beholding their fresh and tender beauty and their innocent looks, would have felt himself sitting on thorns until he had made every soul of them happy by bidding them go free as the summer wind. But this immitigable Minos cared only to examine whether they were plump enough to satisfy the Minotaur's appetite. For my part, I wish he himself had been the only victim, and the monster would have found him a pretty tough one. One after another, King Minos called these pale, frightened youths and sobbing maidens to his footstool, gave them each a poke in the ribs with his sceptre, to try whether they were in good flesh or no, and dismissed them with a nod to his guards. But when his eyes rested on Theseus, the king looked at him more attentively, because his face was calm and brave. "Young man," asked he with his stern voice, "are you not appalled at the certainty of being devoured by this terrible Minotaur?" "I have offered my life in a good cause," answered Theseus, "and therefore I give it freely and gladly. But thou, King Minos, art thou not thyself appalled, who year after year hast perpetrated this dreadful wrong by giving 7 innocent youths and as many maidens to be devoured by a monster? Dost thou not tremble, wicked king, to turn thine eyes inward on thine own heart? Sitting there on thy golden throne and in thy robes of majesty, I tell thee to thy face, King Minos, thou art a more hideous monster than the Minotaur himself." "Aha! Do you think me so?" cried the king, laughing in his cruel way. "Tomorrow at breakfast time you shall have an opportunity of judging which is the greater monster, the Minotaur or the king. Take them away, guards, and let this free-spoken youth be the Minotaur's first morsel." Near the king's throne, though I had no time to tell you so before, stood his daughter Ariadne. She was a beautiful and tender-hearted maiden, and looked at these poor doomed captives with very different feelings from those of the iron-breasted King Minos. She really wept indeed at the idea of how much human happiness would be needlessly thrown away by giving so many young people, in the first bloom and rose blossom of their lives, to be eaten up by a creature who no doubt would have preferred a fat ox or even a large pig to the plumpest of them. And when she beheld the brave, spirited figure of Prince Theseus bearing himself so calmly in his terrible peril, she grew 100 times more pitiful than before. As the guards were taking him away, she flung herself at the king's feet and besought him to set all the captives free, and especially this one young man. "Peace, foolish girl," answered King Minos. "What hast thou to do with an affair like this? It is a matter of state policy, and therefore quite beyond thy weak comprehension. Go water thy flowers, and think no more of these Athenian caitiffs, whom the Minotaur shall as certainly eat up for breakfast as I will eat a partridge for my supper." So saying, the king looked cruel enough to devour Theseus and all the rest of the captives himself, had there been no Minotaur to save him the trouble. As he would hear not another word in their favour, the prisoners were now led away and clapped into a dungeon, where the jailer advised to go to sleep as soon as possible, because the Minotaur was in the habit of calling for breakfast early. The 7 maidens and 6 of the young men soon sobbed themselves to slumber. But Theseus was not like them. He felt conscious that he was wiser and braver and stronger than his companions, and that therefore he had the responsibility of all their lives upon him, and must consider whether there was no way to save them, even in this last extremity. So he kept himself awake and paced to and fro across the gloomy dungeon in which they were shut up. Just before midnight, the door was softly unbarred, and the gentle Ariadne showed herself with a torch in her hand. "Are you awake, Prince Theseus?" she whispered. "Yes," answered Theseus. "With so little time to live, I do not choose to waste any of it in sleep." "Then follow me," said Ariadne, "and tread softly." What had become of the jailer and the guards, Theseus never knew. But however that might be, Ariadne opened all the doors and led them forth from the darksome prison into the pleasant moonlight. "Theseus," said the maiden, "you can now get on board your vessel and sail away for Athens." "No," answered the young man, "I will never leave Crete unless I can first slay the Minotaur and save my poor companions and deliver Athens from this cruel tribute." "I knew that this would be your resolution," said Ariadne. "Come then with me, brave Theseus. Here is your own sword which the guards deprived you of. You will need it, and pray heaven you may use it well." Then she led Theseus along by the hand until they came to a dark, shadowy grove where the moonlight wasted itself on the tops of the trees, without shedding hardly so much as a glimmering beam upon their pathway. After going a good way through this obscurity, they reached a high marble wall which was overgrown with creeping plants that made it shaggy with their verdure. The wall seemed to have no door nor any windows, but rose up lofty and massive and mysterious, and was neither to be clambered over, nor, so far as Theseus could perceive, to be passed through. Nevertheless, Ariadne did but press one of her soft little fingers against a particular block of marble, and, though it looked as solid as any other part of the wall, it yielded to her touch, disclosing an entrance just wide enough to admit them. They crept through, and the marble stone swung back into its place. "We are now," said Ariadne, "in the famous labyrinth which Daedalus built before he made himself a pair of wings and flew away from our island like a bird. That Daedalus was a very cunning workman, but of all his artful contrivances, this labyrinth is the most wondrous. Were we to take but a few steps from the doorway, we might wander about all our lifetime and never find it again. Yet in the very centre of this labyrinth is the Minotaur, and Theseus, you must go thither to seek him." "But how shall I ever find him," asked Theseus, "if the labyrinth so bewilders me as you say it will?" Just as he spoke, they heard a rough and very disagreeable roar, which greatly resembled the lowing of a fine bull, but yet had some sort of sound like the human voice. Theseus even fancied a rude articulation in it, as if the creature that uttered it were trying to shape his hoarse breath into words. It was at some distance, however, and he really could not tell whether it sounded most like a bull's roar or a man's harsh voice. "That is the Minotaur noise," whispered Ariadne, closely grasping the hand of Theseus and pressing one of her own hands to her heart, which was all in a tremble. "You must follow that sound through the windings of the labyrinth, and by you will find him. Stay, take the end of this silken string. I will hold the other end, and then, if you win the victory, it will lead you again to this spot. Farewell, brave Theseus." So the young man took the end of the silken string in his left hand, and his gold-hilted sword, ready drawn from its scabbard, in the other, and trod boldly into the inscrutable labyrinth. How this labyrinth was built is more than I can tell you, but so cunningly contrived a mizmaze was never seen in the world before nor since. There can be nothing else so intricate unless it were the brain of a man like Daedalus who planned it, or the heart of an ordinary man, which last, to be sure, is 10 times as great a mystery as the labyrinth of Crete. Theseus had not taken 5 steps before he lost sight of Ariadne, and in 5 more his head was growing dizzy. But still he went on, now creeping through a low arch, now ascending a flight of steps, now in one crooked passage, and now in another, with here a door opening before him, and there one hanging behind, until it really seemed as if the walls spun round, and whirled him round along with them. And all the while, through these hollow avenues, now nearer, now farther off again, resounded the cry of the Minotaur, and the sound was so fierce, so cruel, so ugly, so like a bull's roar, and withal so like a human voice, and yet like neither of them, that the brave heart of Theseus grew sterner and angrier at every step, for he felt it an insult to the moon and sky, and to our affectionate and simple Mother Earth, that such a monster should have the audacity to exist. As he passed onward, the clouds gathered over the moon, and the labyrinth grew so dusky that Theseus could no longer discern the bewilderment through which he was passing. He would have felt quite lost and utterly hopeless of ever again walking in a straight path, if every little while he had not been conscious of a gentle twitch at the silken cord. Then he knew that the tender-hearted Ariadne was still holding the other end, and that she was fearing for him and hoping for him, and giving him just as much of her sympathy as if she were close by his side. Oh, indeed, I can assure you, there was a vast deal of human sympathy running along that slender thread of silk. But still he followed the dreadful roar of the Minotaur, which now grew louder and louder, and finally so very loud that Theseus fully expected to come close upon him at every new zigzag and wriggle of the path. And at last, in an open space at the very centre of the labyrinth, he did discern the hideous creature. Sure enough, what an ugly monster it was! Only his horned head belonged to a bull, and yet somehow or other he looked like a bull all over, preposterously waddling on his hind legs. Or, if you happened to view him in another way, he seemed wholly a man, and all the more monstrous for being so. And there he was, the wretched thing, with no society, no companion, no kind of a mate, living only to do mischief, and incapable of knowing what affection means. Theseus hated him, and shuddered at him, and yet could not but be sensible of some sort of pity, and all the more, the uglier and more detestable the creature was, for he kept striding to and fro in a solitary frenzy of rage, continually emitting a hoarse roar, which was oddly mixed up with half-shaped words. And after listening a while, Theseus understood that the Minotaur was saying to himself how miserable he was, and how hungry, and how he hated everybody, and how he longed to eat up the human race alive. Ah, the bull-headed villain! And oh, my good little people, you will perhaps see one of these days, as I do now, that every human being who suffers anything evil to get into his nature, or to remain there, is a kind of Minotaur, an enemy of his fellow creatures, and separated from all good companionship, as this poor monster was. Was Theseus afraid? By no means, my dear auditors. What? A hero like Theseus afraid? Not had the Minotaur had 20 bull heads instead of one. Bold as he was, however, I rather fancy that it strengthened his valiant heart, just at this crisis, to feel a tremulous twitch at the silken cord, which he was still holding in his left hand. It was as if Ariadne were giving him all her might and courage, and much as he already had, and little as she had to give, it made his own seem twice as much. And to confess the honest truth, he needed the whole, for now the Minotaur, turning suddenly about, caught sight of Theseus, and instantly lowered his horribly sharp horns, exactly as a mad bull does when he means to rush against an enemy. At the same time he belched forth a tremendous roar, in which there was something like the words of human language, but all disjointed and shaken to pieces by passing through the gullet of a miserably enraged brute. Theseus could only guess what the creature intended to say, and that rather by his gestures than his words, for the Minotaur's horns were sharper than his wits, and of a great deal more service to him than his tongue. But probably this was the sense of what he uttered. "Ah, wretch of a human being! I'll stick my horns through you and toss you 50 feet high and eat you up the moment you come down." "Come on then and try it," was all that Theseus deigned to reply, for he was far too magnanimous to assault his enemy with insolent language. Without more words on either side, there ensued the most awful fight between Theseus and the Minotaur that ever happened beneath the sun or moon. I really know not how it might have turned out if the monster, in his first headlong rush against Theseus, had not missed him by a hair's breadth and broken one of his horns short off against the stone wall. On this mishap he bellowed so intolerably that a part of the labyrinth tumbled down, and all the inhabitants of Crete mistook the noise for an uncommonly heavy thunderstorm. Smarting with the pain, he galloped around the open space in so ridiculous a way that Theseus laughed at it long afterwards, though not precisely at the moment. After this, the two antagonists stood valiantly up to one another and fought sword to horn for a long while. At last the Minotaur made a run at Theseus, grazed his left side with his horn, and flung him down. And thinking that he had stabbed him to the heart, he cut a great caper in the air, opened his bull mouth from ear to ear, and prepared to snap his head off. But Theseus by this time had leaped up and caught the monster off his guard. Fetching a sword stroke at him with all his force, he hit him fair upon the neck and made his bull head skip 6 yards from his human body, which fell down flat upon the ground. So now the battle was ended. Immediately the moon shone out as brightly as if all the troubles of the world and all the wickedness and the ugliness that infest human life were past and gone forever. And Theseus, as he leaned on his sword taking breath, felt another twitch of the silken cord, for all through the terrible encounter he had held it fast in his left hand. Eager to let Ariadne know of his success, he followed the guidance of the thread and soon found himself at the entrance of the labyrinth. "Thou hast slain the monster!" cried Ariadne, clasping her hands. "Thanks to thee, dear Ariadne," answered Theseus, "I return victorious." "Then," said Ariadne, "we must quickly summon thy friends and get them and thyself on board the vessel before dawn. If morning finds thee here, my father will avenge the Minotaur." To make the story short, the poor captives were awakened, and hardly knowing whether it was not a joyful dream, were told of what Theseus had done, and that they must set sail for Athens before daybreak. Hastening down to the vessel, they all clambered on board except Prince Theseus, who lingered behind them on the strand, holding Ariadne's hand clasped in his own. "Dear maiden," said he, "thou wilt surely go with us. Thou art too gentle and sweet a child for such an iron-hearted father as King Minos. He cares no more for thee than a granite rock cares for the little flower that grows in one of its crevices. But my father, King Aegeus, and my dear mother, Aethra, and all the fathers and mothers in Athens, and all the sons and daughters too, will love and honour thee as their benefactress. Come with us then, for King Minos will be very angry when he knows what thou hast done." Now, some low-minded people who pretend to tell the story of Theseus and Ariadne have the face to say that this royal and honourable maiden did really flee away, under cover of the night, with the young stranger whose life she had preserved. They say too that Prince Theseus, who could have died sooner than wrong the meanest creature in the world, ungratefully deserted Ariadne on a solitary island where the vessel touched on its voyage to Athens. But had the noble Theseus heard these falsehoods, he would have served their slanderous authors as he served the Minotaur. Here is what Ariadne answered when the brave Prince of Athens besought her to accompany him. "No, Theseus," the maiden said, pressing his hand, and then drawing back a step or two. "I cannot go with you. My father is old and has nobody but myself to love him. Hard as you think his heart is, it would break to lose me. At first King Minos will be angry, but he will soon forgive his only child, and by he will rejoice, I know, that no more youths and maidens must come from Athens to be devoured by the Minotaur. I have saved you, Theseus, as much for my father's sake as for your own. Farewell. Heaven bless you." All this was so true and so maidenlike, and was spoken with so sweet a dignity, that Theseus would have blushed to urge her any longer. Nothing remained for him, therefore, but to bid Ariadne an affectionate farewell, and to go on board the vessel and set sail. In a few moments the white foam was boiling up before their prow, as Prince Theseus and his companions sailed out of the harbour with a whistling breeze behind them. Talus, the brazen giant, on his never-ceasing sentinel's march, happened to be approaching that part of the coast, and they saw him by the glimmering of the moonbeams on his polished surface, while he was yet a great way off. As the figure moved like clockwork, however, and could neither hasten his enormous strides nor retard them, he arrived at the port when they were just beyond the reach of his club. Nevertheless, straddling from headland to headland, as his custom was, Talus attempted to strike a blow at the vessel, and, overreaching himself, tumbled at full length into the sea, which splashed high over his gigantic shape, as when an iceberg turns a somerset. There he lies yet, and whoever desires to enrich himself by means of brass had better go thither with a diving bell and fish up Talus. On the homeward voyage, the 14 youths and damsels were in excellent spirits, as you will easily suppose. They spent most of their time in dancing, unless when the sidelong breeze made the deck slope too much. In due season they came within sight of the coast of Attica, which was their native country. But here, I am grieved to tell you, happened a sad misfortune. You will remember, what Theseus unfortunately forgot, that his father, King Aegeus, had enjoined it upon him to hoist sunshiny sails instead of black ones, in case he should overcome the Minotaur and return victorious. In the joy of their success, however, and amidst the sports, dancing, and other merriment with which these young folks wore away the time, they never once thought whether their sails were black, white, or rainbow-coloured, and indeed left it entirely to the mariners whether they had any sails at all. Thus the vessel returned, like a raven, with the same sable wings that had wafted her away. But poor King Aegeus, day after day, infirm as he was, had clambered to the summit of a cliff that overhung the sea, and there sat watching for Prince Theseus, homeward bound. And no sooner did he behold the fatal blackness of the sails than he concluded that his dear son, whom he loved so much and felt so proud of, had been eaten by the Minotaur. He could not bear the thought of living any longer, so, first flinging his crown and sceptre into the sea, useless baubles that they were to him now, King Aegeus merely stooped forward and fell headlong over the cliff, and was drowned, poor soul, in the waves that foamed at its base. This was melancholy news for Prince Theseus, who, when he stepped ashore, found himself king of all the country, whether he would or no, and such a turn of fortune was enough to make any young man feel very much out of spirits. However, he sent for his dear mother to Athens, and by taking her advice in matters of state, became a very excellent monarch, and was greatly beloved by his people. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Pegasus, the Winged Horse, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Once, in the old times, a fountain gushed out of a hillside in the marvellous land of Greece, and for aught I know, after so many thousand years, it is still gushing out of the very self-same spot. At any rate, there was the pleasant fountain, welling freshly forth and sparkling adown the hillside in the golden sunset, when a handsome young man named Bellerophon drew near its margin. In his hand he held a bridle studded with brilliant gems and adorned with a golden bit. Seeing an old man, and another of middle age, and a little boy near the fountain, and likewise a maiden, who was dipping up some of the water in a pitcher, he paused, and begged that he might refresh himself with a draught. "This is very delicious water," he said to the maiden, as he rinsed and filled her pitcher after drinking out of it. "Will you be kind enough to tell me whether the fountain has any name?" Yes, it is called the Fountain of Pirene, answered the maiden. And then she added, My grandmother has told me that this clear fountain was once a beautiful woman, and when her son was killed by the arrows of the huntress Diana, she melted all away into tears. And so the water which you find so cool and sweet is the sorrow of that poor mother's heart. I should not have dreamed, observed the young stranger, that so clear a wellspring, with its gush and gurgle and its cheery dance out of the shade and into the sunlight, had so much as one teardrop in its bosom. And this then is Pirene? I thank you, pretty maiden, for telling me its name. I have come from a far-away country to find this very spot. A middle-aged country fellow, he had driven his cow to drink out of the spring, stared hard at young Bellerophon and at the handsome bridle which he carried in his hand. The watercourses must be getting low, friend, in your part of the world, remarked he, if you come so far only to find the fountain of Pirene. But pray, have you lost a horse? I see you carry the bridle in your hand, and a very pretty one it is, with that double row of bright stones upon it. If the horse was as fine as the bridle, you are much to be pitied for losing him. I have lost no horse, said Bellerophon with a smile, but I happen to be seeking a very famous one, which, as wise people have informed me, must be found hereabouts, if anywhere. Do you know whether the winged horse Pegasus still haunts the fountain of Pirene, as he used to do in your forefathers' days? But then the country fellow laughed. Some of you, my little friends, have probably heard that this Pegasus was a snow-white steed with beautiful silvery wings, who spent much of his time on the summit of Mount Helicon. He was as wild and as swift and as buoyant in his flight through the air as any eagle that ever soared into the clouds. There was nothing else like him in the world. He had no mate. He never had been backed or bridled by a master, and for many a long year he led a solitary and a happy life. Oh, how fine a thing it is to be a winged horse! Sleeping at night as he did on a lofty mountain top, and passing the greater part of the day in the air, Pegasus seemed hardly to be a creature of the earth. Whenever he was seen, up very high above people's heads, with the sunshine on his silvery wings, you would have thought that he belonged to the sky, and that, skimming a little too low, he had got astray among our mists and vapours, and was seeking his way back again. It was very pretty to behold him plunge into the fleecy bosom of a bright cloud, and be lost in it for a moment or two, and then break forth from the other side. Or, in a sullen rainstorm, when there was a grey pavement of clouds over the whole sky, it would sometimes happen that the winged horse descended right through it, and the glad light of the upper region would gleam after him. In another instant, it is true, both Pegasus and the pleasant light would be gone away together. But anyone that was fortunate enough to see this wondrous spectacle felt cheerful the whole day afterward, and as much longer as the storm lasted. In the summer-time, and in the beautifulest of weather, Pegasus often alighted on the solid earth, and, closing his silvery wings, would gallop over hill and dale for pastime as fleetly as the wind. Oftener than in any other place, he had been seen near the fountain of Pirene, drinking the delicious water, or rolling himself upon the soft grass of the margin. Sometimes, too, but Pegasus was very dainty in his food, he would crop a few of the clover blossoms that happened to be sweetest. To the fountain of Pirene, therefore, people's great-grandfathers had been in the habit of going, as long as they were youthful and retained their faith in winged horses, in hopes of getting a glimpse at the beautiful Pegasus. But of late years he had been very seldom seen. Indeed, there were many of the country folks dwelling within half an hour's walk of the fountain who had never beheld Pegasus, and did not believe that there was any such creature in existence. The country fellow to whom Bellerophon was speaking chanced to be one of those incredulous persons, and that was the reason why he laughed. "Pegasus, indeed!" cried he. turning up his nose as high as such a flat nose could be turned up. Pegasus, indeed! A winged horse, truly! Why, friend, are you in your senses? Of what use would wings be to a horse? Could he drag the plough so well, think you? To be sure, there might be a little saving in the expense of shoes, but then how would a man like to see his horse flying out of the stable window? Yes, or whisking him up above the clouds, when he only wanted to ride to the mill? No, no, I don't believe in Pegasus. There never was such a ridiculous kind of a horsefowl made. I have some reason to think otherwise, said Bellerophon quietly. And then he turned to an old grey man who was leaning on a staff and listening very attentively, with his head stretched forward and one hand at his ear, because for the last 20 years he had been getting rather deaf. "And what say you, venerable sir?" inquired he. "In your younger days, I should imagine you must frequently have seen the winged steed." "Ah, young stranger, my memory is very poor," said the aged man. "When I was a lad, if I remember rightly, I used to believe there was such a horse, and so did everybody else. But nowadays I hardly know what to think, and very seldom think about the winged horse at all. If I ever saw the creature, it was a long, long while ago, and to tell you the truth, I doubt whether I ever did see him. One day, to be sure, when I was quite a youth, I remember seeing some hoof tramps round about the brink of the fountain. Pegasus might have made those hoof marks, and so might some other horse." "And have you never seen him, my fair maiden?" asked Bellerophon of the girl who stood with the pitcher on her head while this talk went on. "You certainly could see Pegasus if anybody can, for your eyes are very bright." "Once I thought I saw him," replied the maiden, with a smile and a blush. "It was either Pegasus or a large white bird, a very great way up in the air. And one other time, as I was coming to the fountain with my pitcher, I heard a neigh. Oh, such a brisk and melodious neigh as that was! My very heart leaped with delight at the sound. But it startled me nevertheless, so that I ran home without filling my pitcher." "That was truly a pity," said Bellerophon. And he turned to the child whom I mentioned at the beginning of the story, and who was gazing at him, as children are apt to gaze at strangers, with his rosy mouth wide open. "Well, my little fellow," cried Bellerophon, playfully pulling one of his curls, "I suppose you have often seen the winged horse?" "That I have," answered the child very readily. "I saw him yesterday, and many times before." "You are a fine little man," said Bellerophon, drawing the child closer to him. "Come, tell me all about it." "Why," replied the child, "I often come here to sail little boats in the fountain, and to gather pretty pebbles out of its basin, and sometimes when I look down into the water I see the image of the winged horse in the picture of the sky that is there. I wish he would come down and take me on his back and let me ride him up to the moon. But if I so much as stir to look at him, he flies far away out of sight." And Bellerophon put his faith in the child who had seen the image of Pegasus in the water, and in the maiden who had heard him neigh so melodiously, rather than in the middle-aged clown who believed only in cart horses, or in the old man who had forgotten the beautiful things of his youth. Therefore he haunted about the fountain of Pirene for a great many days afterward. He kept continually on the watch, looking upward at the sky or else down into the water, hoping forever that he should see either the reflected image of the winged horse or the marvellous reality. He held the bridle with its bright gems and golden bit always ready in his hand. The rustic people who dwelt in the neighbourhood and drove their cattle to the fountain to drink would often laugh at poor Bellerophon, and sometimes take him pretty severely to task. They told him that an able-bodied young man like himself ought to have better business than to be wasting his time in such an idle pursuit. They offered to sell him a horse if he wanted one, and when Bellerophon declined the purchase, they tried to drive a bargain with him for his fine bridle. Even the country boys thought him so very foolish that they used to have a great deal of sport about him, and were rude enough not to care a fig, although Bellerophon saw and heard it. One little urchin, for example, would play Pegasus, and cut the oddest imaginable capers by way of flying, while one of his schoolfellows would scamper after him, holding forth a twist of bulrushes, which was intended to represent Bellerophon's ornamental bridle. But the gentle child, who had seen the picture of Pegasus in the water, comforted the young stranger more than all the naughty boys could torment him. The dear little fellow, in his play hours, often sat down beside him, and without speaking a word, would look down into the fountain and up toward the sky, with so innocent a faith that Bellerophon could not help feeling encouraged. Now you will perhaps wish to be told why it was that Bellerophon had undertaken to catch the winged horse, and we shall find no better opportunity to speak about this matter than while he is waiting for Pegasus to appear. If I were to relate the whole of Bellerophon's previous adventures, they might easily grow into a very long story. It will be quite enough to say that in a certain country in Asia, a terrible monster called a chimera had made its appearance, and was doing more mischief than could be talked about between now and sunset. According to the best accounts which I have been able to obtain, this chimera was nearly, if not quite, the ugliest and most poisonous creature, and the strangest and unaccountablest, and the hardest to fight with, and the most difficult to run away from, that ever came out of the earth's inside. It had a tail like a boa constrictor, its body was like I do not care what, and it had 3 separate heads, one of which was a lion's, the second a goat's, and the third an abominably great snake's, and a hot blast of fire came flaming out of each of its 3 mouths. Being an earthly monster, I doubt whether it had any wings, but wings or no, it ran like a goat and a lion, and wriggled along like a serpent, and thus contrived to make about as much speed as all the 3 together. Oh, the mischief and mischief and mischief that this naughty creature did! With its flaming breath it could set a forest on fire, or burn up a field of grain, or, for that matter, a village, with all its fences and houses. It laid waste the whole country round about, and used to eat up people and animals alive, and cook them afterward in the burning oven of its stomach. Mercy on us, little children! I hope neither you nor I will ever happen to meet a chimera. While the hateful beast, if a beast we can anywise call it, was doing all these horrible things, it so chanced that Bellerophon came to that part of the world on a visit to the king. The king's name was Iobates, and Lycia was the country which he ruled over. Bellerophon was one of the bravest youths in the world, and desired nothing so much as to do some valiant and beneficent deed, such as would make all mankind admire and love him. In those days, the only way for a young man to distinguish himself was by fighting battles, either with the enemies of his country, or with wicked giants, or with troublesome dragons, or with wild beasts, when you could find nothing more dangerous to encounter. King Iobates, perceiving the courage of this youthful visitor, proposed to him to go and fight the chimera, which everybody else was afraid of, and which, unless it should be soon killed, was likely to convert Lycia into a desert. Bellerophon hesitated not a moment, but assured the king that he would either slay this dreaded chimera or perish in the attempt. But in the first place, as the monster was so prodigiously swift, he bethought himself that he should never win the victory by fighting on foot. The wisest thing he could do, therefore, was to get the very best and fleetest horse that could anywhere be found. And what other horse in all the world was half so fleet as the marvellous horse Pegasus, who had wings as well as legs, and was even more active in the air than on the earth? To be sure, a great many people denied that there was any such horse with wings, and said that the stories about him were all poetry and nonsense. But, wonderful as it appeared, Bellerophon believed that Pegasus was a real steed, and hoped that he himself might be fortunate enough to find him, and once fairly mounted on his back, he would be able to fight the Chimera at better advantage. And this was the purpose with which he had travelled from Lycia to Greece, and had brought the beautifully ornamental bridle in his hand. It was an enchanted bridle. If he could only succeed in putting the golden bit into the mouth of Pegasus, the winged horse would be submissive, and would own Bellerophon for his master, and fly whithersoever he might choose to turn the rein. But indeed it was a weary and anxious time, while Bellerophon waited and waited for Pegasus, in hopes that he would come and drink at the fountain of Pirene. He was afraid lest King Iobates should imagine that he had fled from the Chimera. It pained him too to think how much mischief the monster was doing, while he himself, instead of fighting with it, was compelled to sit idly poring over the bright waters of Pirene as they gushed out of the sparkling sand. And as Pegasus came thither so seldom in these latter years, and scarcely alighted there more than once in a lifetime, Bellerophon feared that he might grow an old man and have no strength left in his arms nor courage in his heart before the winged horse would appear. Oh, how heavily passes the time while an adventurous youth is yearning to do his part in life and to gather in the harvest of his renown. How hard a lesson it is to wait. Our life is brief, and how much of it is spent in teaching us only this. Well was it for Bellerophon that the gentle child had grown so fond of him, and was never weary of keeping him company. Every morning the child gave him a new hope to put in his bosom, instead of yesterday's withered one. "Dear Bellerophon," he would cry, looking up hopefully into his face, "I think we shall see Pegasus today." And at length, if it had not been for the little boy's unwavering faith, Bellerophon would have given up all hope, and would have gone back to Lycia and have done his best to slay the Chimera without the help of the winged horse. And in that case, poor Bellerophon would at least have been terribly scorched by the creature's breath, and would most probably have been killed and devoured. Nobody should ever try to fight an earth-born Chimera unless he can first get upon the back of an aerial steed. One morning the child spoke to Bellerophon even more hopefully than usual. "Dear, dear Bellerophon," cried he, "I know not why it is, but I feel as if we should certainly see Pegasus today." And all that day he would not stir a step from Bellerophon's side. So they ate a crust of bread together and drank some of the water of the fountain. In the afternoon there they sat, and Bellerophon had thrown his arms around the child, who likewise had put one of his little hands into Bellerophon's. The latter was lost in his own thoughts, and was fixing his eyes vacantly on the trunks of the trees that overshadowed the fountain, and on the grapevines that clambered up among their branches. But the gentle child was gazing down into the water. He was grieved, for Bellerophon's sake, that the hope of another day should be deceived, like so many before it, and 2 or 3 quiet teardrops fell from his eyes, and mingled with what were said to be the many tears of Pirene when she wept for her slain children. But when he least thought of it, Bellerophon felt the pressure of the child's little hand, and heard a soft, almost breathless, whisper. "See there, dear Bellerophon, there is an image in the water." The young man looked down into the dimpling mirror of the fountain, and saw what he took to be the reflection of a bird, which seemed to be flying at a great height in the air, with a gleam of sunshine on its snowy or silvery wings. "What a splendid bird it must be," said he, "and how very large it looks, though it must really be flying higher than the clouds." "It makes me tremble," whispered the child. "I am afraid to look up into the air. It is very beautiful, and yet I dare only look at its image in the water. Dear Bellerophon, do you not see that it is no bird? It is the winged horse, Pegasus." Bellerophon's heart began to throb. He gazed keenly upward, but could not see the winged creature, whether bird or horse, because just then it had plunged into the fleecy depths of a summer cloud. It was but a moment, however, before the object reappeared, sinking lightly down out of the cloud, although still at a vast distance from the earth. Bellerophon caught the child in his arms and shrank back with him, so that they were both hidden among the thick shrubbery which grew all round the fountain. Not that he was afraid of any harm, but he dreaded lest, if Pegasus caught a glimpse of them, he would fly far away and alight in some inaccessible mountain top, for it was really the winged horse. After they had expected him so long, he was coming to quench his thirst with the water of Pirene. Nearer and nearer came the aerial wonder, flying in great circles, as you may have seen a dove when about to alight. Downward came Pegasus in those wide sweeping circles, which grew narrower and narrower still as he gradually approached the earth. The nigher the view of him, the more beautiful he was, and the more marvellous the sweep of his silvery wings. At last, with so light a pressure as hardly to bend the grass about the fountain, or imprint a hoof tramp in the sand of its margin, he alighted, and, stooping his wild head, began to drink. He drew in the water with long and pleasant sighs, and tranquil pauses of enjoyment, and then another draught, and another, and another. For nowhere in the world, or up among the clouds, did Pegasus love any water as he loved this of Pirene. And when his thirst was slaked, he cropped a few of the honey blossoms of the clover, delicately tasting them, but not caring to make a hearty meal, because the herbage just beneath the clouds on the lofty sides of Mount Helicon suited his palate better than this ordinary grass. After thus drinking to his heart's content, and in his dainty fashion, condescending to take a little food, the winged horse began to caper to and fro, and dance, as it were, out of mere idleness and sport. There never was a more playful creature made than this very Pegasus. So there he frisked, in a way that it delights me to think about, fluttering his great wings as lightly as ever did a linnet, and running little races, half on earth and half in the air, and which I know not whether to call a flight or a gallop. When a creature is perfectly able to fly, he sometimes chooses to run just for the pastime of the thing, and so did Pegasus, although it cost him some little trouble to keep his hoofs so near the ground. Bellerophon, meanwhile, holding the child's hand, peeped forth from the shrubbery, and thought that never was any sight so beautiful as this, nor ever a horse's eyes so wild and spirited as those of Pegasus. It seemed a sin to think of bridling him and riding on his back. Once or twice Pegasus stopped and snuffed the air, pricking up his ears, tossing his head, and turning it on all sides, as if he partly suspected some mischief or other. Seeing nothing, however, and hearing no sound, he soon began his antics again. At length, not that he was weary, but only idle and luxurious, Pegasus folded his wings and lay down on the soft green turf. But being too full of aerial life to remain quiet for many moments together, he soon rolled over on his back, with his 4 slender legs in the air. It was beautiful to see him, this one solitary creature whose mate had never been created, but who needed no companion, and, living a great many 100 years, was as happy as the centuries were long. The more he did such things as mortal horses are accustomed to do, the less earthly and the more wonderful he seemed. Bellerophon and the child almost held their breath, partly from a delightful awe, but still more because they dreaded lest the slightest stir or murmur should send him up, with the speed of an arrow flight, into the furthest blue of the sky. Finally, when he had enough of rolling over and over, Pegasus turned himself about and indolently, like any other horse, put out his 4 legs in order to rise from the ground, and Bellerophon, who had guessed that he would do so, darted suddenly from the thicket and leaped astride of his back. Yes, there he sat, on the back of the winged horse. But what a bound did Pegasus make when for the first time he felt the weight of a mortal man upon his loins. A bound indeed. Before he had time to draw a breath, Bellerophon found himself 500 feet aloft, and still shooting upward, while the winged horse snorted and trembled with terror and anger. Upward he went, up, 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 until he plunged into the cold, misty bosom of a cloud, at which, only a little while before, Bellerophon had been gazing and fancying it a very pleasant spot. Then again, out of the heart of the cloud, Pegasus shot down like a thunderbolt, as if he meant to dash both himself and his rider headlong against a rock. Then he went through about 1,000 of the wildest caprioles that had ever been performed either by a bird or a horse. I cannot tell you half that he did. He skimmed straight forward and sidewise and backward. He reared himself erect, with his forelegs on a wreath of mist and his hind legs on nothing at all. He flung out his heels behind and put down his head between his legs, with his wings pointing right upward. At about 2 miles height above the earth, he turned a somerset, so that Bellerophon's heels were where his head should have been, and he seemed to look down into the sky instead of up. He twisted his head about, and looking Bellerophon in the face, with fire flashing from his eyes, made a terrible attempt to bite him. He fluttered his pinions so wildly that one of the silver feathers was shaken out, and floating earthward was picked up by the child, who kept it as long as he lived, in memory of Pegasus and Bellerophon. But the latter, who, as you may judge, was as good a horseman as ever galloped, had been watching his opportunity, and at last clapped the golden bit of the enchanted bridle between the winged steed's jaws. No sooner was this done than Pegasus became as manageable as if he had taken food all his life out of Bellerophon's hand. To speak what I really feel, it was almost a sadness to see so wild a creature grow suddenly so tame. And Pegasus seemed to feel it so likewise. He looked round to Bellerophon with the tears in his beautiful eyes, instead of the fire that so recently flashed from them. But when Bellerophon patted his head and spoke a few authoritative, yet kind and soothing words, another look came into the eyes of Pegasus, for he was glad at heart, after so many lonely centuries, to have found a companion and a master. Thus it always is with winged horses, and with all such wild and solitary creatures. If you can catch and overcome them, it is the surest way to win their love. While Pegasus had been doing his utmost to shake Bellerophon off his back, he had flown a very long distance, and they had come within sight of a lofty mountain by the time the bit was in his mouth. Bellerophon had seen this mountain before, and knew it to be Helicon, on the summit of which was the winged horse's abode. Thither, after looking gently into the rider's face as if to ask leave, Pegasus now flew, and alighting, waited patiently until Bellerophon should please to dismount. The young man accordingly leaped from his steed's back, but still held him fast by the bridle. Meeting his eyes, however, he was so affected by the gentleness of his aspect, and by the thought of the free life which Pegasus had hitherto lived, that he could not bear to keep him a prisoner, if he really desired his liberty. Obeying this generous impulse, he slipped the enchanted bridle off the head of Pegasus, and took the bit from his mouth. "Leave me, Pegasus," said he. "Either leave me or love me." In an instant, the winged horse shot almost out of sight, soaring straight upward from the summit of Mount Helicon. Being long after sunset, it was now twilight on the mountain top, and dusky evening over all the country round about. But Pegasus flew so high that he overtook the departed day and was bathed in the upper radiance of the sun. Ascending higher and higher, he looked a bright speck, and at last could no longer be seen in the hollow waste of the sky. And Bellerophon was afraid that he should never behold him more. But while he was lamenting his own folly, the bright speck reappeared and drew nearer and nearer, until it descended lower than the sunshine. And behold, Pegasus had come back. After this trial, there was no more fear of the winged horse's making his escape. He and Bellerophon were friends, and put loving faith in one another. That night they lay down and slept together with Bellerophon's arm about the neck of Pegasus, not as a caution, but for kindness. And they woke at peep of day, and bade one another good morning, each in his own language. In this manner Bellerophon and the wondrous steed spent several days, and grew better acquainted and fonder of each other all the time. They went on long aerial journeys, and sometimes ascended so high that the earth looked hardly bigger than the moon. They visited distant countries, and amazed the inhabitants, who thought that the beautiful young man on the back of the winged horse must have come down out of the sky. 1,000 miles a day was no more than an easy space for the fleet Pegasus to pass over. Bellerophon was delighted with this kind of life, and would have liked nothing better than to live always in the same way, aloft in the clear atmosphere, for it was always sunny weather up there, however cheerless and rainy it might be in the lower region. But he could not forget the horrible chimera, which he had promised King Iobates to slay. So at last, when he had become well accustomed to feats of horsemanship in the air, and could manage Pegasus with the least motion of his hand, and had taught him to obey his voice, he determined to attempt the performance of this perilous adventure. At daybreak, therefore, as soon as he unclosed his eyes, he gently pinched the winged horse's ear in order to arouse him. Pegasus immediately started from the ground, and pranced about 1/4 of a mile aloft, and made a grand sweep around the mountain top, by way of showing that he was wide awake and ready for any kind of an excursion. During the whole of this little flight he uttered a loud, brisk, and melodious neigh, and finally came down at Bellerophon's side as lightly as ever you saw a sparrow hop upon a twig. "Well done, dear Pegasus! Well done, my sky skimmer!" cried Bellerophon, fondly stroking the horse's neck. "And now, my fleet and beautiful friend, we must break our fast. Today we are to fight the terrible chimera." As soon as they had eaten their morning meal and drank some sparkling water from a spring called Hippocrene, Pegasus held out his head of his own accord so that his master might put on the bridle. Then, with a great many playful leaps and airy caperings, he showed his impatience to be gone, while Bellerophon was girding on his sword and hanging his shield about his neck and preparing himself for battle. When everything was ready, the rider mounted, and, as was his custom when going a long distance, ascended 5 miles perpendicularly, so as the better to see whither he was directing his course. He then turned the head of Pegasus toward the east, and set out for Lycia. In their flight they overtook an eagle, and came so nigh him, before he could get out of their way, that Bellerophon might easily have caught him by the leg. Hastening onward at this rate, it was still early in the forenoon when they beheld the lofty mountains of Lycia, with their deep and shaggy valleys. If Bellerophon had been told truly, it was in one of those dismal valleys that the hideous chimera had taken up its abode. Being now so near their journey's end, the winged horse gradually descended with his rider, and they took advantage of some clouds that were floating over the mountain tops in order to conceal themselves. Hovering on the upper surface of a cloud and peeping over its edge, Bellerophon had a pretty distinct view of the mountainous part of Lycia, and could look into all its shadowy vales at once. At first there appeared to be nothing remarkable. It was a wild, savage, and rocky tract of high and precipitous hills. In the more level part of the country there were the ruins of houses that had been burned, and here and there the carcasses of dead cattle strewn about the pastures where they had been feeding. "The chimera must have done this mischief," thought Bellerophon. "But where can the monster be?" As I have already said, there was nothing remarkable to be detected at first sight in any of the valleys and dells that lay among the precipitous heights of the mountains. Nothing at all, unless indeed it were 3 spires of black smoke, which issued from what seemed to be the mouth of a cavern, and clambered sullenly into the atmosphere. Before reaching the mountain top, these three black smoke wreaths mingled themselves into one. The cavern was almost directly beneath the winged horse and his rider, at the distance of about 1,000 feet. The smoke, as it crept heavily upward, had an ugly, sulphurous, stifling scent, which caused Pegasus to snort and Bellerophon to sneeze. So disagreeable was it to the marvellous steed, who was accustomed to breathe only the purest air, that he waved his wings and shot half a mile out of the range of this offensive vapour. But on looking behind him, Bellerophon saw something that induced him first to draw the bridle and then to turn Pegasus about. He made a sign which the winged horse understood, and sunk slowly through the air, until his hoofs were scarcely more than a man's height above the rocky bottom of the valley. In front, as far off as you could throw a stone, was the cavern's mouth, with the three smoke wreaths oozing out of it. And what else did Bellerophon behold there? There seemed to be a heap of strange and terrible creatures curled up within the cavern. Their bodies lay so close together that Bellerophon could not distinguish them apart. But judging by their heads, one of these creatures was a huge snake, the second a fierce lion, and the third an ugly goat. The lion and the goat were asleep. The snake was broad awake and kept staring around him with a great pair of fiery eyes. But, and this was the most wonderful part of the matter, the three spires of smoke evidently issued from the nostrils of these three heads. So strange was the spectacle that, though Bellerophon had been all along expecting it, the truth did not immediately occur to him that here was the terrible three-headed chimera. He had found out the chimera's cavern. The snake, the lion, and the goat, as he supposed them to be, were not three separate creatures, but one monster. The wicked, hateful thing, slumbering as 2/3 of it were, it still held in its abominable claws the remnant of an unfortunate lamb, or possibly, but I hate to think so, it was a dear little boy, which its three mouths had been gnawing before two of them fell asleep. All at once Bellerophon started as from a dream, and knew it to be the chimera. Pegasus seemed to know it at the same instant, and sent forth a neigh that sounded like the call of a trumpet to battle. At this sound the three heads reared themselves erect and belched out great flashes of flame. Before Bellerophon had time to consider what to do next, the monster flung itself out of the cavern and sprang straight toward him, with its immense claws extended and its snaky tail twisting itself venomously behind. If Pegasus had not been as nimble as a bird, both he and his rider would have been overthrown by the chimera's headlong rush, and thus the battle have been ended before it was well begun. But the winged horse was not to be caught so. In the twinkling of an eye he was up and aloft, halfway to the clouds, snorting with anger. He shuddered too, not with affright, but with utter disgust at the loathsomeness of this poisonous thing with three heads. The chimera, on the other hand, raised itself up so as to stand absolutely on the tip end of its tail, with its talons pawing fiercely in the air and its three heads spluttering fire at Pegasus and his rider. My stars, how it roared and hissed and bellowed! Bellerophon, meanwhile, was fitting his shield on his arm and drawing his sword. "Now, my beloved Pegasus," he whispered in the winged horse's ear, "thou must help me to slay this insufferable monster, or else thou shalt fly back to thy solitary mountain peak without thy friend Bellerophon, for either the chimera dies, or its three mouths shall gnaw this head of mine, which has slumbered upon thy neck." Pegasus whinnied, and turning back his head, rubbed his nose tenderly against his rider's cheek. It was his way of telling him that, though he had wings and was an immortal horse, yet he would perish, if it were possible for immortality to perish, rather than leave Bellerophon behind. "I thank you, Pegasus," answered Bellerophon. "Now then, Let us make a dash at the monster." Uttering these words, he shook the bridle, and Pegasus darted down aslant, as swift as the flight of an arrow, right towards the Chimera's threefold head, which all this time was poking itself as high as it could into the air. As he came within arm's length, Bellerophon made a cut at the monster, but was carried onward by his steed before he could see whether the blow had been successful. Pegasus continued his course, but soon wheeled round, at about the same distance from the Chimera as before. Bellerophon then perceived that he had cut the goat's head of the monster almost off, so that it dangled downward by the skin and seemed quite dead. But to make amends, the snake's head and the lion's head had taken all the fierceness of the dead one into themselves, and spit flame, and hissed and roared with a vast deal more fury than before. "Never mind, my brave Pegasus," cried Bellerophon. "With another stroke like that we will stop either its hissing or its roaring." And again he shook the bridle. Dashing aslantwise as before, the winged horse made another arrow flight toward the Chimera, and Bellerophon aimed another downright stroke at one of the two remaining heads as he shot by. But this time neither he nor Pegasus escaped so well as at first. With one of its claws the Chimera had given the young man a deep scratch in his shoulder, and had slightly damaged the left wing of the flying steed with the other. On his part, Bellerophon had mortally wounded the lion's head of the monster, insomuch that it now hung downward, with its fire almost extinguished, and sending out gasps of thick black smoke. The snake's head, however, which was the only one left now, was twice as fierce and venomous as ever before. It belched forth shoots of fire 500 yards long, and emitted hisses so loud, so harsh, and so ear-piercing, that King Iobates heard them 50 miles off, and trembled till the throne shook under him. "Well a day," thought the poor king, "the Chimera is certainly coming to devour me." Meanwhile Pegasus had again paused in the air and neighed angrily, while sparkles of a pure crystal flame darted out of his eyes. How unlike the lurid fire of the Chimera! The aerial steed's spirit was all aroused, and so was that of Bellerophon. "Dost thou bleed, my immortal horse?" cried the young man, caring less for his own hurt than for the anguish of this glorious creature that ought never to have tasted pain. "The execrable Chimera shall pay for this mischief with his last head." Then he shook the bridle, shouted loudly, and guided Pegasus, not aslantwise as before, but straight at the monster's hideous front. So rapid was the onset that it seemed but a dazzle and a flash before Bellerophon was at close gripes with his enemy. The Chimera by this time, after losing its second head, had got into a red-hot passion of pain and rampant rage. It so flounced about, half on earth and partly in the air, that it was impossible to say which element it rested upon. It opened its snake jaws to such an abominable width that Pegasus might almost, I was going to say, have flown right down its throat, wings outspread, rider and all. At their approach it shot out a tremendous blast of its fiery breath, and enveloped Bellerophon and his steed in a perfect atmosphere of flame, singeing the wings of Pegasus, scorching off one whole side of the young man's golden ringlets, and making them both far hotter than was comfortable from head to foot. But this was nothing to what followed. When the airy rush of the winged horse had brought him within the distance of 100 yards, the Chimera gave a spring and flung its huge, awkward, venomous, and utterly detestable carcass right upon poor Pegasus, clung around him with might and main, and tied up its snaky tail into a knot. Up flew the aerial steed, higher, 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 above the mountain peaks, above the clouds, and almost out of sight of the solid earth. But still the earth-born monster kept its hold, and was borne upward along with the creature of light and air. Bellerophon, meanwhile, turning about, found himself face to face with the ugly grimness of the Chimera's visage, and could only avoid being scorched to death or bitten right in twain by holding up his shield. Over the upper edge of the shield he looked sternly into the savage eyes of the monster. But the Chimera was so mad and wild with pain that it did not guard itself so well as might else have been the case. Perhaps, after all, the best way to fight a Chimera is by getting as close to it as you can. In its efforts to stick its horrible iron claws into its enemy, the creature left its own breast quite exposed, and perceiving this, Bellerophon thrust his sword up to the hilt in its cruel heart. Immediately the snaky tail untied its knot, the monster let go its hold of Pegasus, and fell from that vast height downward, while the fire within its bosom, instead of being put out, burned fiercer than ever, and quickly began to consume the dead carcass. Thus it fell out of the sky all aflame, and, it being nightfall before it reached the earth, was mistaken for a shooting star or a comet. But at early sunrise some cottagers were going to their day's labour, and saw, to their astonishment, that several acres of ground were strewn with black ashes. In the middle of a field there was a heap of whitened bones, a great deal higher than a haystack. Nothing else was ever seen of the dreadful Chimera. And when Bellerophon had won the victory, he bent forward and kissed Pegasus, while the tears stood in his eyes. "Back now, my beloved steed," said he, "back to the fountain of Pirene." Pegasus skimmed through the air quicker than ever he did before, and reached the fountain in a very short time, and there he found the old man leaning on his staff, and the country fellow watering his cow, and the pretty maiden filling her pitcher. "I remember now," quoth the old man. "I saw this winged horse once before when I was quite a lad, but he was 10 times handsomer in those days." "I own a cart horse worth 3 of him," said the country fellow. "If this pony were mine, the first thing I should do would be to clip his wings." But the poor maiden said nothing, for she had always the luck to be afraid at the wrong time, so she ran away and let her pitcher tumble down and broke it. "Where is the gentle child," asked Bellerophon, "who used to keep me company and never lost his faith, and never was weary of gazing into the fountain?" "Here am I, dear Bellerophon," said the child softly. For the little boy had spent day after day on the margin of Pirene, waiting for his friend to come back. But when he perceived Bellerophon descending through the clouds, mounted on the winged horse, he had shrunk back into the shrubbery. He was a delicate and tender child, and dreaded lest the old man and the country fellow should see the tears gushing from his eyes. "Thou hast won the victory," said he joyfully, running to the knees of Bellerophon, who still sat on the back of Pegasus. "I knew thou wouldst." "Yes, dear child," replied Bellerophon, alighting from the winged horse. "But if thy faith had not helped me, I should never have waited for Pegasus, and never have gone up above the clouds, and never have conquered the terrible Chimera. Thou, my beloved little friend, hast done it all. And now let us give Pegasus his liberty." So he slipped off the enchanted bridle from the head of the marvellous steed. "Be free for evermore, my Pegasus," cried he, with a shade of sadness in his tone. "Be as free as thou art fleet." But Pegasus rested his head on Bellerophon's shoulder, and would not be persuaded to take flight. "Well then," said Bellerophon, caressing the airy horse, "thou shalt be with me as long as thou wilt, and we will go together forthwith and tell King Iobates that the Chimera is destroyed." Then Bellerophon embraced the gentle child and promised to come to him again, and departed. But in after years that child took higher flights upon the aerial steed than ever did Bellerophon, and achieved more honourable deeds than his friend's victory over the Chimera. For, gentle and tender as he was, he grew to be a mighty poet. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3. Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Heroes Sail Away in Search of the Golden Fleece by Charles Kingsley. This is a tale of heroes who sailed away into a distant land to win themselves renown forever in the adventure of the Golden Fleece. Whither they sailed, my children, I cannot clearly tell. It all happened long ago, so long that it has all grown dim, like a dream which you dreamed last year. And why they went, I cannot tell. Some say that it was to win gold. It may be so, but the noblest deeds which have been done on earth have not been done for gold. The Spartans looked for no reward in money when they fought and died at Thermopylae, and Socrates the wise asked no pay from his countrymen, but lived poor and barefoot all his days, only caring to make men good. And there are heroes in our days also, who do noble deeds, but not for gold. Our discoverers did not go to make themselves rich when they sailed out one after another into the dreary frozen seas. Therefore we will believe, why should we not, of these same Argonauts of old, that they too were noblemen who planned and did a noble deed, and that therefore their fame has lived and been told in story and in song, mixed up, no doubt, with dreams and fables, and yet true and right at heart. So we will honour these old Argonauts and listen to their story as it stands, and we will try to be like them, each of us in our place, for each of us has a golden fleece to seek, and a wild sea to sail over ere we reach it, and dragons to fight ere it be ours. And what was that first golden fleece? I do not know nor care. The old Greeks said that it hung in Colchis, what we call the Circassian coast, nailed to a beech tree in the war god's wood, and that it was the fleece of the wondrous ram who bore Phrixus and Helle across the Black Sea. For Phrixus and Helle were the children of the cloud nymph and of Athamas, the Minuan king. And when a famine came upon the land, their cruel stepmother, Ino, wished to kill them, so that her own children might reign, and said that they must be sacrificed on an altar to turn away the anger of the gods. So the poor children were brought to the altar, and the priest stood ready with his knife, when out of the clouds came the golden ram and took them on his back and vanished. Then madness came upon that foolish king, Athamas, and ruin upon Ino and her children. For Athamas killed one of them in his fury, and Ino fled from him with the other in her arms, and leaped from a cliff into the sea, and was changed into a dolphin, such as you have seen, which wanders over the waves, forever sighing, with its little one clasped to its breast. But the people drove out King Athamas, because he had killed his child, and he roamed about in his misery till he came to the oracle in Delphi, and the oracle told him that he must wander for his sin, till the wild beasts should feast him as their guest. So he went on in hunger and sorrow for many a weary day, till he saw a pack of wolves. The wolves were tearing a sheep, but when they saw Athamas, they fled, and left the sheep for him, and he ate of it, and then he knew that the oracle was fulfilled at last. So he wandered no more, but settled and built a town, and became a king again. But the ram carried the two children far away over land and sea, till he came to the Thracian Chersonese, and there Helle fell into the sea. So the narrow straits are called Hellespont after her, and they bear that name until this day. Then the ram flew on with Phrixus to the northeast across the sea which we call the Black Sea now, but the Greeks call it Euxine. And at last, they say, he stopped at Colchis on the steep Circassian coast, and there Phrixus married Chalciope, the daughter of Aeetes the king, and offered the ram in sacrifice, and Aeetes nailed the ram's fleece to a beech in the grove of Mars, the war god. After a while Phrixus died and was buried, but his spirit had no rest, for he was buried far from his native land and the pleasant hills of Greece. So he came in dreams to the heroes of the Minuai, and called sadly by their beds, "Come and set my spirit free, that I may go home to my fathers and to my kinsfolk and the pleasant Minoan land." And they asked, "How shall we set your spirit free?" "You must sail over the sea to Colchis and bring home the golden fleece, and then my spirit will come back with it, and I shall sleep with my fathers and have rest." Often he came thus and called to them, but when they woke they looked at each other and said, "Who dare sail to Colchis or bring home the golden fleece?" And in all the country none was brave enough to try it, for the man and the time were not come. Phrixus had a cousin called Æson, who was king in Iolcos by the sea. There he ruled over the rich Minoan heroes, as Athamas his uncle ruled in Boeotia. And like Athamas, he was an unhappy man, for he had a step-brother named Peleus, of whom some said that he was a nymph's son, and there were dark and sad tales about his birth. When he was a babe, he was cast out on the mountains, and a wild mare came by and kicked him. But a shepherd passing found the baby with its face all blackened by the blow, and took him home and called him Peleus, because his face was bruised and black. And he grew up fierce and lawless, and did many a fearful deed, and at last he drove out Æson his step-brother, and then his own brother Neleus, and took the kingdom to himself, and ruled over the rich Minoan heroes in Iolcos by the sea. And Æson, when he was driven out, went sadly away out of the town, leading his little son by the hand, and he said to himself, "I must hide the child in the mountains, or Peleus will surely kill him, because he is the heir." So he went up from the sea across the valley, through the vineyards and the olive groves, and across the torrent of Anorus, towards Pelion, the ancient mountain, whose brows are white with snow. He went up and up into the mountain, over marsh and crag, and down till the boy was tired and footsore, and Æson had to bear him in his arms, till he came to the mouth of a lonely cave at the foot of a mighty cliff. Above the cliff the snow wreaths hung, dripping and cracking in the sun, but at its foot, around the cave's mouth, grew all fair flowers and herbs, as if in a garden, ranged in order, each sort by itself. There they grew gaily in the sunshine, and the spray of the torrent from above, while from the cave came the sound of music and a man's voice singing to the harp. Then Æson put down the lad and whispered, "Fear not, but go in, and whomsoever you shall find, lay your hands upon his knees and say, 'In the name of Jupiter, the father of gods and men, I am your guest from this day forth.'" Then the lad went in without trembling, for he too was a hero's son. But when he was within, he stopped in wonder to listen to that magic song. And there he saw the singer lying upon bearskins and fragrant boughs. Chiron, the ancient centaur, the wisest of all things beneath the sky. Down to the waist he was a man, but below he was a noble horse. His white hair rolled down over his broad shoulders, and his white beard over his broad brown chest, and his eyes were wise and mild, and his forehead like a mountain wall. And in his hands he held a harp of gold, and struck it with a golden key. And as he struck, he sang till his eyes glittered and filled all the cave with light. And he sang of the birth of time, and of the heavens and the dancing stars, of the ocean and the ether and the fire, and the shaping of the wondrous earth. And he sang of the treasures of the hills, and the hidden jewels of the mine, and the veins of fire and metal, and the virtues of all healing herbs, and of the speech of birds, and of prophecy, and of hidden things to come. Then he sang of health and strength and manhood, and a valiant heart, and of music and hunting and wrestling, and all the games which heroes love, and of travel and wars and sieges, and a noble death in fight. And then he sang of peace and plenty, and of equal justice in the land. And as he sang, the boy listened wide-eyed, and forgot his errand in the song. And at the last old Chiron was silent, and called the lad with a soft voice, and the lad ran trembling to him, and would have laid his hands upon his knees, but Chiron smiled and said, "Call hither your father Æson." For I know you and all that has befallen, and saw you both afar in the valley, even before you left the town." Then Æson came in sadly, and Chiron asked him, "Why camest you not yourself to me, Æson the Aelid?" Then Æson said, "I thought Chiron would pity the lad if he sees him come alone, and I wished to try whether he was fearless, and dare venture like a hero's son. But now I entreat you by Father Jupiter, let the boy be your guest till better times, and train him among the sons of the heroes, that he may avenge his father's house." Then Chiron smiled, and drew the lad to him, and laid his hand upon his golden locks, and said, "Are you afraid of my horse's hoofs, fair boy? Or will you be my pupil from this day?" "I would gladly have horse's hoofs like you, if I could sing such songs as yours." And Chiron laughed and said, "Sit here by me till sundown, when your playfellows will come home, and you shall learn like them to be a king, worthy to rule over gallant men." Then he turned to Æson and said, "Go back in peace, and bend before the storm like a prudent man. This boy shall not cross the Anorus again till he has become a glory to you and to the house of Æolus." And Æson wept over his son, and went away. But the boy did not weep, so full was his fancy of that strange cave, and the centaur and his song, and the playfellows whom he was to see. Then Chiron put the lyre into his hands, and taught him how to play it, till the sun sank low behind the cliff, and a shout was heard outside. And then in came the sons of the heroes, Aeneas and Hercules and Peleus, and many other mighty men. And great Chiron leaped up joyfully, and his hoofs made the cave resound, as they shouted, "Come out, Father Chiron, come out and see our game." And one cried, "I have killed 2 deer," and another, "I took a wildcat among the crags." And Hercules dragged a wild goat after him by its horns, for he was as huge as a mountain crag. And Cineus carried a bear cub under each arm, and laughed when they scratched and bit, for neither tooth nor steel could wound him. And Chiron praised them all, each according to his deserts. Only one walked apart and silent, Aesculapius, the too wise child, carrying herbs and flowers, and round his wrist a spotted snake. He came with downcast eyes to Chiron, and whispered how he had watched the snake cast its old skin and grow young again before his eyes, and how he had gone down into a village in the vale and cured a dying man with a herb which he had seen a sick goat eat. And Chiron smiled and said, "To each Minerva and Apollo gave some gift, and each is worthy in his place. But to this child they have given an honour beyond all honours, to cure while others kill." Then the lads brought in wood and split it, and lighted a blazing fire, and others skinned the deer and quartered them, and set them to roast before the fire. And while the venison was cooking, they bathed in the snow torrent and washed away the dust and sweat. And then all ate till they could eat no more, for they had tasted nothing since the dawn, and drank of the clear spring water. And when the remnants were put away, they all lay down upon the skins and leaves about the fire, and each took the lyre in turn, and sang and played with all his heart. After a while they all went out to a plot of grass at the cave's mouth, and there they boxed and ran and wrestled and laughed till the stones fell from the cliffs. Then Chiron took his lyre, and all the lads joined hands, and as he played they danced to his measure, in and out, and round and round. There they danced hand in hand till the night fell over land and sea, while the black glen shone with their broad white limbs and the gleam of their golden hair. And the lad danced with them, delighted, and then slept a wholesome sleep upon fragrant leaves of bay and myrtle and marjoram and flowers of thyme, and rose at the dawn and bathed in the torrent and became a schoolfellow to the heroes' sons, and forgot Iolcos and his father and all his former life. But he grew strong and brave and cunning, upon the pleasant downs of Pelion, in the keen, hungry mountain air. And he learned to wrestle, and to box, and to hunt, and to play upon the harp. And next he learned to ride, for old Chiron used to mount him on his back. And he learned the virtues of all herbs, and how to cure all wounds. And Chiron called him Jason the healer, and that is his name until this day. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. How Jason Lost His Sandal by Charles Kingsley. 10 years came and went, and Jason was grown to be a mighty man. Some of his fellows were gone, and some were growing up by his side. Aesculapius was gone into Peloponnesus to work his wondrous cures on men, and some say he used to raise the dead to life. And Hercules was gone to Thebes to fulfill those famous labours which have become a proverb among men. Peleus had married a sea-nymph, and his wedding is famous to this day. And Aeneas was gone home to Troy, and many a noble tale you will read of him, and of all the other gallant heroes, the scholars of Chiron the Just. Now it happened on a day that Jason stood on the mountain, and looked north and south, and east and west, and Chiron stood by him and watched him, for he knew that the time was come. And Jason looked and saw the plains of Thessaly, where the Lepithae breed their horses, and the lake of Boibe, and the stream which runs northward to Peneus and Tempe. And he looked north and saw the mountain wall which guards the Magnesian shore, Olympus, the seat of the immortals, and Ossa and Pelion, where he stood. Then he looked east and saw the bright blue sea, which stretched away forever toward the dawn. Then he looked south and saw a pleasant land with white-walled towns and farms nestling along the shore of a landlocked bay, while the smoke rose blue among the trees. And he knew it for the bay of Pegasus, and the rich lowlands of Haemonia, and Iolcos by the sea. Then he sighed and asked, "Is it true what the heroes tell me, that I am the heir of that fair land?" "And what good would it be to you, Jason, if you were heir of that fair land?" "I would take it and keep it." "A strong man has taken it and kept it long. Are you stronger than Peleus the Terrible?" "I can try my strength with his," said Jason. But Chiron sighed and said, "You have many a danger to go through before you rule in Iolcos by the sea, many a danger and many a woe, and strange troubles in strange lands, such as man never saw before." "The happier I," said Jason, "to see what man never saw before." And Chiron sighed again and said, "The eaglet must leave the nest when it is fledged. Will you go to Iolcos by the sea? Then promise me 2 things before you go." Jason promised, and Chiron answered, "Speak harshly to no soul whom you may meet, and stand by the word which you shall speak." Jason wondered why Chiron asked this of him, but he knew that the centaur was a prophet and saw things long before they came. So he promised, and leaped down the mountain to take his fortune like a man. He went down through the arbutus thickets and across the downs of thyme, till he came to the vineyard walls, and the pomegranates and the olives in the glen, and among the olives roared Anorus, all foaming with a summer flood. And on the bank of Anorus sat a woman, all wrinkled, grey, and old. Her head shook palsied on her breast, and her hands shook palsied on her knees. And when she saw Jason, she spoke, whining, "Who will carry me across the flood?" Jason was bold and hasty, and was just going to leap into the flood, and yet he thought twice before he leaped, so loud roared the torrent down, all brown from the mountain rains, and silver-veined with melting snow, while underneath he could hear the boulders rumbling like the tramp of horsemen or the roll of wheels, as they ground along the narrow channel and shook the rocks on which he stood. But the old woman whined all the more, I am weak and old, fair youth. For Juno's sake, carry me over the torrent. And Jason was going to answer her scornfully when Chiron's words came to his mind. So he said, For Juno's sake, the queen of the immortals on Olympus, I will carry you over the torrent, unless we both are drowned midway. Then the old dame leaped on his back as nimbly as a goat, and Jason staggered in wondering, and the first step was up to his knees, and the second step was up to his waist, and the stones rolled about his feet, and his feet slipped about the stones, so he went on staggering and panting, while the old woman cried from off his back, Fool, you have wet my mantle. Do you make game of poor old souls like me? Jason had half a mind to drop her and let her get through the torrent by herself, but Chiron's words were in his mind, and he said only, Patience, mother, the best horse may stumble some day. At last he staggered to the shore and set her down upon the bank, and a strong man he needed to have been, or that wild water he never would have crossed. He lay panting a while upon the bank, and then leaped up to go upon his journey, but he cast one look at the old woman, for he thought, She should thank me once at least. And as he looked, she grew fairer than all women, and taller than all men on earth, and her garments shone like the summer sea, and her jewels like the stars of heaven, and over her forehead was a veil woven of the golden clouds of sunset, and through the veil she looked down on him with great soft heifer's eyes, with great eyes mild and awful, which filled all the glen with light. And Jason fell upon his knees and hid his face between his hands. And she spoke, I am the queen of Olympus, Juno, the wife of Jupiter. As thou hast done to me, so will I do to thee. Call on me in the hour of need, and try if the immortals can forget. And when Jason looked up, she rose from off the earth like a pillar of tall white cloud, and floated away across the mountain peaks toward Olympus, the holy hill. Then a great fear fell on Jason, but after a while he grew light of heart, and he blessed old Chiron and said, Surely the centaur is a prophet, and guessed what would come to pass, when he bade me speak harshly to no soul whom I might meet. Then he went down toward Iolcus, and as he walked he found that he had lost one of his sandals in the flood. And as he went through the streets, the people came out to look at him, so tall and fair was he. But some of the elders whispered together, and at last one of them stopped Jason and called to him, Fair lad, who are you, and whence come you, and what is your errand in the town? My name, good father, is Jason, and I come from Pelion up above, and my errand is to Peleus, your king. Tell me then where his palace is. But the old man started and grew pale and said, Do you not know the oracle, my son, that you go so boldly through the town with but one sandal on? I am a stranger and know of no oracle, but what of my one sandal? I lost the other in an orus, while I was struggling with the flood. Then the old man looked back to his companions, and one sighed and another smiled. At last he said, I will tell you, lest you rush upon your ruin unawares. The oracle in Delphi has said that a man wearing one sandal should take the kingdom from Peleus and keep it for himself. Therefore beware how you go up to the palace, for he is the fiercest and most cunning of all kings. Then Jason laughed a great laugh, like a war horse in his pride. Good news, good father, both for you and me. For that very end I came into the town. Then he strode on toward the palace of Peleus, while all the people wondered at his bearing. And he stood in the doorway and cried, come out, Peleus the valiant, and fight for your kingdom like a man. Peleus came out wondering, and, Who are you, bold youth? He cried. I am Jason, the son of Aeson, the heir of all this land. Then Peleus lifted up his hands and eyes and wept, or seemed to weep, and blessed the heavens which had brought his nephew to him, never to leave him more. For, said he, I have but 3 daughters and no son to be my heir, You shall be my heir then, and rule the kingdom after me, and marry whichsoever of my daughters you shall choose, though a sad kingdom you will find it, and whosoever rules it a miserable man. But come in and feast." So he drew Jason in, whether he would or not, and spoke to him so lovingly and feasted him so well that Jason's anger passed. And after supper his 3 cousins came into the hall, and Jason thought that he should like well enough to have one of them for his wife. But at last he said to Peleus, "Why do you look so sad, my uncle? And what did you mean just now when you said that this was a doleful kingdom, and its ruler a miserable man?" Peleus sighed heavily again and again and again, like a man who had to tell some dreadful story and was afraid to begin. But at last, "For 7 long years and more have I never known a quiet night, and no more will he who comes after me, till the golden fleece be brought home." Then he told Jason the story of Phrixus and of the golden fleece, and told him too, which was a lie, that Phrixus' spirit tormented him, calling to him day and night. And his daughters came and told the same tale, for their father had taught them their parts, and wept and said, "Oh, who will bring home the golden fleece, that our uncle's spirit may rest, and that we may have rest also, whom he never let sleep in peace?" Jason sat a while, sad and silent, for he had often heard of that golden fleece, but he looked on it as a thing hopeless and impossible for any mortal man to win. But when Peleus saw him silent, he began to talk of other things, and courted Jason more and more, speaking to him as if he was certain to be his heir, and asking his advice about the kingdom, till Jason, who was young and simple, could not help saying to himself, "Surely he is not the dark man whom people call him. Yet why did he drive my father out?" And he asked Peleus boldly, "Men say that you are terrible and a man of blood, but I find you a kind and hospitable man, and as you are to me, so I will be to you. Yet why did you drive my father out?" Peleus smiled and sighed. "Men have slandered me in that, as in all things. Your father was growing old and weary, and he gave the kingdom up to me of his own will. You shall see him tomorrow and ask him, and he will tell you the same." Jason's heart leaped in him when he heard that he was to see his father, and he believed all that Peleus said, forgetting that his father might not dare to tell the truth. "One thing more there is," said Peleus, "on which I need your advice. For though you are young, I see in you wisdom beyond your years. There is one neighbour of mine whom I dread more than all men on earth. I am stronger than he now, and can command him, but I know that if he stay among us, he will work my ruin in the end. Can you give me a plan, Jason, by which I can rid myself of that man?" After a while Jason answered, half laughing, "Were I you, I would send him to fetch that same golden fleece, for if he once set forth after it, you would never be troubled with him more." A bitter smile came across Peleus's lips, and a flash of wicked joy into his eyes, and Jason saw it and started, and over his mind came the warning of the old man, and his own one sandal, and the oracle, and he saw that he was taken in a trap. But Peleus only answered gently, "My son, he shall be sent forthwith." "You mean me?" cried Jason, starting up, "because I came here with one sandal?" And he lifted his fist angrily, while Peleus stood up to him like a wolf at bay, and whether of the two was the stronger and the fiercer, it would be hard to tell. But after a moment Peleus spoke gently. "Why then so rash, my son? You and not I have said what is said. Why blame me for what I have not done? Had you bid me love the man of whom I spoke, and make him my son-in-law and heir, I would have obeyed you. And what if I obey you now, and send the man to win himself immortal fame? I have not harmed you or him. One thing at least I know, that he will go, and that gladly, for he has a hero's heart within him, loving glory, and scorning to break the word which he has given." Jason saw that he was entrapped, but his second promise to Chiron came into his mind, and he thought, what if the centaur were a prophet in that also, and meant that I should win the fleece? Then he cried aloud, "You have well spoken, cunning uncle of mine. I love glory, and I dare keep to my word. I will go and fetch this golden fleece. Promise me but this in return, and keep your word as I keep mine. Treat my father lovingly while I am gone, for the sake of all-seeing Jupiter, and give me up the kingdom for my own on the day that I bring back the golden fleece." Then Peleus looked at him and almost loved him in the midst of all his hate, and said, "I promise, and I will perform. It will be no shame to give up my kingdom to the man who wins that fleece." Then they swore a great oath between them, and afterward both went in and lay down to sleep. But Jason could not sleep for thinking of his mighty oath, and how he was to fulfill it all alone and without wealth or friends. So he tossed a long time upon his bed and thought of this plan and of that, and sometimes Phrixus seemed to call him in a thin voice, faint and low, as if it came from far across the sea, "Let me come home to my fathers and have rest." And sometimes he seemed to see the eyes of Juno and to hear her words again, "Call on me in the hour of need and see if the immortals can forget." And on the morrow he went to Peleus and said, "Give me a victim that I may sacrifice to Juno." So he went up and offered his sacrifice, and as he stood by the altar, Juno sent a thought into his mind, and he went back to Peleus and said, "If you are indeed in earnest, give me 2 heralds, that they may go round to all the princes in the Minuai who were pupils of the centaur with me, that we may fit out a ship together and take what shall befall." At that Peleus praised his wisdom and hastened to send the heralds out, for he said in his heart, "Let all the princes go with him, and like him never return, for so I shall be lord of all the Minuai, and the greatest king in Greece." End of section 5. Section 6 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3. Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. How They Built the Ship Argo by Charles Kingsley. So the heralds went out and cried to all the heroes of the Minuai, "Who dare come to the adventure of the Golden Fleece?" And Juno stirred the hearts of all the princes, and they came from all their valleys to the yellow sands of Pegasus. And first came Hercules the mighty, with his lion's skin and club, and behind him Hylas, his young squire, who bore his arrows and his bow, and Typhus, the skilful steersman, and Butes, the fairest of all men, and Castor and Pollux the twins, the sons of the magic swan, and Cineas, the strongest of mortals. And thither came Zetes and Calais, the winged sons of the north wind, and Peleus, the father of Achilles, whose bride was silver-footed Thetis, the goddess of the sea. And thither came Telamon and Oileus, the fathers of the 2 Iantes, who fought upon the plains of Troy, and Mopsus, the wise soothsayer, who knew the speech of birds, and Idmon, to whom Phoebus gave a tongue to prophesy of things to come, and Anchios, who could read the stars, and Argos, the famed shipbuilder, and many a hero more, in helmets of brass and gold, with tall dyed horsehair crests, and embroidered shirts of linen beneath their coats of mail, and greaves of polished tin to guard their knees in fight, with each man his shield upon his shoulder of many a fold of tough bull's hide, and his sword of tempered bronze in his silver-studded belt, and in his right hand a pair of lances of the heavy white ash-staves. So they came down to Iolcos, and all the city came out to meet them, and were never tired with looking at their height, and their beauty, and their gallant bearing, and the glitter of their inlaid arms. And some said, "Never was such a gathering of the heroes since the Greeks conquered the land." But the women sighed over them and whispered, "Alas, they are all going to their death." Then they felled the pines on Pelion and shaped them with the axe, and Argus taught them to build a galley, the first long ship which ever sailed the seas. They pierced her for 50 oars, an oar for each hero of the crew, and pitched her with coal-black pitch, and painted her bows with vermilion, and they named her Argo, after Argus, and worked at her all day long. And at night Peleus feasted them like a king, and they slept in his palace porch. But Jason went away to the northward and into the land of Thrace, till he found Orpheus, the prince of minstrels, where he dwelt in his cave under Rhodope, among the savage Cicon tribes. And he asked him, "Will you leave your mountains, Orpheus, my fellow scholar in old times, and cross Strymon once more with me, to sail with the heroes of the Minuai, and bring home the golden fleece, and charm for us all men and all monsters with your magic harp and song?" Then Orpheus sighed. "Have I not had enough of toil and of weary wandering far and wide since I lived in Chiron's cave above Iolcos by the sea? In vain is the skill and the voice which my goddess mother gave me. In vain have I sung and laboured. In vain I went down to the dead and charmed all the kings of Hades to win back Eurydice, my bride. For I won her, my beloved, and lost her again the same day, and wandered away in my madness, even to Egypt and the Libyan sands, and the isles of all the seas, driven on by the terrible gadfly, while I charmed in vain the hearts of men, and the savage forest beasts, and the trees and the lifeless stones, with my magic harp and song, giving rest, but finding none. But at last Calliope, my mother, delivered me and brought me home in peace, and I dwell here in the cave alone among the savage Cicon tribes, softening their wild hearts with music and the gentle laws of Jupiter. And now I must go out again to the ends of all the earth, far away into the misty darkness, to the last wave of the eastern sea. But what is doomed must be, and a friend's demand obeyed. For prayers are the daughters of Jupiter, and who honours them honours him. Then Orpheus rose up sighing, and took his harp, and went over Strymon. And he led Jason to the southwest, up the banks of Haliacmon, and over the spurs of Pindus, to Dodona, the town of Jupiter, where it stood by the side of the sacred lake, and the fountain which breathed out fire, in the darkness of the ancient oakwood, beneath the mountain of the 100 springs. And he led them to the talking oak, where the black dove settled in old times, and was changed into the priestess of Jupiter, and gave oracles to all nations round. And he bade them cut down a bough, and sacrifice to Juno and to Jupiter. And they took the bough and came to Iolcos, and nailed it to the beak-head of the ship. At last the ship was finished, and they tried to launch her down the beach, but she was too heavy for them to move her, and her keel sank deep into the sand. Then all the heroes looked at each other, blushing. But Jason spoke and said, "Let us ask the magic bough. Perhaps it can help us in our need." Then a voice came from the bough, and Jason heard the words it said, and bade Orpheus play upon the harp, while the heroes waited round, holding the pine trunk rollers to help her toward the sea. So Orpheus took his harp and began his magic song. "How sweet it is to ride upon the surges, and to leap from wave to wave, while the wind sings cheerful in the cordage, and the oars flash fast among the foam. How sweet it is to roam across the ocean, and see new towns and wondrous lands, and to come home laden with treasure, and to win undying fame." And the good ship Argo heard him, and longed to be away and out at sea, till she stirred in every timber, and heaved from stem to stern, and leaped up from the sand upon the rollers, and plunged onward like a gallant horse, and the heroes fed her path with pine trunks till she rushed into the whispering sea. Then they stored her well with food and water, and pulled the ladder up on board, and settled themselves, each man to his oar, and kept time to Orpheus's harp, and away across the bay they rowed southward, while the people lined the cliffs, and the women wept while the men shouted at the starting of that gallant crew. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. How the Argonauts Sailed to Colchis by Charles Kingsley. What happened next, my children, whether it be true or not, stands written in ancient songs, which you shall read for yourselves some day. And grand old songs they are, written in grand old rolling verse, and they call them the Songs of Orpheus, or the Orphics, to this day. They tell how the heroes came to Aphetai across the bay, and waited for the south-west wind, and chose themselves a captain from their crew, and how all called for Hercules, because he was the strongest and most huge, but Hercules refused and called for Jason, because he was the wisest of them all. So Jason was chosen captain, and Orpheus heaped a pile of wood, and slew a bull, and offered it to Juno, and called all the heroes to stand round, each man's head crowned with olive, and to strike their swords into the bull. Then he filled a golden goblet with the bull's blood, and with wheaten flour, and honey and wine, and the bitter salt sea water, and bade the heroes taste. So each tasted the goblet, and passed it round, and vowed an awful vow. And they vowed before the sun, and the night, and the blue-haired sea who shakes the land, to stand by Jason faithfully in the adventure of the Golden Fleece. And whosoever shrank back, or disobeyed, or turned traitor to his vow, then justice should minister against him, and the fates who track guilty men. Then Jason lighted the pile, and burnt the carcass of the bull, and they went to their ship, and sailed eastward, like men who have a work to do. And the place from which they went was called Aphetai, the sailing place from that day forth. 3,000 years and more ago they sailed away into the unknown eastern seas, and great nations have come and gone since then, and many a storm has swept the earth. Many a mighty armament, to which Argo would be but one small boat. English and French, Turkish and Russian, have sailed those waters since, yet the fame of that small Argo lives forever, and her name is become a proverb among men. So they sailed past the Isle of Sciathos, with the Cape of Sepias on their left, and turned to the northward towards Pelion, up the long Magnesian shore. On their right hand was the open sea, and on their left old Pelion rose, while the clouds crawled round his dark pine forests and his caps of summer snow, and their hearts yearned for the dear old mountain as they thought of pleasant days gone by, and of the sports of their boyhood, their hunting and their schooling in the cave beneath the cliff. At last Peleus spoke. "Let us land here, friends, and climb the dear old hill once more. We are going on a fearful journey. Who knows if we shall see Pelion again? Let us go up to Chiron our master and ask his blessing ere we start. And I have a boy too with him, whom he trains as he trained me once, the son whom Thetis brought me, the silver-footed lady of the sea, whom I caught in the cave and tamed her, though she changed her shape 7 times. For she changed as I held her into water and to vapour, and to burning flame, and to a rock, and to a black-maned lion, and to a tall and stately tree. But I held her ever, till she took her own shape again, and led her to my father's house, and won her for my bride. And all the rulers of Olympus came to our wedding, and the heavens and the earth rejoiced together when an immortal wedded a mortal man. And now let me see my son, for it is not often I shall see him upon earth. Famous he will be, but short-lived, and die in the flower of youth. So Typhus the helmsman steered them to the shore under the crag of Pelion, and they went up through the dark pine forests towards the Centaur's cave. As they came into the misty hall, beneath the snow-crowned crag, they saw the great Centaur lying with his huge limbs spread upon the rocks, and beside him stood Achilles, the child whom no steel could wound, and played upon his harp right sweetly, while Chiron watched and smiled. Then Chiron leaped up and welcomed them, and kissed them every one, and set a feast before them of swine's flesh and venison and good wine, and young Achilles served them and carried the golden goblet round. And after supper all the heroes clapped their hands and called on Orpheus to sing, but he refused and said, "How can I, who am the younger, sing before our ancient host?" So they called on Chiron to sing, and Achilles brought him his harp, and he began a wondrous song, a famous story of old time, of the fight between the centaurs and the Lapithae, which you may still see carved in stone. He sang how his brothers came to ruin by their folly when they were mad with wine, and how they and the heroes fought with fists and teeth and the goblets from which they drank, and how they tore up the pine trees in their fury and hurled great crags of stone, while the mountains thundered with the battle and the land was wasted far and wide, till the Lapithae drove them from their home in the rich Thalassian plains to the lonely glens of Pindus, leaving Chiron all alone. And the heroes praised his song right heartily, for some of them had helped in that great fight. Then Orpheus took the lyre and sang of chaos and the making of the wondrous world, and how all things sprang from love, who could not live alone in the abyss. And as he sang, his voice rose from the cave above the crags and through the tree-tops and the glens of oak and pine. And the trees bowed their heads when they heard it, and the grey rocks cracked and rang, and the forest beasts crept near to listen, and the birds forsook their nests and hovered round. And old Chiron clapped his hands together and beat his hoofs upon the ground, for wonder at that magic song. Then Peleus kissed his boy and wept over him, and they went down to the ship, and Chiron came down with them weeping, and kissed them one by one, and blessed them, and promised to them great renown. And the heroes wept when they left him, till their great hearts could weep no more, for he was kind and just and pious, and wiser than all beasts and men. Then he went up to a cliff and prayed for them, that they might come home safe and well, while the heroes rowed away and watched him standing on his cliff above the sea, with his great hands raised toward heaven, and his white locks waving in the wind. And they strained their eyes to watch him to the last, for they felt that they should look on him no more. So they rowed on over the long swell of the sea, past Olympus, the seat of the immortals, and past the wooded bays of Athos and Samothrace, the sacred isle. And they came past Lemnos to the Hellespont, and through the narrow strait of Abydos, and so on into the Propontis, which we call Marmora now. And there they met with Cyzicus, ruling in Asia over the Dolions, who, the songs say, was the son of Aeneas, of whom you will hear many a tale some day. For Homer tells us how he fought at Troy, and Virgil how he sailed away and founded Rome. Now Cyzicus, the songs say, welcomed the heroes, for his father had been one of Chiron's scholars. So he welcomed them and feasted them, and stored their ship with corn and wine, and cloaks and rugs, the songs say, and shirts, of which no doubt they stood in need. But at night, while they lay sleeping, came down on them terrible men who lived with the bears in the mountains, like Titans or giants in shape, for each of them had 6 arms, and they fought with young firs and pines. But Hercules killed them all before morn with his deadly poisoned arrows. But among them in the darkness he slew Cyzicus, the kindly prince. Then they got to their ship and to their oars, and Typhus bade them cast off the hawsers and go to sea. But as he spoke, a whirlwind came and spun the Argo round, and twisted the hawsers together, so that no man could loose them. Then Typhus dropped the rudder from his hand and cried, "This comes from the gods above." But Jason went forward and asked counsel of the magic bow. Then the magic bow spoke and answered, "This is because you have slain Cyzicus, your friend. You must appease his soul, or you will never leave this shore." Jason went back sadly and told the heroes what he had heard, and they leaped on shore and searched till dawn, and at dawn they found the body, all rolled in dust and blood, among the corpses of those monstrous beasts. And they wept over their kind host, and laid him on a fair bed, and heaped a huge mound over him, and offered black sheep at his tomb. And Orpheus sang a magic song to him, that his spirit might have rest. And then they held games at the tomb, after the custom of those times, and Jason gave prizes to each winner. To Anchias he gave a golden cup, for he wrestled best of all, and to Hercules a silver one, for he was the strongest of all, and to Castor, who rode best, a golden crest, and Pollux the boxer had a rich carpet, and to Orpheus for his song a sandal with golden wings. But Jason himself was the best of all the archers, and the Minuai crowned him with an olive crown. And so, the songs say, the soul of good Cyzicus was appeased, and the heroes went on their way in peace. But when Cyzicus's wife heard that he was dead, she died likewise of grief, and her tears became a fountain of clear water, which flows the whole year round. Then they rowed away, the songs say, along the Mysian shore, and past the mouth of Rhindacus, till they found a pleasant bay sheltered by the long ridges of Arganthus, and by high walls of basalt rock. There they ran the ship ashore upon the yellow sand, and furled the sail, and took the mast down, and lashed it in its crutch. And next they let down the ladder, and went ashore to sport and rest. There Hercules went away into the woods, bow in hand, to hunt wild deer, and Hylas, the fair boy, slipped away after him, and followed him by stealth until he lost himself among the glens, and sat down weary to rest himself by the side of a lake. And there the water nymphs came up to look at him, and loved him, and carried him down under the lake to be their playfellow, forever happy and young. And Hercules sought for him in vain, shouting his name till all the mountains rang. But Hylas never heard him, far down under the sparkling lake. So while Hercules wandered, searching for him, a fair breeze sprang up, and Hercules was nowhere to be found, and the Argos sailed away, and Hercules was left behind, and never saw the noble Phasian stream. Then the Minuai came to a doleful land, where Amycus the giant ruled, and cared nothing for the laws of Jupiter, but challenged all strangers to box with him, and those whom he conquered he slew. But Pollux the boxer struck him a harder blow than he ever felt before, and slew him. And the Minuai went on up the Bosphorus, till they came to the city of Phineus, the fierce Bithynian king. For Zetes and Calys bade Jason land there, because they had a work to do. They went up from the shore toward the city, through forests white with snow, and Phineus came out to meet them with a lean and woeful face, and said, "Welcome, gallant heroes, to the land of bitter blasts, the land of cold and misery. Yet I will feast you as best I can." And he led them in and set meat before them. But before they could put their hands to their mouths, down came two fearful monsters, the like of whom man never saw. For they had the faces and the hair of fair maidens, but the wings and claws of hawks. And they snatched the meat from off the table, and flew shrieking out above the roofs. Then Phineus beat his breast and cried, "These are the Harpies, whose names are the Whirlwind and the Swift, the daughters of Wonder and of the Amber Nymph, and they rob us day and night. They carried off the daughters of Pandarius, whom all the gods had blessed, for Venus fed them on Olympus with honey and milk and wine. And Juno gave them beauty and wisdom, and Minerva skill in all the arts. But when they came to their wedding, the Harpies snatched them both away, and gave them to be slaves to the Fates, and live in horror all their days. And now they haunt me and my people and the Bosphorus with fearful storms, and sweep away our food from off our tables, so that we starve in spite of all our wealth." Then up rose Zetes and Calys, the winged sons of the north wind, and said, "Do you not know us, Phineus, and these wings which grow upon our backs?" And Phineus hid his face in terror, but he answered not a word. "Because you have been a traitor, Phineus, The harpies haunt you night and day. Where is Cleopatra, our sister, your wife, whom you keep in prison? And where are her 2 children, whom you blinded in your rage at the bidding of an evil woman, and cast them out upon the rocks? Swear to us that you will right our sister, and cast out that wicked woman, and then we will free you from your plague, and drive the whirlwind maidens to the south. But if not, we will put out your eyes, as you put out the eyes of your own sons." Then Phineus swore an oath to them, and drove out the wicked woman, and Jason took those 2 poor children, and cured their eyes with magic herbs. But Zetes and Calais rose up sadly and said, "Farewell now, heroes all. Farewell, our dear companions, with whom we played on Pelion in old times, for a fate is laid upon us, and our day is come at last, in which we must hunt the whirlwinds over land and sea forever, and if we catch them they die, and if not, we die ourselves." At that all the heroes wept, but the 2 young men sprang aloft into the air after the harpies, and the battle of the winds began. The heroes trembled in silence as they heard the shrieking of the blasts, while the palace rocked, and all the city, and great stones were torn from the crags, and the forest pines were hurled earthward, north and south, and east and west, and the Bosphorus boiled white with foam, and the clouds were dashed against the cliffs. But at last the battle ended, and the harpies fled screaming toward the south, and the sons of the north wind rushed after them, and brought clear sunshine where they passed. For many a league they followed them over all the isles of the Cyclades, and away to the southwest across Hellas, till they came to the Ionian Sea, and there they fell upon the Echinades at the mouth of the Achelous, and those isles were called the Whirlwind Isles for many 100 years. But what became of Zetes and Calais I know not, for the heroes never saw them again, and some say that Hercules met them and quarrelled with them, and slew them with his arrows, and some say that they fell down from weariness and the heat of the summer sun, and that the sun god buried them among the Cyclades in the pleasant isle of Tenos, and for many 100 years their grave was shown there, and over it a pillar which turned to every wind. But those dark storms and whirlwinds haunt the Bosphorus until this day. But the Argonauts went eastward and out into the open sea, which we now call the Black Sea, but it was called the Euxine then. No Greek had ever crossed it, and all feared that dreadful sea, and its rocks and shoals and fogs and bitter freezing storms, and they told strange stories of it, some false and some half true, how it stretched northward to the ends of the earth, and the sluggish putrid sea, and the everlasting night, and the regions of the dead. So the heroes trembled for all their courage as they came into that wild black sea, and saw it stretching out before them without a shore as far as eye could see. And first Orpheus spoke and warned them, "We shall come now to the wandering blue rocks. My mother warned me of them, Calliope, the immortal muse." Soon they saw the blue rocks shining like spires and castles of grey glass, while an ice-cold wind blew from them and chilled the heroes' hearts. As they neared, they could see them heaving as they rolled upon the long set waves, crashing and grinding together, till the roar went up to heaven. The sea sprang up in spouts between them, and swept round them in white sheets of foam, but their heads swung nodding high in air, while the air whistled shrill among the crags. The heroes' hearts sank within them as they lay upon their oars in fear. But Orpheus called to Typhus the helmsman, "Between them we must pass, so look ahead for an opening, and be brave, for Juno is with us." But Typhus, the cunning helmsman, stood silent, clenching his teeth, till he saw a heron come flying mast high toward the rocks, and hover a while before them, as if looking for a passage through. Then he cried, "Juno has sent us a pilot, let us follow the cunning bird." Then the heron flapped to and fro a moment, till he saw a hidden gap, and into it he rushed like an arrow, while the heroes watched what would befall. And the blue rocks clashed together as the bird flew swiftly through, but they struck but a feather from his tail, and then rebounded apart at the shock. Then Typhus cheered the heroes, and they shouted, and the oars bent like withes beneath their strokes as they rushed between those toppling ice crags and the cold blue lips of death. And ere the rocks could meet again, they had passed them, and were safe out in the open sea. After that they sailed on wearily along the Asian coast by the Black Cape and Thyneus, where the hot stream of Thymbrus falls into the sea, and Sangarius, whose waters float on the Euxine, till they came to Wolf the river, and to Wolf the kindly king. And there died 2 brave heroes, Idmon and Typhus the wise helmsman. One died of an evil sickness, and one a wild boar slew. So the heroes heaped a mound above them, and set upon it an oar on high, and left them there to sleep together on the far-off Lycian shore. But Idas killed the boar and avenged Typhus, and Anchios took the rudder and was helmsman, and steered them on toward the east. And they went on past Sinope, and many a mighty river's mouth, and past many a barbarous tribe, and the cities of the Amazons, the warlike women of the east, till all night they heard the clank of anvils and roar of furnace blasts, and the forge fires shone like sparks through the darkness in the mountain glens aloft. For they were come to the shores of the Calybus, the smiths who never tire, but serve Mars, the cruel war god, forging weapons day and night. At day dawn they looked eastward, and midway between the sea and the sky they saw white snow peaks hanging, glittering sharp and bright above the clouds, and they knew that they were come to Caucasus, at the end of all the earth. Caucasus, the highest of all mountains, the father of the rivers of the east. On this peak lies chained the Titan, while a vulture tears his heart, and at his feet are piled dark forests round the magic Colchian land. And they rode 3 days to the eastward, while Caucasus rose higher hour by hour, till they saw the dark stream of Phasis running headlong to the sea, and shining above the rooftops the golden roofs of King Aeetes, the child of the sun. Then out spoke Anchios, the helmsman. "We are come to our goal at last, for there are the roofs of Aeetes, and the woods where all poisons grow. But who can tell us where among them is hid the golden fleece? Many a toil must we bear ere we find it and bring it home to Greece." But Jason cheered the heroes, for his heart was high and bold, and he said, "I will go alone up to Aeetes, though he be the child of the sun, and win him with soft words. Better so than to go all together and to come to blows at once." But the Minuai would not stay behind, so they rowed boldly up the stream. And a dream came to Aeetes and filled his heart with fear. He thought he saw a shining star which fell into his daughter's lap, and that Medea his daughter took it gladly and carried it to the riverside and cast it in, and there the whirling river bore it down and out into the Black Sea. Then he leaped up in fear and bade his servants bring his chariot, that he might go down to the riverside and appease the nymphs and the heroes whose spirits haunt the bank. So he went down in his golden chariot, and his daughters by his side, Medea the fair witch maiden, and Chalciope, who had been Phrixus' wife, and behind him a crowd of servants and soldiers, for he was a rich and mighty prince. As he drove down by the reedy river, he saw Argo sliding up beneath the bank, and many a hero in her, like immortals for beauty and for strength, as their weapons glittered round them in the level morning sunlight through the white mist of the stream. But Jason was the noblest of all, for Juno, who loved him, gave him beauty and tallness and vigorous manhood. And when they came near together and looked into each other's eyes, the heroes were awed before Aeetes as he shone in his chariot, like his father the glorious sun. For his robes were of rich gold tissue, and the rays of his diadem flashed fire, and in his hand he bore a jewelled sceptre which glittered like the stars. And sternly he looked at them under his brows, and sternly he spoke, and loud. "Who are you, and what want you here, that you come to the shore of Cutaia? Do you take no account of my rule, nor of my people the Colchians who serve me, who never tired yet in the battle, and know well how to face an invader?" And the heroes sat silent before the face of that ancient king. But Juno, the awful goddess, put courage into Jason's heart, and he rose and shouted loudly in answer, "We are no pirates nor lawless men. We come not to plunder and to ravage or carry away slaves from your land. But my uncle, the son of Neptune, Peleus the Minuan king, he it is who has sent me on a quest to bring home the golden fleece. And these two, my bold comrades, are no nameless men, for some are the sons of immortals, and some of heroes far renowned. And we too never tire in battle, and know well how to give blows and to take. Yet we wish to be guests at your table. It will be better so for both." Then Aeetes' rage rushed up like a whirlwind, and his eyes flashed fire as he heard. But he crushed his anger down in his breast and spoke mildly, a cunning speech. "If you will fight for the fleece with my Colchians, then many a man must die. But do you indeed expect to win from me the fleece in fight? So few you are that if you be worsted, I can load your ship with your corpses. But if you will be ruled by me, you will find it better far to choose the best man among you, and let him fulfill the labours which I demand. Then I will give him the golden fleece for a prize, and a glory to you all." So saying, he turned his horses and drove back in silence to the town. And the Minuai sat silent with sorrow, and longed for Hercules and his strength, for there was no facing the thousands of the Colchians and the fearful chance of war. But Chalciope, Phrixus' widow, went weeping to the town, for she remembered her Minuan husband and all the pleasures of her youth, while she watched the fair faces of his kinsmen and their long locks of golden hair. And she whispered to Medea, her sister, "Why should all these brave men die? Why does not my father give them up the fleece, that my husband's spirit may have rest?" And Medea's heart pitied the heroes, and Jason most of all, and she answered, "Our father is stern and terrible, and who can win the golden fleece?" But Chalciope said, "These men are not like our men. There is nothing which they cannot dare nor do." And Medea thought of Jason and his brave countenance, and said, "If there was one among them who knew no fear, I could show him how to win the fleece." So in the dusk of evening they went down to the riverside, Chalciope and Medea the witch maiden, and Argus, Phrixus' son. And Argus the boy crept forward among the beds of reeds, till he came where the heroes were sleeping, on the thwarts of the ship beneath the bank, while Jason kept ward on shore, and leaned upon his lance, full of thought. And the boy came to Jason and said, "I am the son of Phrixus, your cousin, and Chalciope my mother waits for you to talk about the golden fleece." Then Jason went boldly with the boy, and found the two princesses standing. And when Chalciope saw him, she wept, and took his hands, and cried, "Oh, cousin of my beloved, go home before you die." "It would be base to go home now, fair princess, and to have sailed all these seas in vain." Then both the princesses besought him, but Jason said, "It is too late." "But you know not," said Medea, "what he must do who would win the fleece. He must tame the 2 brazen-footed bulls who breathe devouring flame, and with them he must plough ere nightfall 4 acres in the field of Mars, and he must sow them with serpents' teeth, of which each tooth springs up into an armed man. Then he must fight with all those warriors, and little will it profit him to conquer them, for the fleece is guarded by a serpent more huge than any mountain pine, and over his body you must step if you would reach the golden fleece." Then Jason laughed bitterly. "Unjustly is that fleece kept here, and by an unjust and lawless king, and unjustly shall I die in my youth, for I will attempt it ere another sun be set." Then Medea trembled and said, "No mortal man can reach that fleece unless I guide him through, for round it, beyond the river, is a wall full 9 ells high, with lofty towers and buttresses, and mighty gates of threefold brass, and over the gates the wall is arched with golden battlements above, and over the gateway sits Brimo, the wild witch-huntress of the woods, brandishing a pine torch in her hands, while her mad hounds howl around. No man dare meet her or look on her, but only I, her priestess, and she watches far and wide lest any stranger should come near. No wall so high but it may be climbed at last, and no wood so thick but it may be crawled through, no serpent so wary but he may be charmed, or witch-queen so fierce but spells may soothe her, and I may yet win the golden fleece, if a wise maiden help bold men. And he looked at Medea cunningly, and held her with his glittering eye, till she blushed and trembled, and said, "Who can face the fire of the bull's breath, and fight 10,000 armed men?" "He whom you help," said Jason, flattering her, "for your fame is spread over all the earth. Are you not the queen of all enchantresses, wiser even than your sister Circe in her fairy island in the west?" "Would that I were with my sister Circe in her fairy island in the west, far away from sore temptation and thoughts which tear the heart. But if it must be so, for why should you die? I have an ointment here. I made it from the magic ice flower which sprang from Prometheus's wound above the clouds on Colchis in the dreary fields of snow. Anoint yourself with that, and you shall have in you 7 men's strength. And anoint your shield with it, and neither fire nor sword can harm you. But what you begin you must end before sunset, for its virtue lasts only 1 day. And anoint your helmet with it before you sow the serpent's teeth. And when the sons of earth spring up, cast your helmet among their ranks, and the deadly crop of the war god's field will mow itself and perish." Then Jason fell on his knees before her and thanked her and kissed her hands, and she gave him the vase of ointment and fled trembling through the reeds. And Jason told his comrades what had happened and showed them the box of ointment, and all rejoiced but Idas, and he grew mad with envy. At sunrise Jason went and bathed and anointed himself from head to foot, and his shield and his helmet and his weapons, and bade his comrades try the spell. So they tried to bend his lance, but it stood like an iron bar, and Idas, in spite, hewed at it with his sword, but the blade flew to splinters in his face. Then they hurled their lances at his shield, but the spear points turned like lead. And Caeneus tried to throw him, but he never stirred a foot. And Pollux struck him with his fist, a blow which would have killed an ox, but Jason only smiled. And the heroes danced about him with delight. And he leaped and ran and shouted in the joy of that enormous strength, till the sun rose and it was time to go and claim Aeetes' promise. So he sent up Telamon and Aethalides to tell Aeetes that he was ready for the fight. And they went up among the marble walls and beneath the roofs of gold, and stood in Aeetes' hall, while he grew pale with rage. "Fulfill your promise to us, child of the blazing sun. Give us the serpent's teeth, and let loose the fiery bulls, for we have found a champion among us who can win the golden fleece." And Aeetes bit his lips, for he fancied that they had fled away by night. But he could not go back from his promise, so he gave them the serpent's teeth. Then he called for his chariot and his horses, and sent heralds through all the town, and all the people went out with him to the dreadful war god's field. And there Aeetes sat upon his throne, with his warriors on each hand, thousands and tens of thousands, clothed from head to foot in steel chainmail. And the people and the women crowded to every window and bank and wall, while the Minuai stood together, a mere handful, in the midst of that great host. Chalciope was there, and Argus, trembling, and Medea wrapped closely in her veil. But Aeetes did not know that she was muttering cunning spells between her lips. Then Jason cried, "Fulfill your promise, and let your fiery bulls come forth." Then Aeetes bade open the gates, and the magic bulls leaped out. Their brazen hoofs rang upon the ground, and their nostrils sent out sheets of flame as they rushed with lowered heads upon Jason, but he never flinched a step. The flame of their breath swept round him, but it singed not a hair of his head, and the bulls stopped short and trembled when Medea began her spell. Then Jason sprang upon the nearest and seized him by the horn, and up and down they wrestled till the bull fell grovelling on his knees. For the heart of the brute died within him, and his mighty limbs were loosed beneath the steadfast eye of that dark witch-maiden and the magic whisper of her lips. So both the bulls were tamed and yoked, and Jason bound them to the plough and goaded them onward with his lance till he had ploughed the sacred field. And all the Minuai shouted, but Aeetes bit his lips with rage, for the half of Jason's work was over, and the sun was yet high in heaven. Then he took the serpent's teeth and sowed them, and waited what would befall. But Medea looked at him and at his helmet, lest he should forget the lesson she had taught. Every furrow heaved and bubbled, and out of every clod arose a man. Out of the earth they rose by thousands, each clad from head to toe in steel, and drew their swords and rushed on Jason, where he stood in the midst alone. Then the Minuai grew pale with fear for him, but Aeetes laughed a bitter laugh. See, if I had not warriors enough already around me, I could call them out of the bosom of the earth. But Jason snatched off his helmet and hurled it into the thickest of the throng. And blind madness came upon them, suspicion, hate, and fear. And one cried to his fellow, "Thou didst strike me," and another, "Thou art Jason, thou shalt die." So fury seized those earth-born phantoms, and each turned his hand against the rest, and they fought and were never weary till they all lay dead upon the ground. Then the magic furrows opened, and the kind earth took them home into her breast, and the grass grew up all green again above them, and Jason's work was done. Then the Minuai rose and shouted, till Prometheus heard them from his crag, and Jason cried, "Lead me to the fleece this moment, before the sun goes down." But Aeetes thought, "He has conquered the bulls, and sown and reaped the deadly crop. Who is this who is proof against all magic? He may kill the serpent yet." So he delayed and sat taking counsel with his princes till the sun went down and all was dark. Then he bade a herald cry, "Every man to his home for tonight. Tomorrow we will meet these heroes and speak about the golden fleece." Then he turned and looked at Medea. "This is your doing, false witch-maid. You have helped these yellow-haired strangers and brought shame upon your father and yourself." Medea shrank and trembled, and her face grew pale with fear, and Aeetes knew that she was guilty and whispered, "If they win the fleece, you die." But the Minuai marched toward their ship, growling like lions cheated of their prey, for they saw that Aeetes meant to mock them and to cheat them out of all their toil. And Oileus said, "Let us go to the grove together and take the fleece by force." And Idas the rash cried, "Let us draw lots who shall go in first, for while the dragon is devouring one, the rest can slay him and carry off the fleece in peace." But Jason held them back, though he praised them, for he hoped for Medea's help. And after a while Medea came trembling, and wept a long while before she spoke. And at last, "My end is come, and I must die, for my father has found out that I have helped you. You he would kill if he dared, but he will not harm you, because you have been his guests. Go then, go, and remember poor Medea when you are far away across the sea." But all the heroes cried, "If you die, we die with you, for without you we cannot win the fleece, and home we will not go without it, but fall here fighting to the last man." "You need not die," said Jason. "Flee home with us across the sea. Show us first how to win the fleece, for you can do it. Why else are you the priestess of the grove? Show us but how to win the fleece, and come with us, and you shall be my queen, and rule over the rich princes of the Minuai in Iolcos by the sea." And all the heroes pressed round and vowed to her that she should be their queen. Medea wept and shuddered and hid her face in her hands, for her heart yearned after her sisters and her playfellows and the home where she was brought up as a child. But at last she looked up at Jason and spoke between her sobs, "Must I leave my home and my people to wander with strangers across the sea? The lot is cast, and I must endure it. I will show you how to win the golden fleece. Bring up your ship to the woodside and moor her there against the bank, and let Jason come up at midnight, and one brave comrade with him, and meet me beneath the wall." Then all the heroes cried together, "I will go, "And I! And I!" And Idas the rash grew mad with envy, for he longed to be foremost in all things. But Medea calmed them and said, "Orpheus shall go with Jason and bring his magic harp, for I hear of him that he is the king of all minstrels and can charm all things on earth." And Orpheus laughed for joy and clapped his hands, because the choice had fallen on him. For in those days poets and singers were as bold warriors as the best. So at midnight they went up the bank and found Medea, and besides came Absyrtus, her young brother, leading a yearling lamb. Then Medea brought them to a thicket beside the war god's gate, and there she bade Jason dig a ditch and kill the lamb and leave it there, and strew on it magic herbs and honey from the honeycomb. Then sprang up through the earth, with the red fire flashing before her, Brimo, the wild witch-huntress, while her mad hounds howled around. She had one head like a horse's, and another like a ravening hound's, and another like a hissing snake's, and a sword in either hand. And she leaped into the ditch with her hounds, and they ate and drank their fill, while Jason and Orpheus trembled, and Medea hid her eyes. And at last the witch-queen vanished and fled with her hounds into the woods, and the bars of the gates fell down, and the brazen doors flew open, and Medea and the heroes ran forward and hurried through the poison wood among the dark stems of the mighty beeches, guided by the gleam of the golden fleece, until they saw it hanging on one vast tree in the midst. And Jason would have sprung to seize it, but Medea held him back and pointed, shuddering, to the tree foot, where the mighty serpent lay, coiled in and out among the roots, with a body like a mountain pine. His coils stretched many a fathom, spangled with bronze and gold, and half of him they could see, but no more, for the rest lay in the darkness beyond. And when he saw them coming, he lifted up his head and watched them with his small bright eyes, and flashed his forked tongue, and roared like the fire among the woodlands, till the forest tossed and groaned. For his cries shook the trees from leaf to root, and swept over the long reaches of the river, and over Aeetes hall, and woke the sleepers in the city, till mothers clasped their children in their fear. But Medea called gently to him, and he stretched out his long spotted neck, and licked her hand, and looked up in her face, as if to ask for food. Then she made a sign to Orpheus, and he began his magic song. And as he sang, the forest grew calm again, and the leaves on every tree hung still, and the serpent's head sank down, and his brazen coils grew limp, and his glittering eyes closed lazily till he breathed as gently as a child, while Orpheus called to pleasant slumber, who gives peace to men and beasts and waves. Then Jason leaped up warily and stepped across that mighty snake and tore the fleece from off the tree trunk, and the four rushed down the garden to the bank where the Argo lay. There was a silence for a moment while Jason held the golden fleece on high. Then he cried, "Go now, good Argo, swift and steady, if ever you would see Pelion more." And she went, as the heroes drove her, grim and silent all, with muffled oars, till the pine wood bent like willow in their hands, and stout Argo groaned beneath their strokes. On and on beneath the dewy darkness they fled swiftly down the swirling stream, underneath black walls and temples and the castles of the princes of the east, past sleuth mouths and fragrant gardens and groves of all strange fruits, past marshes where fat kine lay sleeping, and long beds of whispering reeds, till they heard the merry music of the surge upon the bar as it tumbled in the moonlight all alone. Into the surge they rushed, and Argo leaped the breakers like a horse, for she knew the time was come to show her mettle and win honour for the heroes and herself. Into the surge they rushed, till the heroes stopped all panting, each man upon his oar, as she slid into the still broad sea. Then Orpheus took his harp and sang a paean, till the heroes' hearts rose high again, and they rose on stoutly and steadfastly away into the darkness of the west. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Hunting the Calydonian Boar by Elsie Finnemore Buckley. In the city of Calydon, long ago, there were great rejoicings because the Queen Althea had given birth to a son, her firstborn, who, if he grew to years of manhood, would in time sit upon the throne of his father Aeneas, and rule the land. Some 7 days after the child was born, it chanced that the queen was lying in her chamber with the babe upon her breast. As she lay, she watched the shadows playing up and down upon the walls, and to her eyes they took strange forms of men and beasts. Now it was a great fight she saw, with horses and chariots rushing over a plain, and mighty warriors meeting face to face in battle. Now it was a hunt, with winding of horns, and dogs straining at the leash, and a white-tusked boar breaking through a thicket. But whether it was a hunt or whether it was a battle, everywhere there was one figure of a man she watched, a man tall and fair and brave, who stood out conspicuous among his fellows, such a hero as her son might grow to be if he lived till years of manhood. And she prayed that her vision might come true, and her son grow up to be a hero, a man mighty in sport and mighty in battle. In time the flames died down, and the fire burned clear and stood still upon the hearth. The queen's eyes grew heavy, and she was about to turn on her side to sleep, when a strange thing happened, which took from her all desire for rest. The wall of the room in front of her, which had glowed bright and cheery in the firelight, grew grey and misty, and seemed to vanish before her eyes, and through the opening there came towards her the forms of 3 strange women, taller and more terrible than any women of earth. The first one carried in her hand a skein of thread, the second a spindle, and the third a pair of great sharp shears. The queen lay still and motionless with terror as they came forward slowly, arm in arm, and stood beside the couch, looking down upon the child at her breast. At length the first one spoke. "I give to thy child, Althea, a thread of life, exceeding bright and fair." "And I," said the second, "will weave that thread into dark places, where it will shine the brighter for the darkness round about, and bring him honour and great renown." The third one said never a word, but walked slowly round the couch till she stood before the fire on the hearth. A great brand had fallen from the grate, and lay smouldering on the stones. Bending down, she took it in her hand, and thrust it deep into the red-hot heart of the fire, and stood watching it till it was well alight, and the tongues of flame shot crackling upwards. Then she turned towards the queen. "As soon as that brand upon the fire is consumed," she said, "I will cut the shining thread with my shears, and his life shall be as ashes cast forth upon the wind." With a cry of terror, the queen sprang up from her couch, rushed across the room, and, drawing forth the blazing brand from the fire, she smothered it in her gown, and crushed it beneath her bare feet, till not a live spark remained about it. Then she hid it in a secret place where she alone could find it, and cast herself upon her couch, and knew no more. For many a long day she lay between life and death. But at last the gods had mercy, and her strength came slowly back to her. But when anyone asked her the cause of her burning, she would shudder and mutter some strange tale of a brand which fell from the fire, and would have burned out the life of her child. What she meant no one ever knew, but they thought that the gods had stricken her with a sudden fever, and that, not knowing what she did, she had burnt herself in the fire. But of the half-burnt brand, and of the word of the fates, they knew nothing, for Althea had said in her heart, "The fates have spoken, and their word shall surely come to pass. A fine and fair thread of life has Lachesis given to my son, and Clotho will weave it into dark places, where it shall shine exceeding bright. The gifts they have given are good. The hand of Atropos alone is against him, and she has measured his life by the life of a frail piece of wood. But so long as the gods shall give me strength, no careless hand shall place that brand upon the flames, and no man shall know the secret of his life, for grief or madness may turn even the heart of a friend. On me, and on me alone, shall my son's life rest. For well do I know that neither prayer nor sacrifice can avail to turn the heart of Atropos, the unswerving one. So she kept the brand securely hidden where she alone could find it. Many other fair children did she bear to Aeneas the king, but best of them all she loved Meleager, her firstborn, for the word that the fates had spoken came true. He grew to be a great warrior and a mighty man, and was feared by his foes and loved by his friends through the length and breadth of the land. In all the countryside there was no man who could hurl the javelin with such force and skill as he, and whenever he went forth to battle, the victory lay with the men of Calydon, and he was called the saviour and protector of his city. When he was in the flower of his manhood, the call of Jason came from far Iolcos for all the heroes of Greece to join him in his search for the golden fleece. Amongst them sailed Meleager in the good ship Argo, and came to the land of the dusky Colchians on the shore of the Black Sea. He played his part like a man, and came back to Calydon with a fair name for courage and endurance. Then he was hoisted on the shoulders of his countrymen, and carried through the streets of the city, and feasted right royally in his father's house. Soon after his return, it chanced that the harvest was more plentiful than it had ever been within the memory of man. Wherefore Aeneas the king ordered a great thanksgiving to be held throughout the land in order of Bacchus and Ceres and Minerva, who had given such good gifts to men. At every shrine and temple the altars smoked with sacrifice, and glad bands of youths and maidens with garlands on their heads danced hand in hand around, singing the song of the harvest. When Diana, the huntress, saw that everywhere the altars smoked in honour of Ceres and Bacchus and Minerva, but that never a single stone was raised to her, she was filled with jealousy and wrath. One night, when all the land lay sleeping, she left the mountains, where she loved to hunt, and came down to Calydon. The arrows in her quiver rattled as she strode along in her wrath, and the flash of her eyes was as the flash of summer lightning across the sky. With great swinging strides she came and stood over Aeneas as he slept. "O king," she said, "too long have I been patient and waited for my dues, but I will suffer thine ingratitude no more. When the young corn stands green upon the plain, and the vine leaves are shooting, and the trees cast once more their shade upon the bare hillside, then shalt thou have cause to know my power. Broad and dark are the forests, and many a wild beast lurks therein that is tame at my word alone. One of these will I let loose upon thy land. Many a fair field shall be trodden under foot, and many a vineyard and olive grove laid waste. Yea, and red blood shall flow ere my wrath be assuaged, and I take away the pests from your midst. I have spoken, and no sacrifice shall turn me from my word." Thus did she speak, saying the words in his ear, and turned and left the room by the way she had come. With a start he awoke from his sleep and looked around him, but no one could he see. Only a sudden storm of wind lashed the branches of the trees against each other, and a dark cloud hid the face of the moon. "The sad winter time is coming," he thought, "with its storms and its darkened days. Yet, lest there be aught in my dream, I will remember Diana tomorrow, and her altars too shall smoke with sacrifice." So on the morrow a great festival was held in honour of Diana, the maiden huntress, and Aeneas laid aside all thought of his dream. But when the springtime came and the early summer, he had cause to remember it with sorrow, for out of the forests there came a great boar which laid waste all the country right and left. In size he was more huge than an ox of Epirus, whose oxen are the largest in the world, and the bristles on his neck stood up like spikes. His breath was as a flame of fire that burned up all that stood in his way, and his cruel little eyes gleamed red with blood. Over the cornfields he raged, and trampled the green blades beneath his hooves, and with his strong white tusks he tore down the vine branches and broke the overhanging boughs of the olive, so that the young berries and fruit lay spoilt upon the ground. Not only did he lay waste the fields, but the flocks and herds on the pasture land were not safe from his attack, and neither shepherds nor dogs could protect them from his fury. Through all the countryside the people fled in terror for their lives, and hid within the city walls. Only now and again a band of the bravest would go forth and lay nets and snares for him, but so great was the strength of the beast that he broke through every trap they could devise, and, killing any man who stood in his path, he would return with greater fury than before to his attack upon the fields and cattle. At length things came to such a pass that, unless the monster could be checked, famine would ere long stare the people in the face. When Meleager saw that neither prayer nor sacrifice would turn the heart of Diana, nor any ordinary hunting put an end to the boar, he determined to gather around him a band of heroes, who for the sake of glory would come together for the hunt, and either kill the beast or perish themselves in the attempt. So he sent a proclamation far and wide through all the kingdoms of Greece. "O men of Greece," he said, "the fair plains of Calydon lie trodden under foot by a grievous monster, and her people are fallen upon evil days. Come hither and help us, all ye who love adventure, and fear not risk nor peril, ye seasoned warriors whose spirit is not dead within you, and ye young men who have yet your name to win. Come hither to us, and we will give you fair sport and good cheer withal." In answer to his call there flocked from far and wide to Calydon a great host of brave men, and mighty was the muster which gathered beneath the roof of Aeneas for the hunting of the boar. Jason himself came, the leader of the Argonauts, and Castor and Pollux, the great twin brethren, whose stars are in the sky. There was Theseus, too, who slew the Minotaur, and Pegasus, his friend, who went down with him to Hades and tried to carry off Proserpine from the king of the dead. And swift-footed Idas came, and Lynceus his brother, whose eyes were so sharp that they could see into the centre of the earth. Others were there besides, whose names are too many to tell, and Toxeus and Plexippus, the brothers of Althea the queen, whom she loved as she loved her own son Meleager. In the great hall a sumptuous feast was spread, and loud was the laughter and bright were the faces, as one friend met another he had not seen for many a long day. The feast was well under way when one of the attendants whispered in the ear of the king that yet another guest had come for the hunting of the boar. "Who is he?" asked the king. "My lord, I know not," the man replied. "Well, keep him not standing without, at all events," said Aeneas, "but show him in here, and we will make him welcome with the rest." In a few moments the man returned and held back the curtain of the great doorway for the newcomer to enter. All eyes were turned eagerly that way to see who it might be, and a murmur of surprise ran round the hall, for they saw upon the threshold no stalwart warrior, as they had expected, but a maiden, young and beautiful. She was clad in hunter's tunic, which fell to her knee, and her legs were strapped about with leathern thongs. Crosswise about her body she wore a girdle from which hung a quiver full of arrows, and with her right hand she leant on a great ashen bow like a staff. Her shining hair fell back in waves from her forehead and was gathered up in a coil behind, and she held her head up proudly and gazed round on the company unabashed. The glow of her cheek and the spring of her step told of life in the open and of health-giving sport over hill and dale, so that she might have been Diana herself come down from her hunting on the mountains. She looked round the hall till her eyes fell upon Aeneas the host in the place of honour, and in no wise troubled by the silence which her coming had caused, she said, "Sire, for my late coming I crave thy pardon. Doubtless some of thy guests have come from more distant lands than I, but as ill luck would have it, I chose to come by way of the sea instead of by the isthmus. For a whole day I ate out my heart with waiting till the wind fell and I could cross over in safety." Concealing his surprise as best he could, Aeneas answered, "Maiden, we thank thee for thy coming, and make thee right welcome in our halls. Yet we would know thy name, who, a woman all alone, hast crossed barren tracts of land and stormy seas unflinching, and come to take part in a hunt which is no mere child's sport, but a perilous venture, in which strong men might hesitate to risk their lives and limbs. As she listened to his words, she smiled. "O king," she said, "thou hidest thy surprise but ill. Yet am I not offended, nor will I make a mystery of who I am. My name is Atalanta, and I come from the mountains of Arcadia, where all day long I hunt with the nymphs over hill and over dale, and through the dark forests, following in the footsteps of her we serve, great Diana the huntress. At her command I stand before thee now, for she said to me, 'Atalanta, the land of Calydon lies groaning beneath the curse wherewith I cursed them because they forgot me and gave me not my dues. But do thou go and help them, and for thy sake I will lay aside my wrath, and let them slay the monster that I sent against them. Yet without thee shall they not accomplish it, but the glory of the hunt shall be thine.' Thus did she speak, and in obedience to her word am I come." When she had spoken, a murmur ran round the hall, and each man determined in his mind that no mere woman should surpass him in courage and strength. The sons of Theseus, the queen's brothers, especially looked askance at her, and their hearts were filled with jealousy and wrath, for there seemed no reason why she should not be a match for any man among them in a trial where swiftness of foot and sureness of eye would avail as much as brute force. When Meleager saw their dark looks, he was very angry that they should so far forget their good breeding as to fail in welcoming a guest, and he rose from his seat and went towards her. "O maiden," he said, "we make thee right welcome to our halls, and we thank thee because thou hast heard our appeal, and art come to help us in the day of our trouble. Come now, and sit thee down, and make glad thy heart with meat and wine, for thou must need it sorely after thy long journeying." As he spoke, he took her by the hand, and set her in a place of honour between his father and himself, and saw that she had her fill of the good fare on the board. As he sat beside her and talked with her, his heart was kindled with love, for she was exceeding fair to look upon, and the more he thought upon the morrow's hunting, the more loath was he that she should risk her life in it. At length he said, "Atalanta, surely thou knowest not what manner of beast it is that we are gathered together to destroy. Thou hast hunted the swift-footed stag, perchance, through the greenwood, but never a monster so fierce as this boar that Diana has sent against us. I tell thee, it will be no child's play, but a matter of death to some of us. Hast thou no mother or father to mourn thee if any evil chance befall, or any lover who is longing for thy return? Think well ere it be too late." But she laughed aloud at his words. "Thou takest me for some drooping damsel that sits at home and spins, and faints if she see but a drop of blood. I tell thee, I know neither father nor mother, nor husband nor brother, and I love but little the lot of womankind. Never have I lived within four walls, and the first roof that covered me was the forest trees of Mount Parthenius. Whence I came or how I got to Parthenius no one can tell, and I have no wish to find out. As for savage beasts, had I not the eyes of a hawk and the feet of a deer, I had not been safe 10 seconds on the uplands of Arcadia, for there dwells a fierce tribe of centaurs, monsters half human and half horse, who have the passions of men and the strength of beasts. These pursued me over hill and dale, and I fled like the wind before them, but ever and anon I found time to turn and let fly from my bow a dart which fell but seldom short of the mark, so that after a time they gave up in despair, and molested me no more. So talk not to me of fierce beasts or of danger." And nothing that Meleager could say would turn her from her purpose. But across the board he saw the eyes of Toxeus and Plexippus, his mother's brothers, fixed upon him, and their brows were dark and lowering, as they frowned upon him and Atalanta. So he said no more, lest they should discover his secret and taunt him. As for Atalanta, a stone would have returned his love as readily as she. For a companion in the hunt, she liked him full well, but to give up her maiden life for his sake was as far from her thoughts as the east is from the west. When the morrow dawned, great was the bustle and confusion in the court of the palace, where all were to meet together for the hunting of the boar. Attendants ran this way and that to fetch and carry for their masters, and as the huntsman blew his horn, the hounds barked impatiently and strained whining at their leashes. At length, when all was ready, Althea with her maidens came forth into the portico and bade farewell to her guests, her husband, her brothers, and to Meleager, her son. "God speed thee, my son," she said, as she looked proudly on him, "and good luck to thy hunting." Then she stood on the step and waved to them with a smile as they turned to look back at her before the curve of the roadway hid them from sight. But though a smile was on her lips, her eyes were full of tears, and her heart within her was dark with a dim foreshadowing of evil. With a heavy step she turned and went into the house, and as she passed the altar by the hearth, she stopped and bowed her head. "Great Diana," she prayed, "have mercy and bring my loved ones safely back to me this day." Then she went to her chamber and drew forth from its hiding place the half-burnt brand on which her son's life depended. "His life, at any rate, is safe," she thought, "so long as this brand is in my keeping." And she hid it away again where she knew no one could find it, and set to work restlessly to while away the hours as best she could, till the hunters should come home. They meanwhile had gone their way up the steep path which led into the mountains and deep into the heart of the forest, where they knew their prey was lurking. Soon they came upon the track of his hoofs, leading to the dry bed of a stream, where the rushes and reeds grew high in the marshland, and the bending willows cast their shadows over the spot he had chosen for his lair. Here they spread their nets cautiously about, and stationed themselves at every point of vantage, and when all was ready, let loose the hounds, and waited for the boar to come forth from his hiding place. Not long did they have to wait. With a snort of rage, he rushed out. The breath from his nostrils came forth like steam, and the white foam flew from his mouth and covered his bristly sides and neck. Quick as lightning, he made for the first man he could see, and the tramp of his hoofs re-echoed through the woods like thunder as he came upon the hard ground. As soon as he rushed out, a shower of missiles fell towards him from every side, but some were aimed awry, or fell too far or too short of him, and those that touched him slipped aside on his tough hide, and he broke through the nets that had been spread to catch him, and galloped away unharmed, whilst two of the hunters, who stood in his path, and had not been able to rush aside in time, lay groaning on the ground with the iron mark of his hoof upon them. When the rest saw that he had escaped, they gave chase with all speed, headed by Castor and Pollux on their white horses, and Atalanta close beside them, running swiftly as the wind. Ahead of them the woodland track gave a sudden turn to the left, and the boar, rushing blindly forward, would have plunged into the undergrowth and bushes and escaped beyond range of their darts. But Atalanta, seeing what must happen, stopped short in the chase. Quick as thought, she put an arrow to the string and let fly at the great beast ahead, and Diana, true to her word, guided the arrow so that it pierced him in the vital part behind the ear. With a snort of pain and fury, he turned round upon the hunters and charged down towards them as they came up from behind, and great would have been the havoc he had wrought among them, but for Meleager. As the brute bore down, he leaped lightly to one side, and gathering together all his strength, buried the spear deep into the beast's black shoulder, and felled him to the earth with the force of his blow. Immediately the others gathered round and helped to finish the work that Meleager had begun, and soon the monster lay dead upon the ground. Then Meleager, with his foot upon the boar's head, spoke to the hunters. "My friends," he said, "I thank you all for the courage and devotion you have shown this day. My land can once more raise her head in joy, for the monster that wrought such havoc in her fields lies dead here at my feet. Yet the price of his death has not been light, my friends." And they bowed their heads in silence as they remembered the two whom the boar had struck in his rush, one of whom was now dead. "Yet those who have suffered gloriously, giving up themselves, as brave men must, for the sake of others, and their names shall surely not be unremembered by us all. Once more, my trusty comrades, I thank you, every man of you. As for thee, lady," he continued, turning to Atalanta, "while all have played their part, yet the glory of the hunt is thine. But for thy sure hand and eye, the beast might yet be lurking in the forest. Wherefore, as a token of our gratitude, I will give to thee the boar's head as a trophy to do with as thou wilt." At his words, a murmur of applause went round the ring of them that listened. Only the voices of Toxeus and Plexippus were not heard, for they were mad with jealousy and wrath, and as soon as there was silence, they spoke. "By what right," asked Toxeus, "shall one bear off the trophy of a hunt in which each one of us has played his part?" The insolence of his words and looks roused the anger of Meleager to boiling point. All through the hunt the brothers had shown scant courtesy to Atalanta, and now their rudeness was past bearing. "By the same right as the best man bears off the prize in any contest," he answered quietly, though he was pale with rage. "Happy is that one who has first won the heart of the judge, then," said Plexippus with a sneer, as he looked at Atalanta. By the truth and the falsehood of his words, Meleager was maddened past all bearing. Scarce knowing what he did, he sprang upon him, and before anyone knew what he was about, he had buried his hunting knife in the heart of Plexippus. When Toxeus saw his brother fall back upon the grass, he sprang upon Meleager, and for a moment they swung backwards and forwards, held each in the other's deadly grip. But Meleager was the younger and the stronger of the two, and soon Toxeus too lay stretched upon the ground beside his brother, and a cry of horror went through the crowd of those who stood by. Pale and trembling, Meleager turned towards them. "My friends," he said, "farewell. You shall look upon my face no more. Whether I slew them justly or no, the curse of heaven is upon me, and I know that night and day the Furies will haunt my steps, because my hand is red with the blood of my kinsmen. O fair fields of Calydon, that I have loved and served all my days, farewell forever. Never more shall I look upon you, nor my home on the steep hillside, nor the face of the queen, my mother. But I must hide my head in shame far from the haunts of men. As for thee, lady," he said, turning to Atalanta, "their taunt was false, yet true. Right honourably didst thou win the trophy, as all these here will testify," and he pointed to the hunters standing round. "Yet my soul leapt with joy when I found that into thine hand, and none other's, I might give the prize of the hunt. Wherefore think kindly on my memory, lady, when I am far away, for a brave man's heart is in thy keeping. Farewell." And he turned and went away by the forest path. So surprised were all the company that no man moved hand or foot to stop him. The first to speak was Atalanta. "Comrades," she said, "do you bear home the dead, and break the news as gently as may be to the Queen, and I will follow him, if perchance I can comfort him, for the hand of heaven is heavy upon him." The rumour had reached the city that the boar had been killed, but not without loss among the gallant band that had gone out against him, and with a heavy heart Althea was waiting to know who it was that had fallen. In time she saw them returning home, and in their midst 4 litters carried on the shoulders of some. When she saw them, her heart stood still with fear, and as they came up and laid down the litters before the doorway, she was as one turned to marble, and moved neither hand nor foot. When Aeneas the king saw her, he took her gently by the hand. "Come within, lady," he said. "The hunting of the boar has cost us dear." "Ah, tell me the worst at once," she cried. "I can bear it better so. The suspense is maddening me." "Two of those who lie before thee are strangers who have given themselves for us," he said. "One of them is sore wounded, and the other is gone beyond recovery. The other two, Althea, are very near and dear to us, Toxeus and Plexippus, thy brothers." And he pointed to two of the bodies which lay side by side before her, with their faces covered. With a cry she drew back the coverings and gazed upon the faces that she loved so well. As she looked, she saw the wounds that had killed them, and she knew now that it was no wild beast that had slain them, but the hand of man. Drawing herself up to her full height, she looked round on those who stood by, and the gleam of her eyes was terrible to see. "Deceive me no more," she said, "but tell me how these two came to fall by the hand of man." "Lady," said Aeneas, "they sought a quarrel with one of our company, and in anger he slew them both." For a moment she was silent. Then in a low voice, yet one that all could hear, she spoke. "My curse be upon him, whosoe'er he be. O daughters of destruction, wingless furies, I bid you track his footsteps night and day. May no roof cover his head, nor any man give him food or drink, but let him be a vagabond on the face of the earth, till just vengeance overtake him. On thee, Aeneas, do I lay this charge, and on my son Meleager, to avenge the death of these my kinsmen, who have been foully slain." In vain did Aeneas try to stop her. She was as one deaf to his entreaties. When she had finished, she looked round for Meleager, and when she could not see him, she cried, "Where is my son?" "Lady," said Aeneas, "even now the wingless bearers of thy curse are hunting him through the forest." For a moment she swayed to and fro as though she would fall. "Ye gods, what have I done?" she muttered. Then with a cry she turned and rushed through the doorway across the deserted palace to her own chamber, and barring the door behind her, she took from its hiding place the brand she had kept jealously so long. As on the day when the fates had come to her, a bright fire was burning on the hearth, and deep into the heart of it she pushed the log with both her hands. "Oh, my son," she cried, "to think that I should come to this! But though the flame that devours thy life burns out my heart within me, yet must I do it. Thus only can I save thee from my curse. For the word once spoken never dies, and the Furies once aroused sleep never, night nor day. Wherefore death alone can give thee peace, O Meleager, my firstborn and my dearest." Aeneas meanwhile had followed her and stood without, asking her to open to him. But she cried out to him, "All is well, I beg thee leave me, I would be alone." So he left her, and she stood watching the flames slowly eat the wood away, and at last, when the log fell apart in ashes, she sank down upon the floor, and with her son's life hers too went out for grief. Meleager meanwhile had gone blindly forward along the forest track, and from afar Atalanta followed him. For a time he went onward straight as an arrow, never stopping, never turning. But when his mother's curse was spoken, faster than the whirlwind the Furies flew from the realms of endless night and came and crouched before his feet. With a cry he turned aside and tried to flee from them, but wherever he looked they were there before him, and he reeled backward and forward like a drunken man. But soon his strength seemed to give way, and he fell forward on the grass. And Atalanta ran forward and took his head upon her knee. To her eyes they two were alone in the heart of the forest, for the foul shapes of the Furies he alone had seen. But now he lay with his eyes closed, faint and weak, and she thought that some time in the hunt he must have strained himself, and lay dying of some inward hurt that no man could heal, for on his body she could see not a scratch. So she sat in the gathering gloom, with his head upon her lap. There was naught else she could do. At last, when his heart beat so faint that she thought it had stopped once for all, he opened his eyes and looked up at her, and when he saw her, the fear and the madness died out of his face, and he smiled. "The gods are kind," he said. Once more he closed his eyes, and Atalanta knew that he would open them never again. Gently she laid him, with his head on the moss-covered roots of a tree, and sped away to the city to bear the news of his death. In the darkness of night they bore him through the forest, and all the people gathered together and watched from the walls the torchlit procession as it came slowly up the hill. By the side of his mother they laid him, and burned above them the torches of the dead, and the mourners, with heads bowed in grief, stood around. Thus did it come to pass that the hunting of the boar ended in grief for the land of Calydon, and Atalanta went back to the Arcadian woodlands with a sore place in her heart for Meleager, who had died happy because his head was resting on her knee. End of section 8. Of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Winning of Atalanta by Elsie Finnemore Buckley. Once upon a time there ruled in Arcadian Tegea a proud-hearted king named Schoinos. A tamer of horses was he, and a man mighty in the hunt and in battle. Above every other thing, he loved danger and sport and all kinds of manly exercise. Indeed, these things were the passion of his life, and he despised all womankind because they could take no part nor lot in them. And he wedded Clymene, a fair princess of a royal house, because he wished to raise up noble sons in his halls, who should ride and hunt with him, and carry on his name when he was dead. On his wedding day he swore a great oath, and called upon all the gods to witness it. "Never," he swore in his pride, "shall a maid child live in my halls. If a maid is born to me, she shall die ere her eyes see the light, and the honour of my house shall rest upon my sons alone." For many a long year no child was born to him, and when at last he had hopes of an heir, the babe that was born was a maid. When he saw the child, his heart was cut in two, and the pride of a father and the pride of his oath did battle within him for victory. The pride of his oath conquered, for he was afraid to break his word in the face of all his people. He hardened his heart and gave orders that the child should be cast out upon the mountains to die of hunger and cold. So the babe was given to a servant who bore it forth and left it on the slope of bleak Parthenium. When Diana, the maiden goddess, saw the child cast forth to die, she was filled with anger against Schoinos, and swore that it should live. Wherefore she sent a she-bear to the place where the child lay, and softened the heart of the beast, so that she lifted it gently in her mouth, and bore it to the cave where her own cubs lay hid. Then she suckled it with her own young ones, and tended it night and day, till it grew strong and could walk, and the cave rang with its laughter as it played and gambolled with the young bears. When Diana knew that the child was old enough to live without its foster mother, she sent her nymphs to fetch it away, and when they bore it to her, she was well pleased to find it fair and strong. "Her name shall be Atalanta," she said to them. "She shall dwell on the mountains and in the woods of Arcadia, and be one of my band with you. A mighty huntress shall she be, and the swiftest of all mortals upon earth, and in time she shall return to her own folk and bring joy and sorrow to their hearts." Thus it came to pass that Atalanta lived with the nymphs in the woodlands of Arcadia. They taught her to run and to hunt, and to shoot with bow and arrows, till soon the day came when she could do these things as well as any of their band. Diana loved her and delighted to do her honour, and when the land of Calydon cried to her for mercy because of the boar she had sent to ravage it in her wrath, she decreed that none but Atalanta should have the glory of that hunt. The tale of how she came to Calydon, and how the boar was slain at last through her, I have told you before, and of how death came to Meleager because he loved her, and would not let any man insult her while he stood idly by. By the fame of that hunt, her name was carried far and wide through Greece, so that when she came to the funeral games of Peleus, there was no need to ask who she was. She ran in the foot race against the swiftest in the land, and won the prize so easily that when she reached the goal, the first man had scarce passed the turning point, though he was no sluggard to make a mock of. When the games were over, she went back to Arcadia without a tear or a sigh, but her face and her memory lived in the heart of many a man whose very name she had not known. The tale of how Atalanta went back to her own folk, and of how she was wooed and won, is as follows. One day, when King Schoinos held a great hunt in the forest on the edge of his domain, it chanced that Atalanta had come to those parts, and when she heard the blare of the bugles and the barking of the hounds, her heart leapt with joy. Full often had she joined in a hunt on the uplands of Arcadia, and run with the hounds. So now she joined in the chase as the stag broke loose from cover, and her white feet flashed in the sunlight as she followed the hounds across the open moorland. King Schoinos, when he saw her, was glad. "It is Atalanta, the maiden huntress," he cried. "See that she be treated with due courtesy, for she is the only woman on earth who is fit to look a man in the face." And he rode eagerly after her. But the best horse in all that company was no match for Atalanta. Far ahead of them all she shot like an arrow from the bow, and when at last the stag turned at bay in a pool, she was the first to reach him. When the rest had come up and the huntsman had slain the stag, the king turned to her. "Atalanta," he said, "the trophy of this chase is thine, and my huntsman shall bear the head of the stag whithersoever thou shalt bid him. In token of our esteem, I beg thee to accept this ring. When thou lookest upon it, think kindly of an old man whose heart is lonely, and who would fain have a daughter like thee." As he spoke, he took off a gold ring from his finger and held it towards her. The tears stood in his eyes, and his hand shook as he looked on her fair young form, and remembered the babe he had cast out on the mountains to die. If she had lived, she would have been at an age with Atalanta, and perchance as fair and as strong as she, and his heart was bitter against himself for the folly of his oath. When Atalanta heard his words, she had a mind at first to refuse his gift. Many a man before had offered her gifts, and she had refused them every one, for she had no wish to be beholden to any man. But when she saw the eyes of the old king dim with tears, and how his hand shook as he held out the ring, her heart was softened, and yearned with a strange yearning towards him. Coming forward, she knelt at his feet and took the ring, and held his hand and kissed it. "May the gods grant the prayer of thy heart, sire," she said, "and give thee a daughter like unto me, but fairer and more wise than I." As he looked down on the hand that held his own, the old king trembled more violently than before, for above the wrist was a birthmark like the birthmark above the wrist of the babe he had cast forth to die, and he knew that he made no mistake, for that mark had lived in his mind as though it had been branded with red-hot steel. "Atalanta," he said, "the gods have heard thy prayer. This is not the first time thy fingers have closed about mine." "What meanest thou, sire?" she asked. "As many years ago as the span of thy young life," he said, "I held in my arms a new-born babe, the child that the gods had given me, and its little hand, with a birthmark above the wrist, closed about my finger trustfully. But because of my foolish pride, I hardened my heart. I cast away the gift of the gods and sent the child to die upon the mountains. But the birthmark on its wrist was branded on my brain so that I could not forget it. Never till this day have I seen that mark again, and now I see it on thy wrist, my child." He bowed his head as he spoke, and the tears from his eyes fell upon her hand, which lay in his as she knelt before him. "Oh, my father!" she cried, and bent forward and kissed his hand. When he found that she did not turn from him, though she knew what he had done, he was more deeply moved than before. "Atalanta," he said, "when I cast thee forth to die, I gave back to the gods the life they had given me, and now I have no right to claim it again. Yet would thy presence be as sunshine in my halls if thou wert to come back to me, my child." Thus did the call come to Atalanta to return to her own folk, and the choice lay before her. On the one side was her free life in the forest, with Diana and her nymphs, the hunt, the fresh air, and all the things that she loved. On the other was life within the walls of a city, and the need to bow her head to the customs and the ways of men. Her heart misgave her when she thought of it. "My lord," she said, "will a young lion step into the cage of his own free will, think you?" The old king bowed his head at her words. "Alas, what other answer could I look for?" he said. "I thank the gods that they have shown me thy fair face this day. Perchance, when we hunt again in these parts, thou wilt join us for love of the chase. Till then, my child, farewell." With trembling hands he raised her from her knees and kissed her on the forehead. Then he signed to his men to lead forward his horse, and mounted and rode sadly home through the forest with his company. When they had gone, she sighed, and turned and went upon her way. But her eyes were blind and her ears were deaf to the sights and sounds she loved so well, and that night she tossed restlessly upon her couch of moss. For before her eyes was the figure of an old man bowed with sorrow, and in her ear his voice pleaded, trembling with longing and love. In the early dawn she rose up from her couch and bathed in a stream close by, and gathered up her shining hair in a coil about her head. Then she put on her sandals and a fresh white tunic, slung her quiver about her shoulders, and bow in hand went forth through the forest. Looking neither to the right nor to the left, she went on her way till she came to the white road that led to the city. Then she turned and looked back at the forest. "Dear trees and woods," she said, "farewell, and ye nymphs that dwell in the streams and dance on the green sward of the mountains. When I have trodden the white road and gone up to the city, I can live with you no more. As for thee, great Diana, who saved me in the beginning, I will be thy servant for ever, and dwell a maiden all my days, and a lover of the hunt." So saying, she stepped out bravely on the white highway and went up into the city till she came to the gate of the palace. When she had entered the hall, she stopped and looked about her. At first all seemed silent and deserted, for the folk had gone their several ways for the work of the day. But at length she spied an old man sitting on a carved chair in one of the alcoves between the pillars. It was the king, her father. He sat with his head upon his hand and his eyes downcast upon the floor, and his face was sad and full of longing. And she went and knelt at his feet. The old man gazed for a moment in her face, as though he did not see her. Then he started from his chair and laid his hand upon her shoulder. "Atalanta!" he cried. "My father," she said, "I have come back to thee." Then he gathered her up in his arms. "Oh, my child," he said, "the gods are kind beyond my desert." "Thy voice cried out to me in the night time," she said, "and I could not shut my heart to thy pleading. The call of the free earth was strong, but the call of my blood was stronger." Thus did Atalanta come back to her own folk, and bring joy to the heart of her father and the mother who had never held her in her arms. A great feast was held in the palace in her honour, and through all the city the people rejoiced because of her. Suitors flocked from far and wide to seek her hand in marriage, but she treated them one and all with scorn, and vowed that she would never wed. At first her father smiled upon her, and looked on her refusal to wed as the sign of a noble nature that was not to be won for the asking of the first chance comers. So he gathered about him the noblest princes in the land, in the hope that among them all there would be one who could win her heart. But the months passed by, and still she vowed that she would never wed. All her delight was in running and hunting, and to ride by her father's side. At length the king grew anxious. "Surely, my child," he said, "among all these princes there is one whom thou couldst love." "I shall never love any man but thee, my father," she replied. Nothing that he could say would persuade her to go back from her resolve, but still he reasoned with her night and day, till at length she grew so wearied of the matter that she bethought of a plan that would rid her of all the suitors. "My father," she said, "I will wed any man who shall ask for my hand if he will fulfill one condition." "My child," cried her father, "I knew that in the end thou wouldst listen to reason. Tell me thy condition, that I may spread it abroad among those who are suing for thy hand." "Tell them," she said, "that I will wed the first man among them who will run a race with me. If he win, I will be his bride, but if he lose, he must die." The king's face fell when he heard her words. "Surely thou speakest in mockery, Atalanta," he said. "No man in all the world can run as swiftly as thou canst, and they know it. Thou wilt drive thy suitors from thee, or if any be foolhardy enough to run with thee, they will run to a certain death." "No man will run to a certain death, my father," she answered. "When they know that to sigh for me is to sigh for death, they will go back to their own folk, and I shall be troubled with suitors no more." So he published abroad among the suitors the condition she had made. When they heard it, there was great consternation among them, and they consulted together as to what they should do, and some sent a deputation to her to find out the meaning of her words. "Lady," they asked, "when thou speakest of death, thou speakest perchance in parables. Those who run in the race with thee and are outstripped must give up all hope of thee, and look upon thy face no more, and this would be death indeed to them that love thee." But she laughed in their faces. "He who courts death may race with me at daybreak, and at sunset he shall drink the poison cup without fail, and look neither on my face again, nor the face of any living thing. Have I spoken plainly now?" The next day there was great confusion in the halls of King Schoinus. There was shouting and bustling, and attendants ran this way and that. Chariots clattered through the gateway and drew up in the court, and baggage was piled high behind the horses. And Atalanta laughed aloud at the success of her scheme, for suitor after suitor came and kissed her hand and bade her farewell. That night the gathering about the board was scantier than it had been for many a long day. Yet a few of the suitors remained, and seemed in no haste to be gone. "They are waiting for thee to fulfil thy condition," said the king. Then Atalanta herself went and pleaded with them. But they replied, "Lady, thou hast given the condition of thy marrying, and we are waiting to fulfil it." Thus was she forced to keep her word, and the lists were made ready for the race, and the lots were cast among the suitors as to which of them should be the first to run against her. In the early morning, before the sun was strong, the race was run, and all the city crowded to the course to watch it. The man ran well and bravely, but his speed was as child's play to Atalanta. She put forth her strength like a greyhound that is content to run for a while before the horses, but when he scents the hare can leave them far behind. Even so did Atalanta run, and came in cool and fresh to the goal, whilst her rival ran in, hot and panting, behind her. Thus did it come to pass that the first man drank the poison cup because of his love for Atalanta. With a smiling face did he drink it, as a man drinks at a feast. And now a time of darkness and mourning fell upon the land, and many a day in the year the city was hung with black for the sake of some noble suitor who had chosen death rather than life without Atalanta. And Atalanta's heart was sore within her because of the rash condition she had made in her ignorance. When she would fain have recalled her words, it was too late, for the suitors bound her to her promise. Either give thyself of thine own free will to one of us, or else let us take our chance of winning thee or death, they said. And she was forced to run with them, for in her heart she knew that even death was happier for a man than to win her without her love. Thus were the words of Diana fulfilled when she said, "In time she shall return to her own folk and bring joy and sorrow to their hearts." One day it chanced that a stranger came to the city on a morning that a race was to be run. The night before he had slept in a village near by, and the people had told him the tale of Atalanta, and how on the morrow another suitor was to run to his death. But he scoffed at their words. "No man would run to certain death," he said, "were the maid as fair as Venus." "Go and see for thyself," they replied. "Soon we shall hear that thou too wilt run in the race." "Never," he said. "No woman can cheat my life from me." But they shook their heads unconvinced. "Many before thee have spoken likewise," said they, "and yet they have run." "If I run, I will run to win," he answered. "Can a snail outstrip a deer?" they asked. "It might so chance," said he. "Thou art mad," they cried. "Better to be mad on earth than sane in Hades," he replied. But they shook their heads the more, and tapped wisely with their fingers on their foreheads, to show that he was mad and spoke at random. "Well, well," he said with a laugh, "we shall see what we shall see." The next morning he set forth early for the city, and, mingling with the crowd, he made his way to the racecourse, and found for himself a place where he could watch the whole sight with ease. The race was run, and ended as it always ended, and once again the city was hung with black. But in the mind of the stranger an image remained which had not been there before, the image of a maid whose white feet flashed in the sunlight, and her tunic swung to and fro as a flag swings in the breeze. "Great Hercules," he thought within himself, "to run shoulder to shoulder with her for a moment, even in a race for death, might be worth the while after all. I will make myself known at the palace, and see what the gods will give me." For some days he lay hid in the city, till he thought the time was ripe for him to go up to the palace of the king. Then he went for a walk along the highway, and when he was covered with dust and grime, he returned to the city and made his way at once to the palace. When Atalanta saw a stranger at the board, her heart sank within her, and she kept her eyes turned away as though she had not seen him, for she made sure that he too had come to run in the race with her. It chanced that night that the company was scanty, and no man talked in private to his neighbour, but the conversation leapt from one end of the board to the other, as each one took his share in it and said his say. The stranger too took his part with the rest of them, in no wise abashed, and so shrewd were his words, and so full of wit, that soon he had a smile upon the face of each one at the table. For many a long day the talk had not been so merry, nor the laughter so loud, at the table of King Squinus. Atalanta too forgot her restraint, and talked and laughed freely with the stranger, and he answered her back as though it had been man to man, and showed no more deference to her than to the others of the company. When the meal was over, the king approached the stranger, and Atalanta stood beside him. "Sir," said the king, "thy name and thy country are still hid from us, but we are grateful for thy coming, and would be fain for thee to stay as long as it shall please thee." "I thank thee, sire," said the stranger, But I am bound by a strange vow. I may not reveal my name, nor accept hospitality for more than one night from any man, till I come to a house where none other than the king's daughter shall promise me her hand in marriage. From the tales I have heard in the neighbouring country, I have learnt that I may not hope to end my vow beneath this roof. Though indeed, he said, turning to Atalanta, I would fain press my suit if there were any chance of success. But Atalanta threw back her head at his words. Thou hast doubtless heard the condition, she said, by the fulfilment of which alone a man may win my hand. Alas, sir, said the king, I would press no man to try his luck in that venture. Since that is so, said the stranger, I will go forth once more upon my journey at break of day, and see what luck the gods will give me. I thank thee for thy kindly hospitality this night, and beg thee to excuse me. I have travelled far, and would fain rest now, as I must go a long distance ere I can rest again. Thereupon he took his leave of King Scoinus and his daughter, but she, for all her pride, could not forget the man who seemed to bid her farewell with so light a heart. It was her custom to rise early in the morning before the rest of the household was stirring, and to go forth alone into the woods, and it was the lot of one of the slaves to rouse himself betimes to give her food ere she went, so that when she appeared, as was her wont, he thought nothing of it. The stranger had risen even earlier than she, and the slave was waiting upon him. Good morrow, sir, she said. It is not often I have a companion when I break my fast. Then she turned to the slave. Thou mayest get thee back to thy bed, she said, and sleep out thy sleep in peace. I will see to the wants of our guest, and speed him on his way. Thereupon Atalanta sat down at the board beside the stranger, and they fell to with all the appetite of youth and health. And as they ate, they laughed and joked, and talked of strange lands they both had seen, and adventures that had befallen them. In the space of 1/2 hour they were as good friends as though they had known each other all their lives. When they had finished their meal, the stranger rose. I must bid thee farewell, lady, he said. Nay, not yet, she replied. I will set thee on thy way, and show thee a road through the forest that will bring thee to the city thou seekest. I know every track and path, as well as the wild deer know them. He tried to dissuade her, but she would not listen, and led him out from the palace by a side gate, which she unbarred with her own hands. Down through the sleeping streets they went, where the shadow of the houses lay long upon the ground, and out across the open downs in the shade of the forest. At length they came to a broad track that crossed the path they were in, and Atalanta stopped short and pointed to the right. From here, she said, thou canst not miss thy way. Follow the track till it lead thee to the high road, and when thou strikest the high road, turn to the left, and thou wilt come to the city thou seekest. Then she held out her hand to him. I must bid thee farewell, she said, and good luck to the ending of thy vow. Lady, he said, and took her hand in his, if thou wilt, thou canst release me now from my vow. But she drew her hand away sharply and tossed back her head. Many kings have daughters besides King Scoinus, she said, and any one of them could release thee from thy vow as well as I. Atalanta, he said, no king's daughter save thee shall ever release me from my vow. From the first moment that I saw thee, I loved thee. Thou knowest how thou mayest win me. Art thou willing to run in the race? Much good will my love do me if I had to drink the poison cup. Nay, nay, he said, I love thee too well to put my death at thy door. When I have some chance of winning the race, I will come back and claim thee. In the meantime, lady, farewell. And bowing to her, he turned and went his way, without so much as looking back at her, as she stood trembling with astonishment and anger. Day after day passed by, and he came not. He is a man of his word, she thought at last. Till he has some chance of winning, he will not come back. And he is no fool. He knows he can never run as I can run. He will never come back. Yet for all this she watched for him. When she went forth into the road or into the forest, she looked for his form at every turn of the way. The weeks and months passed by, and still he returned not. Winter came and went, and once again the dewdrops shone in the summer sunlight as Atalanta walked in the forest at break of day. When by chance she raised her eyes, there, at the parting of the ways, he stood, as though in answer to her thoughts. "I have come back, lady," he said. "Oh," she cried from her heart, "I am glad thou hast come back." Then he bent and kissed her hand, and once more they walked in silence side by side along the path they had walked before. As they drew near to the edge of the forest, Atalanta was the first to speak. "And thy vow?" she asked. "Hast thou found release from it?" "Not yet," he answered. "I am come back to run the race, that I may win release." Once again the spirit of perversity came upon her. "Where hast thou learnt to run like the wind?" she asked. "I have not learnt to run like the wind," he replied. "I have learnt something better than that." "Few things are better in a race than swiftness," she said. "True," he answered, "yet I have found the one thing better." "What is this strange thing?" she asked. "When we have run the race, thou wilt know," he said. "I have grown no sluggard," she said, with a toss of her head, as though to warn him that her speed was not a thing to be despised. So they came to the palace, and from the lowest to the highest, the inmates greeted the stranger with joy, for he had won the hearts of them all by his wit and his genial smile. But they sighed when they heard that he too had come to run in the fatal race. "Alas," said the old king, shaking his head, "I had rather not have looked upon thy face again than see thee back on such an errand." The young man laughed. "He who runs with a fair hope of winning runs swiftly," he said. "The others were dragged down by the shackles of their own despair." "Thou dost not know my daughter," said the king. "Mayhap I know her better than thou thinkest, and better than thou knowest her thyself," said the stranger. No arguments or entreaties would turn him from his purpose. "I must win release from my vow," he said. "I cannot live all my life a nameless wanderer. Yet will I not wed any woman I love not for the sake of my release. Atalanta alone can save me, for I love none other." So the lists once again were prepared, and the course made smooth for the race. The folk were gathered together round the course, and Atalanta and the stranger stood ready and waiting for the word to be given. She had made it a condition of the race that her rivals should have a good start of her, and she stood with her eyes upon the stranger's back, as he waited many paces before her. All too soon the word was given, and he sprang forward from his place, like a dog which has been straining at his leash springs forward when the hook is unloosed. And Atalanta too sprang forward, but whereas the man ran like a hunted thing that strains every muscle to save its life, she ran with the swinging grace of a wild deer that, far away from the hunters and hounds, crosses the springing turf of the lonely moor, fearless and proud, as he throws back his antlers in the breeze. Thus did Atalanta run, as though she had no thought of the race, or of the man who ran for his life. Yet, though she seemed to make no effort, she gained upon her rival at every step, and now she was running close behind him, and now she was almost shoulder to shoulder, and out of the corner of his eye he could see the gleam of her tunic. Then for a moment he slackened his pace, and it seemed that she would pass him, and on every side the people shouted out to him, "Run, run! Faster, faster! She will pass thee!" But he put his hand into the opening of his tunic and drew forth something from his breast. Then his hand swung up above his head, and from it there flashed a dazzling fiery apple. Up and down through the air it flashed like a meteor, and rolled along the grass till it stopped far away in the centre of the course, and lay shining like a jewel in the rays of the sun. Every eye was turned from the race to watch its gleaming flight, and Atalanta stopped short and watched it too. When she saw it stop still in the middle of the course, flashing and sparkling in the grass, a great desire sprang up in her heart to have it, a desire that she could not resist, and she darted aside out of the path of the race and went and picked up the shining golden apple and put it in the bosom of her tunic. Meanwhile the stranger had lost no time, and when Atalanta came back to the spot she had left, he was far ahead upon the course, and she had to run with a will if she wished to overtake him. But once again she gained upon him, and the space between them grew less and less till they were running well nigh shoulder to shoulder. And once again he saw the gleam of her tunic beside him, and again he slackened his speed for a moment and sent a second gleaming apple into the air. Once more the desire sprang up in Atalanta's heart, and leaving the course, she picked up the second apple and put it in the bosom of her tunic beside the first. By the time she had returned to the path, the stranger had rounded the turning point and was well on his way towards the goal, and she put forth all her strength to overtake him. But the ease of her running was gone. She ran as one who runs bearing a burden, yet she would not cast away the golden apples in her bosom, for though they hampered her, she gained upon her rival, and for the third time they were running almost shoulder to shoulder. And again the third time the same thing happened, and Atalanta left the course to pick up the shining fruit. This time, when she returned to her place, the stranger was close upon the goal, and all around the people were shouting and waving their hands. With all the strength that was left in her, she made a great spurt to overtake him. If she would cast away the golden apples, she might yet win the race. But the same mad desire which had spurred her to pick them up forbade her now to let them go. As she ran, they seemed to grow heavier and heavier in her bosom. Yet she struggled and panted on, and step by step did she gain upon him, though her eyes were darkened to all but his form and the goal ahead. On every side the people shouted louder than before, for they knew not now which of them would win. As they drew near to the goal, they were again almost shoulder to shoulder, and the stranger saw once more the flash of Atalanta's tunic beside him, while there were yet some paces to run. Then he gave a great spurt forward and leapt away from her side. She tried to do likewise, but her strength was gone. She had made her last effort before. Thus did it come to pass that the stranger ran in first to the goal, and, running close upon his heels, Atalanta fell breathless into his arms as he turned to catch her. She had run twice as far as he, but what matter if he had not outsped her? He had won the race. The tears shone in her eyes, but he knew they were not tears of grief, and in the face of all the people he kissed her. Thus was Atalanta, the swiftest of all mortals, beaten in the race by the stranger, and learnt from his lips what it was that he had found on his travels that had made speed of no avail in the race. For after they had come back to the city, surrounded by the joyous folk, and had passed hand in hand beneath the gateway, after he had revealed to them all that he was Milanion, the son of Amphidamas, and the old king had fallen on his neck and given him his blessing, because he proved to be the son of his own boyhood's friend, and the man of all others he would have chosen for his son-in-law. After all this, when the speeches and the merrymaking were over, they two walked on the moonlit court of the palace. "Tell me their secret," she said, and held out the fruit in her hands. "Their secret lies in thy heart, Atalanta," he answered. "What meanest thou?" she asked. "When I left thee at the parting of the ways," he said, "I travelled many a weary league by land, and on the road I passed many a shrine of Venus, but I never passed them by without lifting up my hands in prayer to the goddess, for I knew that she could help me if she would, and I knew that to them that love truly she is ever kind in the end. But I wandered till I was footsore and weary, and yet I had no sign. At last I came to the seashore, and took ship for the pleasant Isle of Cyprus, which is her home. There at last she came to me, walking on the waves of the sea. As I lay on the shore in the night time, I saw her as a great light afar, and she drew near to me with the foam playing white about her feet. In her hand she bore 3 shining golden apples. "Fear not, Milanion," she said. "I have heard the cry of thy heart. Here are 3 apples from mine own apple tree. If she whom thou lovest loves thee in return, she cannot resist the spell of their golden brightness. When thou runnest against her, cast them one by one into the middle of the course. If she love thee, she will turn aside to pick them up. For her they will be heavy as the gold they seem made of. For thee they will be light as the fruit whose form they wear. Farewell, and good luck to thy race." Thereupon darkness came over my eyes, and I could find no words to thank her. When I awoke, I thought it had been a dream, but lo, by my side upon the sand lay the apples, shining in the sunlight. "And thy vow?" asked Atalanta. "How camest thou to make such a vow?" He laughed at her words. "Long ago in my father's house I heard of thee, and how thou couldst cast such a spell upon the hearts of men that for thy sake they would fling away their lives. And a great desire came upon me to see this thing for myself, for I could scarce believe it. So I set forth alone to find thee, and hid my name from all men as I journeyed, for thus could I be more free to act as seemed best in mine own eyes. And I saw thee run in a race, and that glimpse was enough to tell me that I too one day must run with thee. Yet was I more wary than my rivals. I knew that to come as a suitor was the way to turn thy heart to stone. Wherefore I pretended to be bound by a vow, which would bring me as a passing stranger before thee. Deep in my heart I felt that when a man desires one thing on earth above every other, when he loves that thing better than life itself, he is likely to win it in the end, if he walk patiently step by step in faith. He will win that thing or death in his struggle for it, and he is content that so it should be. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Turning Everything into Gold by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Once upon a time there lived a very rich man, and a king besides, whose name was Midas, and he had a little daughter, whom nobody but myself ever heard of, and whose name I either never knew or have entirely forgotten. So because I love odd names for little girls, I choose to call her Marigold. This King Midas was fonder of gold than of anything else in the world. He valued his royal crown chiefly because it was composed of that precious metal. If he loved anything better, or half so well, it was the one little maiden who played so merrily around her father's footstool. But the more Midas loved his daughter, the more did he desire and seek for wealth. He thought, foolish man, that the best thing he could possibly do for this dear child would be to bequeath her the immensest pile of yellow, glistening coin that had ever been heaped together since the world was made. Thus he gave all his thoughts and all his time to this one purpose. If ever he happened to gaze for an instant at the gold-tinted clouds of sunset, he wished that they were real gold, and that they could be squeezed safely into his strong-box. When little Marigold ran to meet him with a bunch of buttercups and dandelions, he used to say, "Pooh, pooh, child, if these flowers were as golden as they look, they would be worth the plucking." And yet, in his earlier days, before he was so entirely possessed of this insane desire for riches, King Midas had shown a great taste for flowers. He had planted a garden in which grew the biggest and beautifulest and sweetest roses that any mortal ever saw or smelt. These roses were still growing in the garden, as large and lovely and as fragrant as when Midas used to pass whole hours in gazing at them and inhaling their perfume. But now, if he looked at them at all, it was only to calculate how much the garden would be worth if each of the innumerable rose petals were a thin plate of gold. And though he once was fond of music, in spite of an idle story about his ears, which were said to resemble those of an ass, the only music for poor Midas now was the chink of one coin against another. At length, as people always grow more and more foolish, unless they take care to grow wiser and wiser, Midas had got to be so exceedingly unreasonable that he could scarcely bear to see or touch any object that was not gold. He made it his custom, therefore, to pass a large portion of every day in a dark and dreary apartment underground at the basement of his palace. It was here that he kept his wealth. To this dismal hole, for it was little better than a dungeon, Midas betook himself whenever he wanted to be particularly happy. Here, after carefully locking the door, he would take a bag of gold coin, or a gold cup as big as a washbowl, or a heavy golden bar, or a peck measure of gold dust, and bring them from the obscure corners of the room into the one bright and narrow sunbeam that fell from the dungeon-like window. He valued the sunbeam for no other reason but that his treasure would not shine without its help. And then would he reckon over the coins in the bag, toss up the bar and catch it as it came down, sift the gold dust through his fingers, look at the funny image of his own face as reflected in the burnished circumference of the cup, and whisper to himself, "Oh, Midas, rich King Midas, what a happy man art thou!" But it was laughable to see how the image of his face kept grinning at him out of the polished surface of the cup. It seemed to be aware of his foolish behaviour, and to have a naughty inclination to make fun of him. Midas called himself a happy man, but felt that he was not yet quite so happy as he might be. The very tip-top of enjoyment would never be reached unless the whole world were to become his treasure-room, and be filled with yellow metal which should be all his own. Now, I need hardly remind such wise little people as you are that in the old, old times, when King Midas was alive, a great many things came to pass which we should consider wonderful if they were to happen in our own day and country. And on the other hand, a great many things take place nowadays which seem not only wonderful to us, but at which the people of old times would have stared their eyes out. On the whole, I regard our own times as the strangest of the two. But however that may be, I must go on with my story. Midas was enjoying himself in his treasure room one day as usual, when he perceived a shadow fall over the heaps of gold, and, looking suddenly up, what should he behold but the figure of a stranger standing in the bright and narrow sunbeam. It was a young man with a cheerful and ruddy face. Whether it was that the imagination of King Midas threw a yellow tinge over everything, or whatever the cause might be, he could not help fancying that the smile with which the stranger regarded him had a kind of golden radiance in it. Certainly, although his figure intercepted the sunshine, there was now a brighter gleam upon all the piled-up treasures than before. Even the remotest corners had their share of it, and were lighted up when the stranger smiled, as with tips of flame and sparkles of fire. As Midas knew that he had carefully turned the key in the lock, and that no mortal strength could possibly break into his treasure room, he of course concluded that his visitor must be something more than mortal. It is no matter about telling you who he was. In those days, when the earth was comparatively a new affair, it was supposed to be often the resort of beings endowed with supernatural power, and who used to interest themselves in the joys and sorrows of men, women, and children, half playfully and half seriously. Midas had met such beings before now, and was not sorry to meet one of them again. The stranger's aspect, indeed, was so good-humoured and kindly, if not beneficent, that it would have been unreasonable to suspect him of intending any mischief. It was far more probable that he came to do Midas a favour. And what could that favour be, unless to multiply his heaps of treasure? The stranger gazed about the room, and when his lustrous smile had glistened upon all the golden objects that were there, he turned again to Midas. "You are a wealthy man, friend Midas," he observed. "I doubt whether any other four walls on earth contain so much gold as you have contrived to pile up in this room." "I have done pretty well, answered Midas in a discontented tone. "But after all, it is but a trifle when you consider that it has taken me my whole life to get it together. If one could live 1,000 years, he might have time to grow rich." "What?" exclaimed the stranger. "Then you are not satisfied?" Midas shook his head. "And pray what would satisfy you?" asked the stranger. "Merely for the curiosity of the thing, I should be glad to know." Midas paused and meditated. He felt a presentiment that this stranger, with such a golden lustre in his good-humoured smile, had come hither with both the power and the purpose of gratifying his utmost wishes. Now, therefore, was the fortunate moment when he had but to speak and obtain whatever possible or seemingly impossible thing it might come into his head to ask. So he thought and thought and thought, and heaped up one golden mountain upon another in his imagination, without being able to imagine them big enough. At last a bright idea occurred to King Midas. It seemed really as bright as the glistening metal which he loved so much. Raising his head, he looked the lustrous stranger in the face. "Well, Midas," observed his visitor, "I see that you have at length hit upon something that will satisfy you. Tell me your wish." "It is only this," replied Midas. "I am weary of collecting my treasures with so much trouble, and beholding the heap so diminutive after I have done my best. I wish everything that I touch to be changed to gold." The stranger's smile grew so very broad that it seemed to fill the room like an outburst of the sun, gleaming into a shadowy dell where the yellow autumnal leaves, for so looked the lumps and particles of gold, lie strewn in the glow of light. "The golden touch!" exclaimed he. "You certainly deserve credit, friend Midas, for striking out so brilliant a conception. But are you quite sure that this will satisfy you?" "How could it fail?" said Midas. "And will you never regret the possession of it?" "What could induce me?" asked Midas. "I ask nothing else to render me perfectly happy." "Be it as you wish, then," replied the stranger, waving his hand in token of farewell. "Tomorrow at sunrise you will find yourself gifted with the golden touch." The figure of the stranger then became exceedingly bright, and Midas involuntarily closed his eyes. On opening them again, he beheld only one yellow sunbeam in the room, and all around him the glistening of the precious metal which he had spent his life in hoarding up. Whether Midas slept as usual that night, the story does not say. Asleep or awake, however, his mind was probably in the state of a child's to whom a beautiful new plaything has been promised in the morning. At any rate, day had hardly peeped over the hills when King Midas was broad awake, and stretching his arms out of bed, began to touch the objects that were within reach. He was anxious to prove whether the golden touch had really come, according to the stranger's promise. So he laid his finger on a chair by the bedside, and on various other things, but was grievously disappointed to perceive that they remained of exactly the same substance as before. Indeed, he felt very much afraid that he had only dreamed about the lustrous stranger, or else that the latter had been making game of him. And what a miserable affair would it be if, after all his hopes, Midas must content himself with what little gold he could scrape together by ordinary means, instead of creating it by a touch. All this while it was only the grey of the morning, with but a streak of brightness along the edge of the sky, where Midas could not see it. He lay in a very disconsolate mood, regretting the downfall of his hopes, and kept growing sadder and sadder until the earliest sunbeam shone through the window and gilded the ceiling over his head. It seemed to Midas that this bright yellow sunbeam was reflected in rather a singular way on the white covering of the bed. Looking more closely, what was his astonishment and delight when he found that his linen fabric had been transmuted to what seemed a woven texture of the purest and brightest gold. The golden touch had come to him with the first sunbeam. Midas started up in a kind of joyful frenzy and ran about the room, grasping at everything that happened to be in his way. He seized one of the bedposts, and it became immediately a fluted golden pillar. He pulled aside a window curtain in order to admit a clear spectacle of the wonders which he was performing, and the tassel grew heavy in his hand, a mass of gold. He took up a book from the table. At his first touch it assumed the appearance of such a splendidly bound and gilt-edged volume as one often meets with nowadays. But on running his fingers through the leaves, behold, it was a bundle of thin golden plates, in which all the wisdom of the book had grown illegible. He hurriedly put on his clothes, and was enraptured to see himself in a magnificent suit of gold cloth, which retained its flexibility and softness, although it burdened him a little with its weight. He drew out his handkerchief, which little Marigold had hemmed for him. That was likewise gold, with the dear child's neat and pretty stitches running all along the border in gold thread. Somehow or other, this last transformation did not quite please King Midas. He would rather that his little daughter's handiwork should have remained just the same as when she climbed his knee and put it into his hand. But it was not worth while to vex himself about a trifle. Midas now took his spectacles from his pocket and put them on his nose, in order that he might see more distinctly what he was about. In those days, spectacles for common people had not been invented, but were already worn by kings, else how could Midas have had any? To his great perplexity, however, excellent as the glasses were, he discovered that he could not possibly see through them. But this was the most natural thing in the world, for, on taking them off, the transparent crystals turned out to be plates of yellow metal, and, of course, were worthless as spectacles, though valuable as gold. It struck Midas as rather inconvenient that, with all his wealth, he could never again be rich enough to own a pair of serviceable spectacles. "It is no great matter, nevertheless," said he to himself, very philosophically. "We cannot expect any great good without its being accompanied with some small inconvenience. The golden touch is worth the sacrifice of a pair of spectacles at least, if not of one's very eyesight. My own eyes will serve for ordinary purposes, and little Marigold will soon be old enough to read to me." Wise King Midas was so exalted by his good fortune that the palace seemed not sufficiently spacious to contain him. He therefore went downstairs and smiled on observing that the balustrade of the staircase became a bar of burnished gold as his hand passed over it in his descent. He lifted the door latch. It was brass only a moment ago, but golden when his fingers quitted it, and emerged into the garden. Here, as it happened, he found a great number of beautiful roses in full bloom, and others in all the stages of lovely bud and blossom. Very delicious was their fragrance in the morning breeze. Their delicate blush was one of the fairest sights in the world, so gentle, so modest, and so full of sweet tranquillity did these roses seem to be. But Midas knew a way to make them far more precious, according to his way of thinking, than roses had ever been before. So he took great pains in going from bush to bush, and exercised his magic touch most indefatigably, until every individual flower and bud, and even the worms at the heart of some of them, were changed to gold. By the time this good work was completed, King Midas was summoned to breakfast, and as the morning air had given him an excellent appetite, he made haste back to the palace. What was usually a king's breakfast in the days of Midas I really do not know, and cannot stop now to investigate. To the best of my belief, however, on this particular morning, the breakfast consisted of hot cakes, some nice little brook trout, roasted potatoes, fresh boiled eggs, and coffee for King Midas himself, and a bowl of bread and milk for his daughter Marigold. At all events, this is a breakfast fit to set before a king, and whether he had it or not, King Midas could not have had a better. Little Marygold had not yet made her appearance. Her father ordered her to be called, and seating himself at table, awaited the child's coming in order to begin his own breakfast. To do Midas justice, he really loved his daughter, and loved her so much the more this morning on account of the good fortune which had befallen him. It was not a great while before he heard her coming along the passageway, crying bitterly. This circumstance surprised him, because Marygold was one of the cheerfullest little people whom you would see in a summer's day, and hardly shed a thimbleful of tears in a twelvemonth. When Midas heard her sobs, he determined to put little Marygold into better spirits by an agreeable surprise. So, leaning across the table, he touched his daughter's bowl, which was a china one, with pretty figures all around it, and transmuted it to gleaming gold. Meanwhile, Marygold slowly and disconsolately opened the door and showed herself with her apron at her eyes, still sobbing as if her heart would break. "How now, my little lady?" cried Midas. "Pray, what is the matter with you this bright morning?" Marygold, without taking the apron from her eyes, held out her hand, in which was one of the roses which Midas had so recently transmuted. "Beautiful!" exclaimed her father. "And what is there in this magnificent golden rose to make you cry?" "Ah, dear father," answered the child, as well as her sobs would let her, "it is not beautiful, but the ugliest flower that ever grew. As soon as I was dressed, I ran into the garden to gather some roses for you, because I know you like them, and like them the better when gathered by your little daughter. But, oh dear, dear me, what do you think has happened? Such a misfortune! All the beautiful roses that smelled so sweetly and had so many lovely blushes are blighted and spoilt. They are grown quite yellow, as you see this one, and have no longer any fragrance. What can have been the matter with them?" "Pooh, my dear little girl, pray don't cry about it," said Midas, who was ashamed to confess that he himself had wrought the change which so greatly afflicted her. "Sit down and eat your bread and milk. You will find it easy enough to exchange a golden rose like that, which will last hundreds of years, for an ordinary one which would wither in a day." "I don't care for such roses as this," cried Marygold, tossing it contemptuously away. "It has no smell, and the hard petals prick my nose." The child now sat down to table, but was so occupied with her grief for the blighted roses that she did not even notice the wonderful transmutation of her china bowl. Perhaps this was all the better, for Marygold was accustomed to take pleasure in looking at the queer figures and strange trees and houses that were painted on the circumference of the bowl, and these ornaments were now entirely lost in the yellow hue of the metal. Midas, meanwhile, had poured out a cup of coffee, and as a matter of course the coffee pot, whatever metal it may have been when he took it up, was gold when he set it down. He thought to himself that it was rather an extravagant style of splendour in a king of his simple habits to breakfast off a service of gold, and began to be puzzled with the difficulty of keeping his treasures safe. The cupboard and the kitchen would no longer be a secure place of deposit for articles so valuable as golden bowls and coffee pots. Amid these thoughts he lifted a spoonful of coffee to his lips, and sipping it was astonished to perceive that, the instant his lips touched the liquid, it became molten gold, and the next moment hardened into a lump. "Ha!" exclaimed Midas, rather aghast. "What is the matter, father?" asked little Marygold, gazing at him, with the tears still standing in her eyes. "Nothing, child, nothing," said Midas. "Eat your milk before it gets quite cold." He took one of the nice little trouts on his plate, and, by way of experiment, touched its tail with his finger. To his horror, it was immediately transmuted from an admirably fried brook trout into a goldfish, though not one of those goldfishes which people often keep in glass globes as ornaments for the parlour. No, but it was really a metallic fish, and looked as if it had been very cunningly made by the nicest goldsmith in the world. Its little bones were now golden wires. Its fins and tail were thin plates of gold, and there were the marks of the fork in it, and all the delicate, frothy appearance of a nicely fried fish, exactly imitated in metal. A very pretty piece of work, as you may suppose, only King Midas, just at that moment, would much rather have had a real trout in his dish than this elaborate and valuable imitation of one. I don't quite see, thought he to himself, how I am to get any breakfast. He took one of the smoking hot cakes, and had scarcely broken it when, to his cruel mortification, though a moment before it had been of the whitest wheat, it assumed the yellow hue of Indian meal. To say the truth, if it had really been a hot Indian cake, Midas would have prized it a good deal more than he now did, when its solidity and increased weight made him too bitterly sensible that it was gold. Almost in despair, he helped himself to a boiled egg, which immediately underwent a change similar to those of the trout and the cake. The egg indeed might have been mistaken for one of those which the famous goose in the storybook was in the habit of laying. But King Midas was the only goose that had had anything to do with the matter. Well, this is a quandary, thought he, leaning back in his chair and looking quite enviously at little Marigold, who was now eating her bread and milk with great satisfaction. Such a costly breakfast before me, and nothing that can be eaten. Hoping that, by dint of great dispatch, he might avoid what he now felt to be a considerable inconvenience, King Midas next snatched a hot potato, and attempted to cram it into his mouth and swallow it in a hurry. But the Golden Touch was too nimble for him. He found his mouth full not of mealy potato, but of solid metal, which so burnt his tongue that he roared aloud, and, jumping up from the table, began to dance and stamp about the room, both with pain and affright. "Father, dear father," cried little Marigold, who was a very affectionate child, "pray what is the matter? Have you burnt your mouth?" "Ah, dear child," groaned Midas dolefully, "I don't know what is to become of your poor father." And truly, my dear little folks, did you ever hear of such a pitiable case in all your lives? Here was literally the richest breakfast that could be set before a king, and its very richness made it absolutely good for nothing. The poorest labourer, sitting down to his crust of bread and cup of water, was far better off than King Midas, whose delicate food was really worth its weight in gold. And what was to be done? Already at breakfast Midas was excessively hungry. Would he be less so by dinner time? And how ravenous would be his appetite for supper, which must undoubtedly consist of the same sort of indigestible dishes as those now before him? How many days, think you, would he survive a continuance of this rich fare? These reflections so troubled wise King Midas that he began to doubt whether, after all, riches are the one desirable thing in the world, or even the most desirable. But this was only a passing thought. So fascinated was Midas with the glitter of the yellow metal that he would still have refused to give up the Golden Touch for so paltry a consideration as a breakfast. Just imagine what a price for one meal's victuals. It would have been the same as paying millions and millions of money, and as many millions more as would take forever to reckon up, for some fried trout, an egg, a potato, a hot cake, and a cup of coffee. It would be quite too dear, thought Midas. Nevertheless, so great was his hunger and the perplexity of his situation that he again groaned aloud, and very grievously too. Our pretty Marigold could endure it no longer. She sat a moment gazing at her father, and trying with all the might of her little wits to find out what was the matter with him. Then, with a sweet and sorrowful impulse to comfort him, she started from her chair, and, running to Midas, threw her arms affectionately about his knees. He bent down and kissed her. He felt that his little daughter's love was worth 1,000 times more than he had gained by the Golden Touch. "My precious, precious Marigold," cried he. But Marigold made no answer. Alas, what had he done? How fatal was the gift which the stranger bestowed! The moment the lips of Midas touched Marygold's forehead, a change had taken place. Her sweet, rosy face, so full of affection as it had been, assumed a glittering yellow colour, with yellow teardrops congealing on her cheeks. Her beautiful brown ringlets took the same tint. Her soft and tender little form grew hard and inflexible within her father's encircling arms. Oh, terrible misfortune! The victim of his insatiable desire for wealth, little Marygold was a human child no longer, but a golden statue. Yes, there she was, with the questioning look of love, grief, and pity hardened into her face. It was the prettiest and most woeful sight that ever mortal saw. All the features and tokens of Marygold were there, even the beloved little dimple remained in her gold chin. But the more perfect was the resemblance, the greater was the father's agony at beholding this golden image, which was all that was left him of a daughter. It had been a favourite phrase of Midas, whenever he felt particularly fond of the child, to say that she was worth her weight in gold, and now the phrase had become literally true. And now at last, when it was too late, he felt how infinitely a warm and tender heart that loved him exceeded in value all the wealth that could be piled up betwixt the earth and sky. It would be too sad a story if I were to tell you how Midas, in the fullness of all his gratified desires, began to wring his hands and bemoan himself, and how he could neither bear to look at Marygold, nor yet to look away from her. Except when his eyes were fixed on the image, he could not possibly believe that she was changed to gold. But, stealing another glance, there was the precious little figure, with a yellow teardrop on its yellow cheek, and a look so piteous and tender that it seemed as if that very expression must needs soften the gold and make it flesh again. This, however, could not be. So Midas had only to wring his hands and to wish that he were the poorest man in the wide world if the loss of all his wealth might bring back the faintest rose colour to his dear child's face. While he was in this tumult of despair, he suddenly beheld a stranger standing near the door. Midas bent down his head without speaking, for he recognized the same figure which had appeared to him the day before in the treasure room, and had bestowed on him this disastrous faculty of the golden touch. The stranger's countenance still wore a smile, which seemed to shed a yellow lustre all about the room, and gleamed on little Marygold's image, and on the other objects that had been transmuted by the touch of Midas. "Well, friend Midas," said the stranger, "pray how do you succeed with the golden touch?" Midas shook his head. "I am very miserable," said he. "Very miserable indeed!" exclaimed the stranger. "And how happens that? Have I not faithfully kept my promise with you? Have you not everything that your heart desired?" "Gold is not everything," answered Midas, "and I have lost all that my heart really cared for." "Ah, so you have made a discovery since yesterday?" observed the stranger. "Let us see, then. Which of these two things do you think is really worth the most? The gift of the golden touch, or 1 cup of clear, cold water?" "Oh, blessed water!" exclaimed Midas. "It will never moisten my parched throat again." "The golden touch," continued the stranger, "or a crust of bread?" "A piece of bread," answered Midas, "is worth all the gold on earth." "The golden touch," asked the stranger, "or your own little Marygold, warm, soft, and loving as she was an hour ago?" "Oh, my child, my dear child!" cried poor Midas, wringing his hands. "I would not have given that one small dimple in her chin for the power of changing this whole big earth into a solid lump of gold." "You are wiser than you were, King Midas," said the stranger, looking seriously at him. "Your own heart, I perceive, has not been entirely changed from flesh to gold. Were it so, your case would indeed be desperate. But you appear to be still capable of understanding that the commonest things, such as lie within everybody's grasp, are more valuable than the riches which so many mortals sigh and struggle after. Tell me now, do you sincerely desire to rid yourself of this golden touch?" "It is hateful to me," replied Midas. A fly settled on his nose, but immediately fell to the floor, for it too had become gold. Midas shuddered. "Go then," said the stranger, "and plunge into the river that glides past the bottom of your garden. Take likewise a vase of the same water, and sprinkle it over any object that you may desire to change back again from gold into its former substance. If you do this in earnestness and sincerity, it may possibly repair the mischief which your avarice has occasioned." King Midas bowed low, and when he lifted his head, the lustrous stranger had vanished. You will easily believe that Midas lost no time in snatching up a great earthen pitcher, but, alas me, it was no longer earthen after he touched it, and hastening to the riverside. As he scampered along and forced his way through the shrubbery, it was positively marvellous to see how the foliage turned yellow behind him, as if the autumn had been there and nowhere else. On reaching the river's bank, he plunged headlong in, without waiting so much as to pull off his shoes. "Poof! Poof! Poof!" snorted King Midas as his head emerged out of the water. "Well, this is really a refreshing bath, and I think it must have quite washed away the golden touch. And now for filling my pitcher." As he dipped the pitcher into the water, it gladdened his very heart to see it change from gold into the same good honest earthen vessel which it had been before he touched it. He was conscious also of a change within himself. A cold, hard, and heavy weight seemed to have gone out of his bosom. No doubt his heart had been gradually losing its human substance and transmuting itself into insensible metal, but had now softened back again into flesh. Perceiving a violet that grew on the bank of the river, Midas touched it with his finger, and was overjoyed to find that the delicate flower retained its purple hue instead of undergoing a yellow blight. The curse of the golden touch had therefore really been removed from him. King Midas hastened back to the palace, and I suppose the servants knew not what to make of it when they saw their royal master so carefully bringing home an earthen pitcher of water. But that water which was to undo all the mischief that his folly had wrought was more precious to Midas than an ocean of molten gold could have been. The first thing he did, as you need hardly be told, was to sprinkle it by handfuls over the golden figure of little Marigold. No sooner did it fall on her than you would have laughed to see how the rosy colour came back to the dear child's cheek, and how she began to sneeze and sputter, and how astonished she was to find herself dripping wet, and her father still throwing more water over her. "Pray do not, dear father," cried she. "See how you have wet my nice frock, which I put on only this morning." For Marigold did not know that she had been a little golden statue, nor could she remember anything that had happened since the moment when she ran with outstretched arms to comfort poor King Midas. Her father did not think it necessary to tell his beloved child how very foolish he had been, but contented himself with showing how much wiser he had now grown. For this purpose he led little Marigold into the garden, where he sprinkled all the remainder of the water over the rose bushes, and with such good effect that above 5,000 roses recovered their beautiful bloom. There were two circumstances, however, which, as long as he lived, used to put King Midas in mind of the golden touch. One was that the sands of the river sparkled like gold. The other, that little Marigold's hair had now a golden tinge, which he had never observed in it before she had been transmuted by the effect of his kiss. This change of hue was really an improvement, and made Marigold's hair richer than in her babyhood. When King Midas had grown quite an old man, and used to trot Marigold's children on his knee, he was fond of telling them this marvellous story, pretty much as I have told it to you, and then would he stroke their glossy ringlets and tell them that their hair likewise had a rich shade of gold, which they had inherited from their mother. "And to tell you the truth, my precious little folks," quoth King Midas, diligently trotting the children all the while. Ever since that morning I have hated the very sight of all other gold save this. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Pomegranate Seeds by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Part 1. Mother Ceres was exceedingly fond of her daughter Proserpina, and seldom let her go alone into the fields. But just at the time when my story begins, the good lady was very busy because she had the care of the wheat and the Indian corn and the rye and barley, and, in short, of the crops of every kind all over the earth. And as the season had thus far been uncommonly backward, it was necessary to make the harvest ripen more speedily than usual. So she put on her turban, made of poppies, a kind of flower which she was always noted for wearing, and got into her car, drawn by a pair of winged dragons, and was just ready to set off. "Dear mother," said Proserpina, "I shall be very lonely while you are away. May I not run down to the shore and ask some of the sea nymphs to come up out of the waves and play with me?" "Yes, child," answered Mother Ceres. "The sea nymphs are good creatures and will never lead you into any harm, but you must take care not to stray away from them, nor go wandering about the fields by yourself. Young girls without their mothers to take care of them are very apt to get into mischief." The child promised to be as prudent as if she were a grown-up woman, and by the time the winged dragons had whirled the car out of sight, she was already on the shore, calling to the sea nymphs to come and play with her. They knew Proserpina's voice, and were not long in showing their glistening faces and sea-green hair above the water, at the bottom of which was their home. They brought along with them a great many beautiful shells, and sitting down on the moist sand, where the surf wave broke over them, they busied themselves in making a necklace, which they hung around Proserpina's neck. By way of showing her gratitude, the child besought them to go with her a little way into the field, so that they might gather abundance of flowers with which she would make each of her kind playmates a wreath. "Oh no, dear Proserpina," cried the sea nymphs, "we dare not go with you upon the dry land. We are apt to grow faint, unless at every breath we can snuff up the salt breeze of the ocean. And don't you see how careful we are to let the surf wave break over us every moment or two, so as to keep ourselves comfortably moist? If it were not for that, we should soon look like bunches of uprooted seaweed dried in the sun." "It is a great pity," said Proserpina, "but do you wait for me here, and I will run and gather my apron full of flowers and be back again before the surf wave has broken 10 times over you. I long to make you some wreaths that shall be as lovely as this necklace of many-coloured shells." "We will wait then," answered the sea nymphs, "but while you are gone we may as well lie down on a bank of soft sponge under the water. The air today is a little too dry for our comfort, but we will pop up our heads every few minutes to see if you are coming." The young Proserpina ran quickly to a spot where only the day before she had seen a great many flowers. These, however, were now a little past their bloom, and wishing to give her friends the freshest and loveliest blossoms, she strayed farther into the fields, and found some that made her scream with delight. Never had she met with such exquisite flowers before: violets so large and fragrant, roses with so rich and delicate a blush, such superb hyacinths and such aromatic pinks, and many others, some of which seemed to be of new shapes and colours. 2 or 3 times, moreover, she could not help thinking that a tuft of most splendid flowers had suddenly sprouted out of the earth before her very eyes, as if on purpose to tempt her a few steps farther. Proserpina's apron was soon filled and brimming over with delightful blossoms. She was on the point of turning back in order to rejoin the sea nymphs and sit with them on the moist sands, all twining wreaths together. But a little farther on, what should she behold? It was a large shrub, completely covered with the most magnificent flowers in the world. "The darlings!" cried Proserpina, and then she thought to herself, "I was looking at that spot only a moment ago. How strange it is that I did not see the flowers." The nearer she approached the shrub, the more attractive it looked, until she came quite close to it, and then, although its beauty was richer than words can tell, she hardly knew whether to like it or not. It bore above 100 flowers of the most brilliant hues, and each different from the others, but all having a kind of resemblance among themselves, which showed them to be sister blossoms. But there was a deep, glossy lustre on the leaves of the shrub, and on the petals of the flowers, that made Proserpina doubt whether they might not be poisonous. To tell you the truth, foolish as it may seem, she was half inclined to turn round and run away. "What a silly child I am," thought she, taking courage. "It is really the most beautiful shrub that ever sprang out of the earth. I will pull it up by the roots and carry it home and plant it in my mother's garden." Holding up her apron full of flowers with her left hand, Proserpina seized the large shrub with the other and pulled, but was hardly able to loosen the soil about its roots. What a deep-rooted plant it was! Again the girl pulled with all her might, and observed that the earth began to stir and crack to some distance around the stem. She gave another pull, but relaxed her hold, fancying that there was a rumbling sound right beneath her feet. Did the roots extend down into some enchanted cavern? Then, laughing at herself for so childish a notion, she made another effort. Up came the shrub, and Proserpina staggered back, holding the stem triumphantly in her hand and gazing at the deep hole which its roots had left in the soil. Much to her astonishment, this hole kept spreading wider and wider and growing deeper and deeper until it really seemed to have no bottom. And all the while there came a rumbling noise out of its depths, louder and louder, and nearer, and sounding like the tramp of horses' hoofs and the rattling of wheels. Too much frightened to run away, she stood straining her eyes into this wonderful cavity, and soon saw a team of 4 sable horses snorting smoke out of their nostrils and tearing their way out of the earth with a splendid golden chariot whirling at their heels. They leaped out of the bottomless hole, chariot and all, and there they were, tossing their black manes, flourishing their black tails, and curveting with every one of their hoofs off the ground at once, close by the spot where Proserpina stood. In the chariot sat the figure of a man, richly dressed, with a crown on his head, all flaming with diamonds. He was of a noble aspect and rather handsome, but looked sullen and discontented, and he kept rubbing his eyes and shading them with his hand, as if he did not live enough in the sunshine to be very fond of its light. As soon as this personage saw the affrighted Proserpina, he beckoned her to come a little nearer.
"Do not be afraid,"
said he, with as cheerful a smile as he knew how to put on.
"Come, will not you like to ride a little way with me in my beautiful chariot?"
But Proserpina was so alarmed that she wished for nothing but to get out of his reach, and no wonder. The stranger did not look remarkably good-natured in spite of his smile, and as for his voice, its tones were deep and stern, and sounded as much like the rumbling of an earthquake underground as anything else. As is always the case with children in trouble, Proserpina's first thought was to call for her mother. "Mother, Mother Ceres!" cried she, all in a tremble, "come quickly and save me." But her voice was too faint for her mother to hear. Indeed, it is probable that Ceres was then 1,000 miles off, making the corn grow in some far distant country. Nor could it have availed her poor daughter, even had she been within hearing, for no sooner did Proserpina begin to cry out, than the stranger leaped to the ground, caught the child in his arms, and, again mounting his chariot, shook the reins, and shouted to the 4 black horses to set off. They immediately broke into so swift a gallop that it seemed rather like flying through the air than running along the earth. In a moment Proserpina lost sight of the pleasant vale of Enna in which she had always dwelt. Another instant, and even the summit of Mount Etna had become so blue in the distance that she could scarcely distinguish it from the smoke that gushed out of its crater. But still the poor child screamed and scattered her apron full of flowers along the way, and left a long cry trailing behind the chariot, and many mothers to whose ears it came ran quickly to see if any mischief had befallen their children. But Mother Ceres was a great way off and could not hear the cry. As they rode on, the stranger did his best to soothe her. "Why should you be so frightened, my pretty child?" said he, trying to soften his rough voice. "I promise not to do you any harm. What, you have been gathering flowers? Wait till you come to my palace, and I will give you a garden full of prettier flowers than those, all made of pearls and diamonds and rubies. Can you guess who I am? They call my name Pluto, and I am the king of diamonds and all other precious stones. Every atom of the gold and silver that lies under the earth belongs to me, to say nothing of the copper and iron, and of the coal mines which supply me with abundance of fuel. Do you see this splendid crown upon my head? You may have it for a plaything. Oh, we shall be very good friends, and you will find me more agreeable than you expect when once we get out of this troublesome sunshine." "Let me go home," cried Proserpina. "Let me go home."
"My home is better than your mother's," answered King Pluto. "It is a palace all made of gold and crystal windows, and because there is little or no sunshine thereabouts, the apartments are illuminated with diamond lamps. You never saw anything half so magnificent as my throne. If you like, you may sit down on it and be my little queen, and I will sit on the footstool."
"I don't care for golden palaces and thrones," sobbed Proserpina. "Oh, my mother, my mother! Carry me back to my mother." But King Pluto, as he called himself, only shouted to his steeds to go faster.
"Pray do not be foolish, Proserpina," said he, in rather a sullen tone. "I offer you my palace and my crown and all the riches that are under the earth, and you treat me as if I were doing you an injury. The one thing which my palace needs is a merry little maid to run upstairs and down and cheer up the rooms with her smile, and this is what you must do for King Pluto."
"Never," answered Proserpina, looking as miserable as she could. "I shall never smile again till you set me down at my mother's door." But she might just as well have talked to the wind that whistled past them, for Pluto urged on his horses and went faster than ever. Proserpina continued to cry out and screamed so long and so loudly that her poor little voice was almost screamed away, and when it was nothing but a whisper, she happened to cast her eyes over a great broad field of waving grain, and whom do you think she saw? Who but Mother Ceres, making the corn grow, and too busy to notice the golden chariot as it went rattling along. The child mustered all her strength and gave one more scream, but was out of sight before Ceres had time to turn her head. King Pluto had taken a road which now began to grow excessively gloomy. It was bordered on each side with rocks and precipices, between which the rumbling of the chariot wheels was reverberated with a noise like rolling thunder. The trees and bushes that grew in the crevices of the rocks had very dismal foliage, and by, although it was hardly noon, the air became obscured with a grey twilight. The black horses had rushed along so swiftly that they were already beyond the limits of the sunshine. But the duskier it grew, the more did Pluto's visage assume an air of satisfaction. After all, he was not an ill-looking person, especially when he left off twisting his features into a smile that did not belong to them. Proserpina peeped at his face through the gathering dusk, and hoped that he might not be so very wicked as she at first thought him.
"Ah, this twilight is truly refreshing," said King Pluto, "after being so tormented with that ugly and impertinent glare of the sun. How much more agreeable is lamplight or torchlight, more particularly when reflected from diamonds. It will be a magnificent sight when we get to my palace."
"Is it much farther?" asked Proserpina, "and will you carry me back when I have seen it?"
"We will talk of that by and by," answered Pluto. "We are just entering my dominions. Do you see that tall gateway before us? When we pass those gates we are at home, and there lies my faithful mastiff at the threshold. Cerberus, Cerberus, come hither, my good dog."
So saying, Pluto pulled at the reins and stopped the chariot right between the tall, massive pillars of the gateway. The mastiff of which he had spoken got up from the threshold and stood on his hind legs so as to put his forepaws on the chariot wheel. But my stars, what a strange dog it was! Why, he was a big, rough, ugly-looking monster with 3 separate heads, and each of them fiercer than the 2 others. But fierce as they were, King Pluto patted them all. He seemed as fond of his 3-headed dog as if it had been a sweet little spaniel with silken ears and curly tail. Cerberus, on the other hand, was evidently rejoiced to see his master, and expressed his attachment as other dogs do, by wagging his tail at a great rate. Proserpina's eyes being drawn to it by its brisk motion, she saw that this tail was neither more nor less than a live dragon, with fiery eyes, and fangs that had a very poisonous aspect. And while the 3-headed Cerberus was fawning so lovingly on King Pluto, there was the dragon tail wagging against its will, and looking as cross and ill-natured as you can imagine on its own separate account. "Will the dog bite me?" asked Proserpina, shrinking closer to Pluto. "What an ugly creature he is!"
"Oh, never fear," answered her companion. "He never harms people unless they try to enter my dominions without being sent for, or to get away when I wish to keep them here. Down, Cerberus! Now, my pretty Proserpina, we will drive on."
On went the chariot, and King Pluto seemed greatly pleased to find himself once more in his own kingdom. He drew Proserpina's attention to the rich veins of gold that were to be seen among the rocks, and pointed to several places where one stroke of a pickaxe would loosen a bushel of diamonds. All along the road, indeed, there were sparkling gems, which would have been of inestimable value above ground, but which were here reckoned of the meaner sort, and hardly worth a beggar's stooping for. Not far from the gateway they came to a bridge which seemed to be built of iron. Pluto stopped the chariot and bade Proserpina look at the stream which was gliding so lazily beneath it. Never in her life had she beheld so torpid, so black, so muddy-looking a stream. Its waters reflected no images of anything that was on the banks, and it moved as sluggishly as if it had quite forgotten which way it ought to flow, and had rather stagnate than flow either one way or the other.
"This is the river Lethe," observed King Pluto. "Is it not a very pleasant stream?"
"I think it a very dismal one," said Proserpina.
"It suits my taste, however,"
answered Pluto, who was apt to be sullen when anybody disagreed with him.
"At all events, its water has one very excellent quality, for a single draught of it makes people forget every care and sorrow that has hitherto tormented them. Only sip a little of it, my dear Proserpina, and you will instantly cease to grieve for your mother, and will have nothing in your memory that can prevent your being perfectly happy in my palace. I will send for some in a golden goblet the moment we arrive."
"Oh, no, no, no!" cried Proserpina, weeping afresh. "I had 1,000 times rather be miserable with remembering my mother than be happy in forgetting her. That dear, dear mother, I never, never will forget her."
"We shall see," said King Pluto. "You do not know what fine times we will have in my palace. Here we are just at the portal. These pillars are solid gold, I assure you."
He alighted from the chariot, and taking Proserpina in his arms, carried her up a lofty flight of steps into the great hall of the palace. It was splendidly illuminated by means of large precious stones of various hues, which seemed to burn like so many lamps, and glowed with 100-fold radiance all through the vast apartment. And yet there was a kind of gloom in the midst of this enchanted light, nor was there a single object in the hall that was really agreeable to behold, except the little Proserpina herself, a lovely child, with one earthly flower which she had not let fall from her hand. It is my opinion that even King Pluto had never been happy in his palace, and that this was the true reason why he had stolen away Proserpina, in order that he might have something to love, instead of cheating his heart any longer with this tiresome magnificence. And though he pretended to dislike the sunshine of the upper world, yet the effect of the child's presence, bedimmed as she was by her tears, was as if a faint and watery sunbeam had somehow or other found its way into the enchanted hall. Pluto now summoned his domestics, and bade them lose no time in preparing a most sumptuous banquet, and above all things not to fail of setting a golden beaker of the water of Lethe by Proserpina's plate. "I will neither drink that nor anything else," said Proserpina, "nor will I taste a morsel of food, even if you keep me forever in your palace."
"I should be sorry for that,"
replied King Pluto, patting her cheek, for he really wished to be kind, if he had only known how.
"You are a spoiled child, I perceive, my little Proserpina, but when you see the nice things which my cook will make for you, your appetite will quickly come again."
Then, sending for the head cook, he gave strict orders that all sorts of delicacies, such as young people are usually fond of, should be set before Proserpina. He had a secret motive in this, for you are to understand it is a fixed law that when persons are carried off to the land of magic, if they once taste any food there, they can never get back to their friends. Now, if King Pluto had been cunning enough to offer Proserpina some fruit, or bread and milk, which was the simple fare to which the child had always been accustomed, it is very probable that she would soon have been tempted to eat it. But he left the matter entirely to his cook, who, like all other cooks, considered nothing fit to eat unless it were rich pastry, or highly seasoned meat,
or spiced sweet cakes,
things which Proserpina's mother had never given her, and the smell of which quite took away her appetite instead of sharpening it. But my story must now clamber out of King Pluto's dominions and see what Mother Ceres has been about since she was bereft of her daughter. We had a glimpse of her, as you remember, half hidden among the waving grain, while the 4 black steeds were swiftly whirling along the chariot in which her beloved Proserpina was so unwillingly borne away. You recollect, too, the loud scream which Proserpina gave just when the chariot was out of sight. Of all the child's outcries, this last shriek was the only one that reached the ears of Mother Ceres. She had mistaken the rumbling of the chariot wheels for a peal of thunder, and imagined that a shower was coming up, and that it would assist her in making the corn grow. But at the sound of Proserpina's shriek, she started and looked about in every direction, not knowing whence it came, but feeling almost certain that it was her daughter's voice. It seemed so unaccountable, however, that the girl should have strayed over so many lands and seas, which she herself could not have traversed without the aid of her winged dragons, that the good Ceres tried to believe that it must be the child of some other parent, and not her own darling Proserpina, who had uttered this lamentable cry. Nevertheless, it troubled her with a vast many tender fears, such as are ready to bestir themselves in every mother's heart, when she finds it necessary to go away from her dear children without leaving them under the care of some maiden aunt, or other such faithful guardian. So she quickly left the field in which she had been so busy, and as her work was not half done, the grain looked next day as if it needed both sun and rain, and as if it were blighted in the ear and had something the matter with its roots. The pair of dragons must have had very nimble wings, for in less than an hour Mother Ceres had alighted at the door of her home and found it empty. Knowing, however, that the child was fond of sporting on the seashore, she hastened thither as fast as she could, and there beheld the wet faces of the poor sea nymphs peeping over a wave. All this while the good creatures had been waiting on the bank of sponge, and once every half-minute or so had popped up their 4 heads above water to see if their playmate were yet coming back. When they saw Mother Ceres, they sat down on the crest of the surf wave and let it toss them ashore at her feet. "Where is Proserpina?" cried Ceres. "Where is my child? Tell me, you naughty sea nymphs, have you enticed her under the sea?" "Oh no, good Mother Ceres," said the innocent sea nymphs, tossing back their green ringlets and looking her in the face. We should never dream of such a thing. Proserpina has been at play with us, it is true, but she left us a long while ago, meaning only to run a little way upon the dry land and gather some flowers for a wreath. This was early in the day, and we have seen nothing of her since." Ceres scarcely waited to hear what the nymphs had to say before she hurried off to make inquiries all through the neighbourhood. But nobody told her anything that could enable the poor mother to guess what had become of Proserpina. A fisherman, it is true, had noticed her little footprints in the sand as he went homeward along the beach with a basket of fish. A rustic had seen the child stooping to gather flowers. Several persons had heard either the rattling of chariot wheels or the rumbling of distant thunder, and one old woman, while plucking vervain and catnip, had heard a scream, but supposed it to be some childish nonsense, and therefore did not take the trouble to look up. The stupid people! It took them such a tedious while to tell the nothing that they knew, that it was dark night before Mother Ceres found out that she must seek her daughter elsewhere. So she lighted a torch and set forth, resolving never to come back until Proserpina was discovered. In her haste and trouble of mind, she quite forgot her car and the winged dragons, or it may be she thought that she could follow up the search more thoroughly on foot. At all events, this was the way in which she began her sorrowful journey, holding her torch before her and looking carefully at every object along the path. And as it happened, she had not gone far before she found one of the magnificent flowers which grew on the shrub that Proserpina had pulled up. "Ah," thought Mother Ceres, examining it by torchlight, "here is mischief in this flower. The earth did not produce it by any help of mine, nor of its own accord. It is the work of enchantment, and is therefore poisonous, and perhaps it has poisoned my poor child." But she put the poisonous flower in her bosom, not knowing whether she might ever find any other memorial of Proserpina. All night long, at the door of every cottage and farmhouse, Ceres knocked and called up the weary labourers to inquire if they had seen her child, and they stood, gaping and half asleep, at the threshold, and answered her pityingly, and besought her to come in and rest. At the portal of every palace, too, she made so loud a summons that the menials hurried to throw open the gate, thinking that it must be some great king or queen who would demand a banquet for supper and a stately chamber to repose in. And when they saw only a sad and anxious woman with a torch in her hand and a wreath of withered poppies on her head, they spoke rudely, and sometimes threatened to set the dogs upon her. But nobody had seen Proserpina, nor could give Mother Ceres the least hint which way to seek her. Thus passed the night, and still she continued her search without sitting down to rest, or stopping to take food, or even remembering to put out the torch. Although first the rosy dawn, and then the glad light of the morning sun, made its red flame look thin and pale. But I wonder what sort of stuff this torch was made of, for it burned dimly through the day, and at night was as bright as ever, and never was extinguished by the rain or wind in all the weary days and nights while Ceres was searching for Proserpina. It was not merely of human beings that she asked tidings of her daughter. In the woods and by the streams, she met creatures of another nature, who used in those old times to haunt the pleasant and solitary places, and were very sociable with persons who understood their language and customs, as Mother Ceres did. Sometimes, for instance, she tapped with her finger against the knotty trunk of a majestic oak, and immediately its rude bark would cleave asunder, and forth would step a beautiful maiden, who was the hamadryad of the oak, dwelling inside of it and sharing its long life, and rejoicing when its green leaves sported with the breeze. But not one of these leafy damsels had seen Proserpina. Then, going a little farther, Ceres would perhaps come to a fountain, gushing out of a pebbly hollow in the earth, and would dabble with her hand in the water. Behold, up through its sandy and pebbly bed, along with the fountain's gush, a young woman with dripping hair would arise and stand gazing at Mother Ceres, half out of the water, and undulating up and down with its ever restless motion. But when the mother asked whether her poor lost child had stopped to drink out of the fountain, the naiad, with weeping eyes, for these water nymphs had tears to spare for everybody's grief, would answer "No" in a murmuring voice, which was just like the murmur of the stream. Often, likewise, she encountered fawns, who looked like sunburnt country people, except that they had hairy ears and little horns upon their foreheads, and the hinder legs of goats, on which they gambolled merrily about the woods and fields. They were a frolicsome kind of creature, but grew as sad as their cheerful dispositions would allow, when Ceres inquired for her daughter, and they had no good news to tell. But sometimes she came suddenly upon a rude gang of satyrs, who had faces like monkeys and horses' tails behind them, and who were generally dancing in a very boisterous manner, with shouts of noisy laughter. When she stopped to question them, they would only laugh the louder and make new merriment out of the lone woman's distress. How unkind of those ugly satyrs! And once, while crossing a solitary sheep pasture, she saw a personage named Pan, sitting at the foot of a tall rock, and making music on a shepherd's flute. He too had horns and hairy ears and goat's feet, but being acquainted with Mother Ceres, he answered her question as civilly as he knew how, and invited her to taste some milk and honey out of a wooden bowl. But neither could Pan tell her what had become of Proserpina any better than the rest of these wild peoples. And thus Mother Ceres went wandering about for 9 long days and nights, finding no trace of Proserpina, unless it were now and then a withered flower, and these she picked up and put in her bosom, because she fancied that they might have fallen from the poor child's hand. All day she travelled onward through the hot sun, and at night again the flame of the torch would redden and gleam along the pathway, and she continued her search by its light, without ever sitting down to rest. On the 10th day she chanced to espy the mouth of a cavern, within which, though it was bright noon everywhere else, there would have been only a dusky twilight, but it so happened that a torch was burning there. It flickered and struggled with the duskiness, but could not half light up the gloomy cavern with all its melancholy glimmer. Ceres was resolved to leave no spot without a search, so she peeped into the entrance of the cave, and lighted it up a little more by holding her own torch before her. In so doing, she caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a woman sitting on the brown leaves of the last autumn, a great heap of which had been swept into the cave by the wind. This woman, if woman it were, was by no means so beautiful as many of her sex, for her head, they tell me, was shaped very much like a dog's, and by way of ornament she wore a wreath of snakes around it. But Mother Ceres, the moment she saw her, knew that this was an odd kind of a person, who put all her enjoyment in being miserable, and never would have a word to say to other people unless they were as melancholy and wretched as she herself delighted to be. I am wretched enough now, thought poor Ceres, to talk with this melancholy Hecate, were she 10 times sadder than ever she was yet. So she stepped into the cave and sat down on the withered leaves by the dog-headed woman's side. In all the world, since her daughter's loss, she had found no other companion. "Oh, Hecate," said she, "if ever you lose a daughter, you will know what sorrow is. Tell me, for pity's sake, have you seen my poor child Proserpina pass by the mouth of your cavern?" "No," answered Hecate in a cracked voice, and sighing betwixt every word or two. "No, Mother Ceres, I have seen nothing of your daughter, but my ears, you must know, are made in such a way that all cries of distress and affright all over the world are pretty sure to find their way to them. And 9 days ago, as I sat in my cave, making myself very miserable, I heard the voice of a young girl shrieking as if in great distress. Something terrible has happened to the child, you may rest assured. As well as I could judge, a dragon or some other cruel monster was carrying her away." "You kill me by saying so," cried Ceres, almost ready to faint. "Where was the sound? And which way did it seem to go?" "It passed very swiftly along," said Hecate, "and at the same time there was a heavy rumbling of wheels towards the eastward. I can tell you nothing more, except that, in my honest opinion, you will never see your daughter again. The best advice I can give you is to take up your abode in this cavern, where we will be the two most wretched women in the world." "Not yet, dark Hecate," replied Ceres, "but do you first come with your torch and help me to seek for my lost child, and when there shall be no more hope of finding her, if that black day is ordained to come, then, if you will give me room to fling myself down either on these withered leaves or on the naked rock, I will show you what it is to be miserable. But until I know that she has perished from the face of the earth, I will not allow myself space even to grieve." The dismal Hecate did not much like the idea of going abroad into the sunny world, but then she reflected that the sorrow of the disconsolate Ceres would be like a gloomy twilight round about them both, let the sun shine ever so brightly, and that therefore she might enjoy her bad spirits quite as well as if she were to stay in the cave. So she finally consented to go, and they set out together, both carrying torches, although it was broad daylight and clear sunshine. The torchlight seemed to make a gloom, so that the people whom they met along the road could not very distinctly see their figures, and indeed, if they once caught a glimpse of Hecate, with the wreath of snakes round her forehead, they generally thought it prudent to run away, without waiting for a second glance. As the pair travelled along in this woebegone manner, a thought struck Ceres. "There is one person," she exclaimed, "who must have seen my poor child, and can doubtless tell what has become of her. Why did not I think of him before? It is Phoebus." "What?" said Hecate. "The young man that always sits in the sunshine? Oh, pray do not think of going near him. He is a gay, light, frivolous young fellow, and will only smile in your face. And besides, there is such a glare of the sun about him that he will quite blind my poor eyes, which I have almost wept away already." "You have promised to be my companion," answered Ceres. "Come, let us make haste, or the sunshine will be gone, and Phoebus along with it." Accordingly, they went along in quest of Phoebus, both of them sighing grievously, and Hecate, to say the truth, making a great deal worse lamentation than Ceres, for all the pleasure she had, lay in being miserable, and therefore she made the most of it. By and by, after a pretty long journey, they arrived at the sunniest spot in the whole world. There they beheld a beautiful young man with long curling ringlets, which seemed to be made of golden sunbeams. His garments were like light summer clouds, and the expression of his face was so exceedingly vivid that Hecate held her hands before her eyes, muttering that he ought to wear a black veil. Phoebus, for this was the very person whom they were seeking, had a lyre in his hands, and was making its chords tremble with sweet music, at the same time singing a most exquisite song which he had recently composed. For besides a great many other accomplishments, this young man was renowned for his admirable poetry. As Ceres and her dismal companion approached him, Phoebus smiled on them so cheerfully that Hecate's wreath of snakes gave a spiteful hiss, and Hecate heartily wished herself back in her cave. But as for Ceres, she was too earnest in her grief either to know or care whether Phoebus smiled or frowned. "Phoebus," exclaimed she, "I am in great trouble and have come to you for assistance. Can you tell me what has become of my dear child Proserpina?" "Proserpina, Proserpina, did you call her name?" answered Phoebus, endeavouring to recollect, for there was such a continual flow of pleasant ideas in his mind that he was apt to forget what had happened no longer than yesterday. Ah, yes, I remember her now. A very lovely child indeed. I am happy to tell you, my dear madam, that I did see the little Proserpina not many days ago. You may make yourself perfectly easy about her. She is safe and in excellent hands." "Oh, where is my dear child?" cried Ceres, clasping her hands and flinging herself at his feet. "Why," said Phoebus, and as he spoke he kept touching his lyre so as to make a thread of music run in and out among his words. "As the little damsel was gathering flowers, and she has really a very exquisite taste for flowers, she was suddenly snatched up by King Pluto and carried off to his dominions. I have never been in that part of the universe, but the royal palace, I am told, is built in a very noble style of architecture and of the most splendid and costly materials. Gold, diamonds, pearls, and all manner of precious stones will be your daughter's ordinary playthings. I recommend to you, my dear lady, to give yourself no uneasiness. Proserpina's sense of beauty will be duly gratified, and even in spite of the lack of sunshine, she will lead a very enviable life." "Hush! Say not such a word," answered Ceres indignantly. "What is there to gratify her heart? What are all the splendours you speak of without affection? I must have her back again. Will you go with me, Phoebus, to demand my daughter of this wicked Pluto?" "Pray excuse me," replied Phoebus, with an elegant obeisance. "I certainly wish you success, and regret that my own affairs are so immediately pressing that I cannot have the pleasure of attending you. Besides, I am not upon the best of terms with King Pluto. To tell you the truth, his three-headed mastiff would never let me pass the gateway, for I should be compelled to take a sheaf of sunbeams along with me, and those, you know, are forbidden things in Pluto's kingdom." "Ah, Phoebus," said Ceres, with bitter meaning in her words, "you have a harp instead of a heart. Farewell." "Will you not stay a moment," asked Phoebus, "and hear me turn the pretty and touching story of Proserpina into extemporary verses?" But Ceres shook her head and hastened away, along with Hecate. Phoebus, who, as I have told you, was an exquisite poet, forthwith began to make an ode about the poor mother's grief, and if we were to judge of his sensibility by this beautiful production, he must have been endowed with a very tender heart. But when a poet gets into the habit of using his heartstrings to make chords for his lyre, he may thrum upon them as much as he will, without any great pain to himself. Accordingly, though Phoebus sang a very sad song, he was as merry all the while as were the sunbeams amid which he dwelt. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Pomegranate Seeds by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Part 2. Poor Mother Ceres had now found out what had become of her daughter, but was not a whit happier than before. Her case, on the contrary, looked more desperate than before. As long as Proserpina was above ground, there might have been hopes of regaining her. But now that the poor child was shut up within the iron gates of the King of the Mines, at the threshold of which lay the three-headed Cerberus, there seemed no possibility of her ever making her escape. The dismal Hecate, who loved to take the darkest view of things, told Ceres that she had better come with her to the cavern and spend the rest of her life in being miserable. Ceres answered that Hecate was welcome to go back thither herself, but that for her part she would wander about the earth in quest of the entrance to King Pluto's dominions, and Hecate took her at her word and hurried back to her beloved cave, frightening a great many little children with a glimpse of her dog's face as she went. Poor Mother Ceres! It is melancholy to think of her pursuing her toilsome way all alone, and holding up that never-dying torch, the flame of which seemed an emblem of the grief and hope that burned together in her heart. So much did she suffer that, though her aspect had been quite youthful when her troubles began, she grew to look like an elderly person in a very brief time. She cared not how she was dressed, nor had she ever thought of flinging away the wreath of withered poppies which she put on the very morning of Proserpina's disappearance. She roamed about in so wild a way, and with her hair so dishevelled, that people took her for some distracted creature, and never dreamed that this was Mother Ceres, who had the oversight of every seed which the husbandman planted. Nowadays she gave herself no trouble about seed time nor harvest, but left the farmers to take care of their own affairs, and the crops to fade or flourish as the case might be. There was nothing now in which Ceres seemed to feel an interest, unless when she saw children at play or gathering flowers along the wayside. Then, indeed, she would stand and gaze at them with tears in her eyes. The children, too, appeared to have a sympathy with her grief, and would cluster themselves in a little group about her knees, and look up wistfully in her face. And Ceres, after giving them a kiss all round, would lead them to their homes, and advise their mothers never to let them stray out of sight. "For if they do," said she, "it may happen to you as it has to me, that the iron-hearted King Pluto will take a liking to your darlings and snatch them up in his chariot and carry them away." One day, during her pilgrimage in quest of the entrance to Pluto's kingdom, she came to the palace of King Celeus, who reigned at Eleusis. Ascending a lofty flight of steps, she entered the portal and found the royal household in very great alarm about the queen's baby. The infant, it seems, was sickly, being troubled with its teeth, I suppose, and would take no food, and was all the time moaning with pain. The queen, her name was Metaneira, was desirous of finding a nurse, and when she beheld a woman of matronly aspect coming up the palace steps, she thought in her own mind that here was the very person whom she needed. So Queen Metaneira ran to the door with the poor wailing baby in her arms, and besought Ceres to take charge of it, or at least to tell her what would do it good. "Will you trust the child entirely to me?" asked Ceres. "Yes, and gladly too," answered the queen, "if you will devote all your time to him, for I can see that you have been a mother." "You are right," said Ceres. "I once had a child of my own. Well, I will be the nurse of this poor sickly boy, but beware, I warn you, that you do not interfere with any kind of treatment which I may judge proper for him. If you do so, the poor infant must suffer for his mother's folly." Then she kissed the child, and it seemed to do him good, for he smiled and nestled closely into her bosom. So Mother Ceres set her torch in a corner where it kept burning all the while, and took up her abode in the palace of King Celeus, as nurse to the little Prince Demophoon. She treated him as if he were her own child, and allowed neither the king nor the queen to say whether he should be bathed in warm or cold water, or what he should eat, or how often he should take the air, or when he should be put to bed. You would hardly believe me if I were to tell you how quickly the baby prince got rid of his ailments, and grew fat and rosy and strong, and how he had 2 rows of ivory teeth in less time than any other little fellow before or since. Instead of the palest and wretchedest and puniest imp in the world, as his own mother confessed him to be when Ceres first took him in charge, he was now a strapping baby, crowing, laughing, kicking up his heels, and rolling from one end of the room to the other. All the good women of the neighbourhood crowded to the palace and held up their hands in unutterable amazement at the beauty and wholesomeness of this darling little prince. Their wonder was the greater because he was never seen to taste any food, not even so much as a cup of milk. "Pray, nurse," the queen kept saying, "how is it that you make the child thrive so?" "I was a mother once," Ceres always replied, "and having nursed my own child, I know what other children need." But Queen Metaneira, as was very natural, had a great curiosity to know precisely what the nurse did to her child. One night, therefore, she hid herself in the chamber where Ceres and the little prince were accustomed to sleep. There was a fire in the chimney, and it had now crumbled into great coals and embers, which lay glowing on the hearth, with a blaze flickering up now and then, and flinging a warm and ruddy light upon the walls. Ceres sat before the hearth with the child in her lap, and the firelight making her shadow dance upon the ceiling overhead. She undressed the little prince and bathed him all over with some fragrant liquid out of a vase. The next thing she did was to rake back the red embers and make a hollow place among them, just where the back log had been. At last, while the baby was crowing and clapping its fat little hands and laughing in the nurse's face, just as you may have seen your little brother or sister do before going into its warm bath, Ceres suddenly laid him, all naked as he was, in the hollow among the red-hot embers. She then raked the ashes over him and turned quietly away. You may imagine, if you can, how Queen Metaneira shrieked, thinking nothing less than that her dear child would be burned to a cinder. She burst forth from her hiding-place, and running to the hearth, raked open the fire, and snatched up poor little Prince Demophoon out of his bed of live coals, one of which he was gripping in each of his fists. He immediately set up a grievous cry, as babies are apt to do when rudely startled out of a sound sleep. To the queen's astonishment and joy, she could perceive no token of the child's being injured by the hot fire in which he had lain. She now turned to Mother Ceres and asked her to explain the mystery. "Foolish woman," answered Ceres, "did you not promise to entrust this poor infant entirely to me? You little know the mischief you have done him. Had you left him to my care, he would have grown up like a child of celestial birth, endowed with superhuman strength and intelligence, and would have lived forever. Do you imagine that earthly children are to become immortal without being tempered to it in the fiercest heat of the fire? But you have ruined your own son, for though he will be a strong man and a hero in his day, yet on account of your folly he will grow old and finally die like the sons of other women. The weak tenderness of his mother has cost the poor boy an immortality. Farewell." Saying these words, she kissed the little Prince Demophoon and sighed to think what he had lost, and took her departure without heeding Queen Metaneira, who entreated her to remain and cover up the child among the hot embers as often as she pleased. Poor baby! He never slept so warmly again. While she dwelt in the king's palace, Mother Ceres had been so continually occupied with taking care of the young prince that her heart was a little lightened of its grief for Proserpina. But now, having nothing else to busy herself about, she became just as wretched as before. At length, in her despair, she came to the dreadful resolution that not a stalk of grain, nor a blade of grass, not a potato nor a turnip, nor any other vegetable that was good for man or beast to eat, should be suffered to grow until her daughter were restored. She even forbade the flowers to bloom, lest somebody's heart should be cheered by their beauty. Now, as not so much as a head of asparagus ever presumed to poke itself out of the ground without the especial permission of Ceres, you may conceive what a terrible calamity had here fallen upon the earth. The husbandman ploughed and planted as usual, but there lay the rich black furrows, all as barren as a desert of sand. The pastures looked as brown in the sweet month of June as ever they did in chill November. The rich man's broad acres and the cottager's small garden patch were equally blighted. Every little girl's flower bed showed nothing but dry stalks. The old people shook their white heads and said that the earth had grown aged like themselves and was no longer capable of wearing the warm smile of summer on its face. It was really piteous to see the poor starving cattle and sheep, how they followed behind Ceres, lowing and bleating, as if their instinct taught them to expect help from her. And everybody that was acquainted with her power besought her to have mercy on the human race, and at all events to let the grass grow. But Mother Ceres, though naturally of an affectionate disposition, was now inexorable. "Never," said she. "If the earth is ever again to see any verdure, it must first grow along the path which my daughter will tread in coming back to me." Finally, as there seemed to be no other remedy, our old friend Quicksilver was sent post-haste to King Pluto, in hopes that he might be persuaded to undo the mischief he had done, and to set everything right again by giving up Proserpina. Quicksilver accordingly made the best of his way to the great gate, took a flying leap right over the three-headed mastiff, and stood at the door of the palace in an inconceivably short time. The servants knew him both by his face and garb, for his short cloak and his winged cap and shoes, and his snaky staff had often been seen thereabouts in times gone by. He requested to be shown immediately into the king's presence, and Pluto, who heard his voice from the top of the stairs, and who loved to recreate himself with Quicksilver's merry talk, called out to him to come up, and while they settle their business together, we must inquire what Proserpina has been doing ever since we saw her last. The child had declared, as you may remember, that she would not taste a mouthful of food as long as she should be compelled to remain in King Pluto's palace. How she contrived to maintain her resolution, and at the same time to keep herself tolerably plump and rosy, is more than I can explain, but some young ladies, I am given to understand, possess the faculty of living on air, and Proserpina seemed to have possessed it too. At any rate, it was now 6 months since she left the outside of the earth, and not a morsel, so far as the attendants were able to testify, had yet passed between her teeth. This was the more creditable to Proserpina, inasmuch as King Pluto had caused her to be tempted, day after day, with all manner of sweetmeats, and richly preserved fruits, and delicacies of every sort, such as young people are generally most fond of. But her good mother had often told her of the hurtfulness of these things, and for that reason alone, if there had been no other, she would have resolutely refused to taste them. All this time, being of a cheerful and active disposition, the little damsel was not quite so unhappy as you may have supposed. The immense palace had 1,000 rooms, and was full of beautiful and wonderful objects. There was a never-ceasing gloom, it is true, which half hid itself among the innumerable pillars, gliding before the child as she wandered among them, and treading stealthily behind her in the echo of her footsteps. Neither was all the dazzle of the precious stones, which flamed with their own light, worth one gleam of natural sunshine, nor could the most brilliant of the many-coloured gems which Proserpina had for playthings vie with the simple beauty of the flowers she used to gather. But still, wherever the girl went, among those gilded halls and chambers, it seemed as if she carried nature and sunshine along with her, and as if she scattered dewy blossoms on her right hand and on her left. After Proserpina came, the palace was no longer the same abode of stately artifice and dismal magnificence that it had before been. The inhabitants all felt this, and King Pluto more than any of them.
"My own little Proserpina,"
he used to say,
"I wish you could like me a little better. We gloomy and cloud-natured persons have often as warm hearts at bottom as those of a more cheerful character. If you would only stay with me of your own accord, it would make me happier than the possession of 100 such palaces as this."
"Ah," said Proserpina, "you should have tried to make me like you before carrying me off, and the best thing you can do now is to let me go again. Then I might remember you sometimes and think that you were as kind as you knew how to be. Perhaps, too, one day or other I might come back and pay you a visit."
"No, no," answered Pluto with his gloomy smile. "I will not trust you for that. You are too fond of living in the broad sunlight and gathering flowers. What an idle and childish taste that is! Are not these gems, which I have ordered to be dug for you, and which are richer than any in my crown, are they not prettier than a violet?"
"Not half so pretty," said Proserpina, snatching the gems from Pluto's hand and flinging them to the other end of the hall. "Oh, my sweet violets, shall I never see you again?" And then she burst into tears. But young people's tears have very little saltness or acidity in them, and do not inflame the eyes so much as those of grown persons, so that it is not to be wondered at if, a few moments afterwards, Proserpina was sporting through the hall almost as merrily as she and the four sea nymphs had sported along the edge of the surf wave. King Pluto gazed after her and wished that he too was a child. And little Proserpina, when she turned about and beheld this great king standing in his splendid hall and looking so grand and so melancholy and so lonesome, was smitten with a kind of pity. She ran back to him and, for the first time in all her life, put her small soft hand in his. "I love you a little," whispered she, looking up in his face.
"Do you indeed, my dear child?"
cried Pluto, bending his dark face down to kiss her. But Proserpina shrank away from the kiss, for though his features were noble, they were very dusky and grim.
"Well, I have not deserved it of you, after keeping you a prisoner for so many months, and starving you besides. Are you not terribly hungry? Is there nothing which I can get you to eat?"
In asking this question, the King of the Mines had a very cunning purpose, for, you will recollect, if Proserpina tasted a morsel of food in his dominions, she would never afterwards be at liberty to quit them. "No, indeed," said Proserpina. "Your head cook is always baking and stewing and roasting and rolling out paste and contriving one dish after another which he imagines may be to my liking. But he might just as well save himself the trouble, poor fat little man that he is. I have no appetite for anything in the world, unless it were a slice of bread of my mother's own baking, or a little fruit out of her garden." When Pluto heard this, he began to see that he had mistaken the best method of tempting Proserpina to eat. The cook's made dishes and artificial dainties were not half so delicious, in the good child's opinion, as the simple fare to which Mother Ceres had accustomed her. Wondering that he had never thought of this before, the king now sent one of his trusty attendants, with a large basket, to get some of the finest and richest pears, peaches, and plums which could anywhere be found in the upper world. Unfortunately, however, this was during the time when Ceres had forbidden any fruits or vegetables to grow, and after seeking all over the earth, King Pluto's servant found only a single pomegranate, and that so dried up as to be not worth eating. Nevertheless, since there was no better to be had, he brought this dry, old, withered pomegranate home to the palace, put it on a magnificent golden salver, and carried it up to Proserpina. Now it happened, curiously enough, that just as the servant was bringing the pomegranate into the back door of the palace, our friend Quicksilver had gone up the front steps, on his errand to get Proserpina away from King Pluto. As soon as Proserpina saw the pomegranate on the golden salver, she told the servant he had better take it away again. "I shall not touch it, I assure you," said she. "If I were ever so hungry, I should never think of eating such a miserable dry pomegranate as that." "It is the only one in the world," said the servant. He set down the golden salver, with the wizened pomegranate upon it, and left the room. When he was gone, Proserpina could not help coming close to the table and looking at this poor specimen of dried fruit with a great deal of eagerness; for, to say the truth, on seeing something that suited her taste, she felt all the 6 months' appetite taking possession of her at once. To be sure, it was a very wretched-looking pomegranate, and seemed to have no more juice in it than an oyster shell. But there was no choice of such things in King Pluto's palace. This was the first fruit she had seen there, and the last she was ever likely to see, and unless she ate it up immediately, it would grow drier than it already was, and be wholly unfit to eat. "At least, I may smell it," thought Proserpina. So she took up the pomegranate and applied it to her nose. and somehow or other, being in such close neighbourhood to her mouth, the fruit found its way into that little red cave. Dear me, what an everlasting pity! Before Proserpina knew what she was about, her teeth had actually bitten it of their own accord. Just as this fatal deed was done, the door of the apartment opened, and in came King Pluto, followed by Quicksilver, who had been urging him to let his little prisoner go. At the first noise of their entrance, Proserpina withdrew the pomegranate from her mouth, but Quicksilver, whose eyes were very keen, and his wits the sharpest that ever anybody had, perceived that the child was a little confused, and seeing the empty salver, he suspected that she had been taking a sly nibble of something or other. As for honest Pluto, he never guessed at the secret.
"My little Proserpina,"
said the king, sitting down and affectionately drawing her between his knees,
"here is Quicksilver, who tells me that a great many misfortunes have befallen innocent people on account of my detaining you in my dominions. To confess the truth, I myself had already reflected that it was an unjustifiable act to take you away from your good mother. But then you must consider, my dear child, that this vast palace is apt to be gloomy, although the precious stones certainly shine very bright, and that I am not of the most cheerful disposition, and that therefore it was a natural thing enough to seek the society of some merrier creature than myself. I hoped you would take my crown for a plaything, and me, you laugh, naughty Proserpina, me, grim as I am, for a playmate. It was a silly expectation."
"Not so extremely silly," whispered Proserpina. "You have really amused me very much sometimes."
"Thank you," said King Pluto, rather dryly. "But I can see plainly enough that you think my palace a dusky prison, and me the iron-hearted keeper of it. And an iron heart I should surely have if I could detain you here any longer, my poor child, when it is now 6 months since you tasted food. I give you your liberty. Go with Quicksilver. Hasten home to your dear mother."
Now, although you may not have supposed it, Proserpina found it impossible to take leave of poor King Pluto without some regrets, and a good deal of compunction for not telling him about the pomegranate. She even shed a tear or two, thinking how lonely and cheerless the great palace would seem to him, with all its ugly glare of artificial light, after she herself, his one little ray of natural sunshine, whom he had stolen, to be sure, but only because he valued her so much, after she should have departed. I know not how many kind things she might have said to the disconsolate king of the mines, had not Quicksilver hurried her away.
"Come along quickly,"
whispered he in her ear,
"or his majesty may change his royal mind. And take care, above all things, that you say nothing of what was brought you on the golden salver."
In a very short time they had passed the great gateway, leaving the three-headed Cerberus barking and yelping and growling with threefold din behind them, and emerged upon the surface of the earth. It was delightful to behold, as Proserpina hastened along, how the path grew verdant behind and on either side of her. Wherever she set her blessed foot, there was at once a dewy flower. The violets gushed up along the wayside. The grass and the grain began to sprout with tenfold vigour and luxuriance, to make up for the dreary months that had been wasted in barrenness. The starved cattle immediately set to work grazing after their long fast, and ate enormously all day, and got up at midnight to eat more. But I can assure you it was a busy time of year with the farmers when they found the summer coming upon them with such a rush. Nor must I forget to say that all the birds in the whole world hopped about upon the newly blossoming trees, and sang together in a prodigious ecstasy of joy. Mother Ceres had returned to her deserted home, and was sitting disconsolately on the doorstep, with her torch burning in her hand. She had been idly watching the flame for some moments past, when all at once it flickered and went out. "What does this mean?" thought she. "It was an enchanted torch, and should have kept burning till my child came back." Lifting her eyes, she was surprised to see a sudden verdure flashing over the brown and barren fields, exactly as you might have observed a golden hue gleaming far and wide across a landscape from the just risen sun. "Does the earth disobey me?" exclaimed Mother Ceres indignantly. "Does it presume to be green when I have bidden it be barren until my daughter shall be restored to my arms?" "Then open your arms, dear mother," cried a well-known voice, "and take your little daughter into them." And Proserpina came running and flung herself upon her mother's bosom. Their mutual transport is not to be described. The grief of their separation had caused both of them to shed a great many tears, and now they shed a great many more because their joy could not so well express itself in any other way. When their hearts had grown a little more quiet, Mother Ceres looked anxiously at Proserpina. "My child," said she, "did you taste any food while you were in King Pluto's palace?" "Dearest mother," answered Proserpina, "I will tell you the whole truth. Until this very morning not a morsel of food had passed my lips, but today they brought me a pomegranate. A very dry one it was, and all shriveled up, till there was little left of it but seeds and skin. And having seen no fruit for so long a time, and being faint with hunger, I was tempted just to bite it. The instant I tasted it, King Pluto and Quicksilver came into the room. I had not swallowed a morsel, but, dear mother, I hope it was no harm, but 6 of the pomegranate seeds, I am afraid, remained in my mouth." "Ah, unfortunate child, and miserable me!" exclaimed Ceres. "For each of those 6 pomegranate seeds you must spend 1 month of every year in King Pluto's palace. You are but half restored to your mother, only 6 months with me, and 6 with that good-for-nothing King of Darkness." "Do not speak so harshly of poor King Pluto," said Proserpina, kissing her mother. "He has some very good qualities, and I really think I can bear to spend 6 months in his palace, if he will only let me spend the other 6 with you. He certainly did very wrong to carry me off, but then, as he says, it was but a dismal sort of life for him to live in that great gloomy place all alone, and it has made a wonderful change in his spirits to have a little girl to run upstairs and down. There is some comfort in making him so happy, and so upon the whole, dearest mother, let us be thankful that he is not to keep me the whole year round." End of section 12. Section 13 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Tales of the Trojan War, from Homer. The Trojan War by Thomas Bulfinch. Minerva was the goddess of wisdom, but on one occasion she did a very foolish thing. She entered into competition with Juno and Venus for the prize of beauty. At the marriage of Peleus and Thetis, all the gods and goddesses were invited, with the exception of Eris, or Discord. Enraged at her exclusion, the goddess threw a golden apple among the guests, with the inscription, "For the fairest." Thereupon Juno, Venus, and Minerva each claimed the apple. Jupiter, not willing to decide in so delicate a matter, sent the goddesses to Mount Ida, where the beautiful shepherd Paris was tending his flocks, and to him was committed the decision. The goddesses accordingly appeared before him. Juno promised him power and riches, Minerva glory and renown in war, and Venus the fairest of women for his wife, each attempting to bias his decision in her own favour. Paris decided in favour of Venus, and gave her the golden apple, thus making the 2 other goddesses his enemies. Under the protection of Venus, Paris sailed to Greece, and was hospitably received by Menelaus, king of Sparta. Now Helen, the wife of Menelaus, was the very woman whom Venus had destined for Paris, the most beautiful woman in the world. She had been sought as a bride by numerous suitors, and before her decision was made known, they all, at the suggestion of Ulysses, one of their number, took an oath that they would defend her from all injury and avenge her cause if necessary. She chose Menelaus, and was living with him happily when Paris became their guest. Paris, aided by Venus, persuaded her to elope with him, and carried her to Troy, whence arose the famous Trojan War, the subject of the greatest poems of antiquity, those of Homer and Virgil. Menelaus called upon his brother chieftains of Greece to fulfill their pledge and join him in his efforts to recover his wife. Most of them came forward, but Ulysses, who had married Penelope and was very happy with his wife and child, had no wish to embark in such a troublesome affair. He therefore hung back, and Palamedes was sent to urge him. When Palamedes arrived at Ithaca, Ulysses pretended to be mad. He yoked an ass and an ox together to the plough and began to sow salt. Palamedes, to try him, placed the infant Telemachus before the plough, whereupon the father turned the plough aside, showing plainly that he was no madman, and after that could no longer refuse to fulfill his promise. Being now gained for the undertaking, he lent his aid to bring in other chiefs, especially Achilles. This hero was the son of that Thetis at whose marriage the apple of discord had been thrown among the goddesses. Thetis was herself one of the immortals, a sea-nymph, and knowing that her son was fated to perish before Troy if he went on the expedition, she endeavoured to prevent his going. She sent him away to the court of King Lycomedes, and induced him to conceal himself in the disguise of a maiden among the daughters of the king. Ulysses, hearing he was there, went disguised as a merchant to the palace, and offered for sale female ornaments, among which he had placed some arms. While the king's daughters were engrossed with the other contents of the merchant's pack, Achilles handled the weapons, and thereby betrayed himself to the keen eye of Ulysses, who found no great difficulty in persuading him to disregard his mother's prudent counsels and join his countrymen in the war. Priam was king of Troy, and Paris the shepherd was his son. Paris had been brought up in obscurity because there were certain ominous forebodings connected with him from his infancy that he would be the ruin of the state. These forebodings seemed at length likely to be realized, for the Grecian armament now in preparation was the greatest that had ever been fitted out. Agamemnon, king of Mycenae and brother of the injured Menelaus, was chosen commander-in-chief. Achilles was their most illustrious warrior. After him ranked Ajax, gigantic in size and of great courage, but dull of intellect. Diomede, second only to Achilles in all the qualities of a hero. Ulysses, famous for his sagacity. And Nestor, the oldest of the Grecian chiefs, and one to whom they all looked up for counsel. But Troy was no feeble enemy. Priam the king was now old, but he had been a wise prince, and had strengthened his state by good government at home and numerous alliances with his neighbours. But the principal stay and support of his throne was his son Hector, one of the noblest characters painted by heathen antiquity. He felt from the first presentiment of the fall of his country, but still persevered in his heroic resistance, yet by no means justified the wrong which brought this danger upon her. He was united in marriage with Andromache, and as a husband and father his character was not less admirable than as a warrior. The principal leaders on the side of the Trojans, beside Hector, were Aeneas and Deiphobus, Glaucus and Sarpedon. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Junior Classics, Volume 3, Tales from Greece and Rome, edited by William Patten, 1868 to 1936. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Quarrel of the Chiefs by Alfred J. Church. For 9 years and more, the Greeks besieged the city of Troy. Being many in number and having strong and valiant chiefs, they pressed the men of the city very hard, so that these durst not go outside the walls. They might have taken it without further loss, but that there arose a deadly strife between two of the great chiefs, Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, who was sovereign lord of all the host, and Achilles, who was the bravest and most valiant man therein. The Greeks, having been away from home many years, were in great want of many things, so it was their custom to leave a part of the army to watch the city, and to send a part to plunder such towns in the country round about as they knew to be friendly to the men of Troy, or as they thought to contain good store of provision or treasure. Are not all these, they were wont to say, towns of the barbarians, and therefore lawful prey to men that are Greeks? Now among the towns with which they dealt in this fashion was Crisa, which was sacred to Apollo, who had a great temple therein and a priest. Fearing the anger of the gods, the Greeks had not harmed the temple or the priest, but they had carried off with other prisoners the priest's daughter, Chryseis by name. These and the rest of the spoil they divided among the kings, of whom there were many in the army, each ruling his own people. Now King Agamemnon, as being sovereign lord, went not with the army at such times, but stayed behind, having charge of the siege, that it should not be neglected. Yet he always received, as was fitting, a share of the spoil. This time the Greeks gave him, with other things, the maiden Chryseis. Next day there came to the camp the priest Chrysis, wishing to ransom his daughter. Much gold he brought, and he had on his head the priest's crown, that men might reverence him the more. He went to all the chiefs, making his prayer that they would take the gold and give him back his daughter. They all spake him fair, and would have done what he wished, except Agamemnon. "Get thee out, greybeard," he cried in great wrath. "Let me not find thee lingering now by the ships, neither coming hither again, or it shall be the worse for thee for all thy priesthood. And as for thy daughter, I shall carry her away to Argos, when I shall have taken this city of Troy." Then the old man went out hastily in great fear and trouble, and he walked in his sorrow by the shore of the sounding sea, and prayed to his god Apollo. "Hear me, god of the silver bow. If I have built thee a temple and offered thee the fat of many bullocks and rams, hear me, and avenge me on these Greeks." And Apollo heard him. He was angry that men had so dishonoured his priest, and came down from the top of Olympus where he dwelt. Dreadful was the rattle of his arrows as he advanced, and his presence was as the night coming over the sky. He shot the arrows of death, first at the dogs and the mules, and then at the men, and soon all along the shore rolled the black smoke from the piles of wood on which they burnt the bodies of the dead. On the 10th day, Achilles, who was the bravest and strongest of all the Greeks, called the people to an assembly. When they were gathered together, he stood up among them and spake to Agamemnon. "Surely it were better to return home than that we should all perish here by the plague. Come, let us ask some prophet or priest or dreamer of dreams why it is that Apollo is so wroth with us." Then stood up Colchis, best of seers, who knew what had been and what was to come, and spake. "Achilles, thou biddest me tell the people why Apollo is wroth with them. Lo, I tell thee, but thou must first swear to stand by me, for I know that what I shall say will anger King Agamemnon, and it goes ill with common men when kings are angry." "Speak out, thou wise man," cried Achilles, "for I swear by Apollo that while I live no one shall lay hands on thee, no, not Agamemnon, though he be sovereign lord of the Greeks." Then the prophet took heart and spake. "It is on behalf of his priest that Apollo is wroth, for he came to ransom his daughter. But Agamemnon would not let the maiden go. Now then, he must send her back to Crisa without ransom, and with her 100 beasts for sacrifice, so that the plague may be stayed." Then Agamemnon stood up in a fury, his eyes blazing like fire. "Never," he cried, "hast thou spoken good concerning me, ill prophet that thou art. And now thou tellest me to give up this maiden. I will do it, for I would not that the people should perish. Only take care, ye Greeks, that there be a share of the spoil for me, for it would ill beseem the Lord of all the host that he alone should be without his share." "Nay, my lord Agamemnon," cried Achilles, "thou art too eager for gain. We have no treasures out of which we may make up thy loss, for what we got out of the towns we have either sold or divided, nor would it be fitting that the people should give back what has been given to them. Give up the maiden then without conditions, and when we shall have taken this city of Troy, we will repay thee 3- and 4-fold. "Nay, great Achilles," said Agamemnon, "thou shalt not cheat me thus. If the Greeks will give me such a share as I should have, well and good. But if not, I will take one for myself, whether it be from thee, or from Ajax, or from Ulysses, for my share I will have. But of this hereafter. Now let us see that this maiden be sent back. Let them get ready a ship and put her therein, and with her 100 victims, and let some chief go with the ship and see that all things be rightly done." Then cried Achilles, and his face was black as a thunderstorm, "Surely thou art altogether shameless and greedy, and in truth an ill ruler of men. No quarrel have I with the Trojans. They never harried oxen or sheep of mine. But I have been fighting in thy cause and that of thy brother Menelaus. Naught carest thou for that. Thou leavest me to fight, and sittest in thy tent at ease. But when the spoil is divided, thine is always the lion's share. Small indeed is my part, a little thing but dear. And this, forsooth, thou wilt take away. Now am I resolved to go home. Small booty wilt thou get then, methinks." And King Agamemnon answered, "Go, and thy myrmidons with thee. I have other chieftains as good as thou art, and ready as thou art not to pay me due respect. I hate thee with thy savage, bloodthirsty ways. And as for the matter of the spoil, know that I will take thy share, the girl Briseis, and fetch her myself if need be, that all may know that I am sovereign lord here in the hosts of the Greeks." Then Achilles was mad with anger, and he thought in his heart, "Shall I arise and slay this caitiff, or shall I keep down the wrath in my breast?" And as he thought, he laid his hand on his sword hilt, and had half drawn his sword from the scabbard, when lo, the goddess Minerva stood before him. For Juno, who loved both this chieftain and that, had sent her, and caught him by the long locks of his yellow hair. But Achilles marvelled much to feel the mighty grasp, and turned and looked and knew the goddess, but no one else in the assembly might see her. Then his eyes flashed with fire, and he cried, "Art thou come, child of Jupiter, to see the insolence of Agamemnon? Of a truth, I think that he will perish for his folly." But Minerva said, "Nay, but I am come to stay thy wrath. Use bitter words if thou wilt, but put up thy sword in its sheath, and strike him not. Of a truth I tell thee that for this insolence of today he will bring thee hereafter splendid gifts, 3-fold and 4-fold, for all that he may take away." Then Achilles answered, "I shall abide by thy command, for it is ever better for a man to obey the immortal gods." And as he spake, he laid his heavy hand upon the hilt and thrust back the sword into the scabbard, and Minerva went her way to Olympus. Then he turned him to King Agamemnon and spake again, "Drunkard, with the eyes of a dog and the heart of a deer, never fighting in the front of the battle, nor daring to lie in the ambush. 'Tis a puny race thou rulest, or this had been thy last wrong. And as for me, here is this sceptre. Once it was the branch of a tree, but a cunning craftsman bound it with bronze to be the sign of the lordship which Jupiter gives to kings. As surely as it shall never again have bark or leaves or shoot, so surely shall the Greeks one day miss Achilles, when they fall in heaps before the dreadful Hector, and thou shalt eat thy heart to think that thou hast wronged the bravest of thy host. And as he spake, he dashed his sceptre on the ground and sat down. And on the other side Agamemnon sat in furious anger. Then Nestor rose, an old man of 100 years and more, and counselled peace. Let them listen, he said, to his counsel. Great chiefs in the old days, with whom no man now alive would dare to fight, had listened. Let not Agamemnon take away from the bravest of the Greeks the prize of war. Let not Achilles, though he was mightier in battle than all other men, contend with Agamemnon, who was sovereign lord of all the hosts of Greece. But he spake in vain, for Agamemnon answered, Nestor, thou speakest well, and peace is good, but this fellow would lord it over all, and he must be taught that there is one here at least who is better than he. And Achilles said, I were a slave and a coward if I owned thee as my lord. Not so. Play the master over others, but think not to master me. As for the prize which the Greeks gave me, let them do as they will. They gave it, let them take it away. But if thou darest to touch aught that is mine own, that hour thy lifeblood shall redden on my spear. Then the assembly was dismissed. Chryseis was sent to her home with due offerings to the god, the wise Ulysses going with her, and all the people purified themselves, and the plague was stayed. But King Agamemnon would not go back from his purpose, so he called to him the heralds, Talthybius and Eurybates, and said, Heralds, go to the tents of Achilles and fetch the maiden Chryseis, but if he will not let her go, say that I will come myself with many others to fetch her. So will it be the worse for him. Sorely against their will the heralds went. Along the seashore they walked till they came to the tents of Achilles. There they found him sitting, but stood silent in awe and fear. Achilles spied them and cried aloud, Come near, ye heralds, messengers of gods and men. 'Tis no fault of yours that you are come on such an errand. Then he turned to Patroclus, his dearest friend, and said, Bring the maiden from her tent, and let the heralds lead her away. But let them be witnesses before gods and men, and before this evil-minded king, against the day when he shall have sore need of me to save his host from destruction. Fool that he is, who thinks not of the past, nor of the future, that his people may be safe. Then Patroclus brought forth the maiden from her tent, and gave her to the heralds. And they led her away, but it was sorely against her will that she went. Achilles went apart from his comrades, and sat upon the seashore, falling into a great passion of tears, and stretching out his hands with loud prayer to his mother, who indeed was a goddess of the sea, Thetis by name. She heard him where he sat in the depths by her father, the old god of the sea, and rose, you would have thought it a mist rising, from the waves, and came to where he sat weeping, and stroked him with her hand, and called him by his name. What ails thee, my son? She said. Then he told her the story of his wrong, and when he had ended, he said, Go, I pray thee, to the top of Olympus, to the palace of Jupiter. Often have I heard thee boast how long ago thou didst help him when the other gods would have bound him, fetching Briareus of the 100 hands, who sat by him, so that the gods feared to touch him. Go now and call these things to his mind, and pray him that he help the sons of Troy, and give them victory in the battle, so that the Greeks, as they flee before them, may have joy of this king of theirs, who has done such wrong to the bravest of his host. And his mother answered him, Surely thine is an evil lot, my son. Thy life is short, and it should of right be without tears and full of joy, but now it seems to me to be both short and sad. I will go as thou sayest to Olympus, to the palace of Jupiter, but not now, for he has gone, and the other gods with him, to a 12 days' feast with the pious Ethiopians. But when he comes back, I will entreat and persuade him, and do thou sit still, nor go forth to battle." When the 12 days were past, Thetis went to the top of Olympus, to the palace of Jupiter, and made her prayer to him. He was loath to grant it, for he knew that it would anger his wife Juno, who loved the Greeks and hated the sons of Troy. Yet he could not refuse her, and promised that it should be as she wished. And to make his word the surer, he nodded his awful head, and with the nod all Olympus was shaken. That night Jupiter took counsel with himself how he might best work his will. He called to him a dream and said, "Dream, go to the tent of Agamemnon and tell him to set his army in array against Troy, for the gods are now of one mind, and the day of doom is come for the city. So he shall take it and gain eternal glory for himself." So the dream went to the tent of Agamemnon, and it took the shape of Nestor, the old chief whom the king honoured more than all beside. Then the false Nestor spake, "Sleepest thou, Agamemnon? It is not for kings to sleep all through the night, for they must take thought for many and have many cares. Listen now to the words of Jupiter. Set the battle in array against Troy, for the gods are now of one mind, and the day of doom is come for the city, and thou shalt take it and gain eternal glory for thyself." And Agamemnon believed the dream, and knew not the purpose of Jupiter in bidding him go forth to battle. So he rose from his bed and donned his tunic, and over it a great cloak, fastened the sandals on his feet, hung from his shoulders his mighty silver-studded sword, and took in his right hand the great sceptre of his house, which was the token of his sovereignty over all the Greeks. Then he went forth, and first took counsel with the chiefs, and afterwards called the people to the assembly. After the assembly, the shrill-voiced heralds called the host to the battle. As is the flare of a great fire when a wood is burning on a hilltop, so was the flash of their arms and their armour as they thronged to the field. And as the countless flocks of wild geese or cranes or swans now wheel and now settle in the great Asian marsh by the stream of Caister, or as the bees swarm in the spring when the milk pails are full, so thick the Greeks thronged to the battle in the great plain by the banks of the Scamander. Many nations were there, and many chiefs, and the bravest and strongest of all was Ajax, son of Telamon, and the best horses were the horses of Eumelus. But there was none that could compare with Achilles and the horses of Achilles, bravest man and swiftest steeds. Only Achilles sat apart and would not go to the battle. And on the other side, the sons of Troy and their allies came forth from the gates of the city with the most famous of their chiefs. So the battle was set in array, and the two hosts stood over against each other. End of section 14.